Chapter 348. It was getting cold and it began to snow in the northern town. Su Luan got up from the bed with some difficulty. Two half-elf maids walked in with toiletries and a basin of water. Angie looked at Phyllis, who was lying on the bed. The little succubus had returned to the underground city early in the morning. Hathaway and Alex had also gone to the wizard tower. Only Phyllis hadn't woken up yet. After the big battle last night, Su Lin felt refreshed. The others were fine, but Phyllis couldn't take it anymore. After all, she was just a normal human who hadn't learned any combat skills or magic. She wasn't Sullen's opponent at all. Angela pouted and helped Su Lin wash up. She was obviously still holding a grudge. Seeing their expressions, Su Lin smiled and slapped their round and perky buttocks. They were very bouncy. After washing up, the two maids helped him put on his clothes. Su Lin suddenly said in their ears, "You two will join us tonight." Hearing Sullen's words, the two maids blushed. Although they had been trained by Su Lin several times, the two half-elf maids were still very shy. Seeing their expressions, Su Lin knew that it would be another sleepless night. After leaving the Lord's castle, Su Lin went to Hathaway's lab. He was going to give her the wisdom leaf. After killing the legendary troll last time, Hathaway gained a lot of experience and successfully leveled up. However, she was still a distance away from becoming a legendary. The wisdom leaf could increase the power of the will by 3 points, which was perfect for Hathaway. Su Luan also wanted Hathaway to level up quickly so that she could master the Tower Spirit technology and install a Tower Spirit in the Wizard Tower in Northern Town. After finding Hathaway was surprised that Su Lin took out another wisdom leaf. After all, it was a treasure that could perfectly increase the power of the will without any side effects. It was invaluable to wizards. The elemental pool in the Wizard Tower had been built. Due to the invasion of the Orc army, the construction of the Wizard Tower was interrupted for a period of time. Now the construction of the Wizard Tower had started again. This time they were building the ecological park of the Wizard Tower. The information of the ecological park was obtained from the secret realm. Tower Spirit number 1 stored the complete ecological park construction technology. However, to build a complete ecological park, Hathaway's current ability was not enough. According to the information of Tower Spirit number 1, during the Arcane Empire era, the largest and most expensive ecological park built by the Arcanists directly used a half-plane to build it. The ecological park's area of millions of square kilometers. Such a huge ecological park was completely attached to the floating cities. It was the logistics and material base of the floating city. That kind of top ecological park, if no one told you about it, you might always think that it was the main material plane. Hathaway was not capable of building such a huge ecological park. It was said that the ecological park of the floating city was built by more than a dozen legendary masters. It was comparable to the ecological park of a material plane. It was not something that one or two legendary spellcasters could do. In the Arcane Empire, there was an Arcanist who had a sudden idea to transform an empty half-plane into a material plane. It was said that the project took nearly 1,000 years. The Arcanist also got the title of Creator. In fact, the legendary Arcanists were already very powerful. They could do almost anything that the gods could do. This was also why the Arcanists did not fear the gods. Imagine if they had the power to rival the gods. How much respect would they have for the gods? According to the curious nature of the Arcanists, it was good enough that they did not capture the gods for research. In the eyes of the Arcanists, the so-called gods were also a more powerful life form. Although the Arcanists did not study the gods, they had studied divinity and divine power. That was one of the reasons for the conflict between the Arcane Empire and the gods. In the eyes of the gods, the Arcanists had crossed the line. The success of the Arcanists' research on divinity was limited. Some of the Arcanists who had studied divinity deeply even transformed into liches and finally advanced into demigod liches. If one day you come across a golden skull with a clock and a diamond embedded on it, then you'd better pray for your own fortune. It was definitely one of the most difficult monsters in the multiverse. There were a lot of technologies involved in creating an ecological park. It wasn't easy to create an ecological park, but if it was completed, then the ecological park could be used to create a complex environment. Creatures that were already on the verge of extinction would be able to seek help. Su Lin once saw information about a large ecological park in the data of the Tower Spirit number 1. The Arcanists cultivated a species that had long disappeared in the outside world in the ecological park. That ecological park was built by the Arcanists with dinosaurs as the dominant species. A large number of dinosaurs lived in the ecological park. The ecological park was originally a species breeding ground. Every time the number of monsters in the ecological park increased, a harvest would be carried out. The ecological park in the Wizard Tower was not built too big. To build a large ecological park, a large number of space expansion spells were needed. Otherwise, it would be meaningless if the space was small. First, he tried the space expansion spell to increase the space inside the Wizard Tower. Space expansion was a spell that was easy to learn but hard to master. This spell had a wide range of applications, and the most common one was the multidimensional bag or space bag. Normal wizards could expand their space by 20% or more, but there were also some who could expand their space by 1 or even more. Hathaway's current ability could expand the space expansion to 70 times. If they wanted to build an ecological park, they would need to expand the space in the Wizard Tower. In addition to the space expansion spell, they would also need to make an environment control rune circle to control the changes in the space at any time. At the same time, they would also need to build a large enough shield to isolate the ecological park from the outside world and maintain the balance of the internal ecosystem. The cost of building an ecological park was very high. It could be said that it was second only to the elemental pool. However, there were many benefits after the construction was completed. The Wizard Tower could have an ecological park that could replenish resources at any time. Sulin was currently only an intermediate wizard, so he could only be an assistant. He could only wait for others to do the important things. Sulin was very envious of wizards who had gifts like eidetic memory and encyclopedic memory. There was too much knowledge to be learned as a wizard. After all this time, Sulin still had a lot to learn. A gift like eidetic memory was also a gift that could be cultivated. The best gift for eidetic memory was encyclopedic memory. However, it was not impossible for Sulin. Opening treasure chests gave him the opportunity to obtain the eidetic memory talent. If he couldn't find it, he could master the encyclopedic knowledge talent first and then upgrade it with the legendary skill points. According to the records of Hathaway, eidetic memory was very rare in the history of their school for 2,000 to 3,000 years. There were less than 5 of them in total. This showed how rare this gift was. After leaving the Wizard Tower, Sulin walked around the city and looked at the progress of the various works in the northern city. Then he went to the underground world through the teleportation circle. The underground world was still dark. Alex had also been helping in the underground world during this time, but Sulin felt that she should have come here to hide and relax. Recently, it was the breeding season of the harpies. Many low-level harpies were capturing males in the wilderness. It was a bit of a ruckus during this time. Sulin did not have a good solution for this situation. He also could not change the habits of the species. Perhaps it would be possible after he advanced to legendary. When he saw Alex, she was studying a spell. Sulin glanced at it. It was Bigby's Palm of Defense. This spell was a level 5 spell, but it was several times more difficult than other level 5 spells. This god-slaying spell was not a joke. Sulin had studied it before, but he quickly gave up. Alex had been analyzing the spell model for so many days and still had not made much progress. In the structure of the spell model of Bigby's Palm of Defense, there were many rather complicated spell nodes and spell circuits. If the spell model was compared to a circuit board, then other level 5 spells would be as difficult as a calculator, while Bigby's Palm of Defense would be as difficult as a calculator. It required astonishing memory and analytical ability. According to Sulin's estimation, it was almost more difficult to master than level 7 spells. After looking at it for a while, Sulin shook his head and left. He should wait until his level was higher to learn this spell. Sulin strolled along the road and then came to the west gate of Crete. As soon as he arrived, he saw a scene. The little succubus, Chris, was wearing a leather coat and holding a small whip. She was wearing heels that were at least 10 centimeters high. She was walking with a little smug steps. Behind her was a monster that looked like a hound. However, compared to a hound, this dog had 3 heads. Behind the little succubus was a 3-headed hellhound that seemed to have just hatched a few days ago. At this moment, she was tying it around her neck with a pink rope and walking it as if she were walking a dog. The newly hatched hellhound was not large in size. However, its eyes were full of ferocity. Occasionally, when someone passed by, it would open its mouth and growl, showing its teeth as if it was about to pounce. A hellhound? Where did it come from? Chapter 349. The Cerberus was a creature from the lower plane. Just from its name, one could tell that it belonged to hell. Although hell was a lower plane, it was the complete opposite of the abyss. The devils of hell belonged to the lawful evil faction, while the demons of the abyss belonged to the chaotic evil faction. At the border between the abyss and Bator, On the 10,000 Abyss Plane, the demons and devils had been fighting for thousands of years, but usually the devils had the upper hand. The war between the devils and demons had been going on for thousands of years, and it looked like it would continue. What made Su Lin feel strange was how a demon like Chris had caught a devil as a pet. If he used an alignment detection spell to identify Chris's alignment, he would discover that the little succubus had actually started to deviate from the chaotic faction to the lawful faction. In fact, Su Lin didn't know that succubi had started to deviate from the lawful faction ever since the succubus queen. Chris's change was so obvious mostly because of Su Lin. Su Lin belonged to the lawful faction and he hated chaos. The most obvious reason was the strict rules and regulations set up in Northgard City. It wasn't surprising that Chris had deviated from the chaotic faction to the lawful faction. The growth cycle of the Cerberus was somewhat slow. However, it possessed combat power very early on. When the Cerberus was just born, it could easily kill an adult male who had not undergone combat training. After a few days, the Cerberus fangs and claws would grow out. The challenge difficulty would also increase to level 2. The untamed Cerberus was full of wildness, and it was completely pulled forward by Chris with a rope. Although it dared to bare its fangs and brandish its claws at others, it had a fearful expression when it looked at Chris. It was obvious that it had suffered a lot because of Chris. When the Cerberus looked at Su Lin, its body clearly trembled a few times. It was obvious that the Cerberus with its soul sense had smelled the danger emanating from Su Lin's body. "Master, I summoned this 2 days ago." Chris waved the rope in her hand and trotted over. The Cerberus behind her was pulled by the rope and stumbled as it was dragged over by Chris. "What are you waiting for? Quick, greet the master." As she spoke, Chris lightly pulled her whip and dragged out the Cerberus hiding behind her. She raised her foot and gave it a kick. Cerberus looked at the human in front of it timidly, but in the next second, it seemed to have thought of something. It ran over and rubbed its 3 heads against Su Lin's feet. It was obvious that this guy was trying to please Su Lin. "Since you like it, you can keep it," Su Lin said as he looked at the Cerberus under his feet. "This thing was pretty good for guarding the house. It hasn't had time to give it a name yet. Master, you can give it one," Chris said happily. Su Lin pondered for a moment and then said, "Let's call it Husky." "Alright, let's call it Husky. His nickname is Buttface." Although he didn't know the meaning of a husky since it was given by his master, there must be a reason for it. Moreover, the name Buttface was quite pleasing to the mouth. As for whether the Cerberus agreed or not, it didn't matter. Cerberus, Husky? Buttface? Then Chris happily led the Cerberus around the city. She wanted to let the people know that the people living in Crete were not ordinary people. Most of them were from the evil camp. She didn't want to accidentally get stewed. Looking at the little succubus walking the dog excitedly, Su Lin shook his head slightly. Since she wanted to keep the dog, he would let her keep it. Even if it was an adult, a Cerberus would not be able to afford a dog meat hot pot. Ignoring Chris, Su Lin went to Orlando City in the underground world and put away all the mithril and magic gems that he had excavated during this time. The construction of the Wizard Tower required a lot of materials, especially the construction of the ecological park. This batch of materials was prepared for the ecological park. In fact, the ecological park of the Wizard Tower was still in the experimental stage. It was an application of the ecological park technology. When the ecological park of the Wizard Tower was completed, he planned to build the ecological park in the secret realm as well. However, the ecological park in the secret realm would be much larger. Su Lin wanted to build an ecological park that could raise large dinosaurs or Euron, as described in the information of the Tower Spirit. After patrolling the underground world and killing some monsters around his territory, Su Lin returned to the northern town. After sending all kinds of resources to Hathaway, Su Lin returned to the northern town and began to study as a wizard. Because of his naturally high power of the will and good control of energy, Su Lin's progress was very fast when he first started learning as a wizard. However, when he became an intermediate wizard, his learning speed slowed down a lot. Su Lin's early advantage had been used up, so his learning speed was not faster than other wizards. In fact, he was slower than other wizards because of his lack of basic knowledge. After all, Su Lin did not learn the basics of wizardry since he was a child. Luckily, with Hathaway's thoughtful guidance, Su Lin was also constantly strengthening his foundation. After returning to the northern town, Su Lin took care of all kinds of things and began to read all kinds of wizardry books. There were quite a lot of books in the northern town. Some of them were brought by Hathaway, some by Karina, and some by Grace. In addition to the research of Alex and the others, although the books in the northern town were not as good as those in the wizard schools, they were not worse than those small schools. After opening the book, Su Lin picked up a goose feather pen and began to copy on a snow-white paper. The paper he was using now was the best paper made by the Northern Town's papermaking workshop after several improvements. It could completely replace parchment in writing books. The price of a piece of paper like this was 1 kinnur, which was more than 10 times cheaper than parchment. Su Lin rubbed his head. Soon the paper was filled with dense symbols. These symbols were the foundation of a spell. What the F***ck? Why do I feel like I was studying advanced mathematics in university in my previous life? Su Lin felt a little dizzy. He got up and opened the window of the study room to get some fresh air. Then he made himself a cup of black tea to wake himself up. It was too difficult. After entering the 5th circle of spells, the difficulty would increase tremendously. After studying for half a day, he had only analyzed half of the 5th circle spell. He had not even touched the other half. He had been studying this spell model for a week, but until now he had not even completed the spell model. According to this progress, it would be considered fast if he could learn this spell in a month. He was now very envious of his peers. It was said that they had the chip with them when they transmigrated. No matter how complicated the spell model was, they only needed to scan it once to record it. Moreover, not only could they record it easily, but they could also optimize and improve the model. This was a godly tool for wizards. Unfortunately, although he had transmigrated with a golden finger, this system did not have the ability to record spell models and analyze them. After drinking the black tea and resting for a while, Su Lin continued to work hard. The analysis of the spell model was half completed. There were dozens of papers full of symbols and words on the table. Beside them, there were also notes left by Hathaway on spell model analysis. Ding. Congratulations, host. After a long period of study, you have obtained part of the information of the ability, Scholar. The experience of the ability, Scholar, is full. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the support ability, Scholar. Hearing the system prompt, Su Lin was relieved. Obviously, his hard work during this period of time had paid off. Of course, the ability, Scholar, could only be considered average. It was far from Hathaway's. Su Lin had only recently discovered that Hathaway had mastered the 2 abilities, Encyclopedic Knowledge and Sage. These 2 abilities were not used for combat but were support abilities. These support abilities had no use for combat, but had a miraculous effect on learning. Su Lin was now learning all kinds of knowledge of wizards, so naturally he wanted to master these abilities. With these 2 abilities he could at least reduce the difficulty of learning by half, and increase the efficiency by 1 or 2 times. The way to obtain the Sage ability was simpler. Its prerequisite was the Scholar ability. As long as it was studied systematically, it could be mastered. The Scholar ability that Su Lin had now could increase his learning speed. Scholar, support ability. After a long period of systematic study, you have mastered a large amount of knowledge. You have become wiser and your learning speed has increased. After obtaining the Scholar ability, Su Lin's learning speed and comprehension ability had increased to a certain extent. In fact, there were many spells that wizards used to support learning. The most famous one was the Enlightenment spell. This spell could make an idiot similar to a normal person. Naturally, it could increase a normal person's intelligence. However, this spell was very difficult to cast and there was a certain price to pay. In addition to the Enlightenment spell, there was also the Wishing spell that had the same effect. Although the Wishing spell had many disadvantages, if this spell was used well, it could be said to be an all-purpose spell. Of course, if you used this spell to fulfill some unreliable wishes, the final result would be very miserable. Moreover, the price to fulfill the wish was not something that anyone could afford. Regarding this spell, there were some records of the failure of the Wishing spell in Hathaway's books. One of the wizards wished for eternal life. Even the gods could not do this and he could not afford to pay the price. In the end, the wizard's wish was fulfilled. He was directly cast on life hiding, and then he was sealed in a coffin. He was hidden in a space crack in the multiverse by the Jinn. Chapter 350. After using life concealment and being sealed, the sorcerer would enter a state of suspended animation and be thrown to some unknown corner of the multiverse. This was indeed a different kind of eternal life. However, the process was a little different from what he had imagined. Later on, after the wizards studied the Wishing spell in detail, they even summoned the devil to help perfect it. Finally, they came up with a book of rules for using the Wishing spell. The book listed the various rules of the Wishing spell in detail, and they also came up with a set of words specially used to use the Wishing spell. Because of this, the Wishing spell finally became more and more worthy of its name. These 2 spells required a high price. In addition to these 2 spells, there were other spells that had a much lower price, such as magic memory. After casting this spell, the caster's memory would temporarily increase, almost to the point of having a photographic memory. However, after the spell ended, the caster's brain would suffer serious repercussions. Dizziness and nausea were just the basics. In serious cases, it would cause severe headaches. Moreover, this spell could not be used too often or it would damage the soul. Although there were many shortcomings, this spell was still used by wizards in large numbers. After all, it could quickly memorize knowledge. Although it would be a little uncomfortable afterwards, it was still acceptable. With its scholar ability, Sullen's learning speed had increased a little. If he had skill points now, he could directly enhance scholar to sage. Unfortunately, he had already used up the skill points he got from leveling up. Sullen now realized the lack of skill points, which was why he began to slowly learn skills by himself instead of directly using skill points to enhance them. After learning more about the wizard profession, Sullen realized that there was never enough skill points. There were too many skills and abilities that a wizard needed to learn. Many wizards had to choose the path of becoming a wizard. Maximal spell, silent spell cast, and instant spell cast. These 3 metamagic abilities represented 3 different paths of becoming a wizard. Extreme spell. When using this ability, the effect of the spell will be maximized, including damage value, healing effect, number of people affected, etc. At the cost of 3 times the mana, the lethality of a spell will be increased by 100%. Note: this special class requires mastering the ability to enhance magic. Silent spell casting. When using this ability, casting spells does not require any casting action or incantation. It can be cast in a silent state. Silent spell casting ignores any silent spells. The chances of the enemy discovering the wizard casting spells will be reduced until the moment the spell is completed. Using this ability to cast spells will consume double the amount of mana, and the casting time will be extended. Instant spell. When using this specialty, you can instantly cast a spell. At the cost of consuming 3 times your mana and increasing the casting difficulty by 2 levels, you can turn a spell into an instant spell. Instant spells cannot be interrupted by any conventional means and are immune to any silent spell and counterspell. These 3 spell specialties represented 3 different paths of becoming a wizard. Of course, this did not mean that one could only choose one out of the 3. It was just that most wizards with limited talent could only choose one. Of course, there were also many talented wizards who would choose 2 or 3. Among them, extreme spell belonged to the damage output category. It could greatly increase the power of spells. With this spell, even arcane missile could have the power of a sniper rifle. If one wanted to choose extreme damage output or a violent wizard, this specialty should not be missed. Think about the effect of a fireball that could clear out an area with an aerial bomb. Silent spellcasting was a specialty that suited the old Een coins. They were the kind of people who would laugh in front of people and attack from behind. The casting of spells was very subtle, and it was almost impossible to detect. It would only be exposed at the end of the spell. This specialty was the most popular among the old Een coins. The last one was instant spell. This was a relatively difficult specialty to master. Its effect was stronger than silent spell casting, but it was also much harder to master. Moreover, after these 2 spells were promoted to legendary, one could continue to master silent spell casting and instant spell casting. After mastering silent spell casting from 0 to 9 circles, all spells of the corresponding level would become silent spell casting, and the penalty time and mana penalty would be removed. The same was true for instant spell casting. The casting difficulty and mana penalty would be removed. However, it was not easy to master a legendary specialty. In the past, many wizards wanted to learn instant spell casting. They planned to master instant spell casting from 0 to 9 circles as soon as they entered the legendary realm. In the end, they would be able to instant spell casting from 0 to 9 circles. Of course, so far no wizard had succeeded on this path. The most powerful wizard in recorded history only managed to level up instant spellcasting to level 6, but even so, it was already very powerful. Therefore, the wizards later turned these 3 spellcasting specialties into 3 paths of wizardry. After choosing a spellcasting specialization, it would decide which path to walk in the future. It would decide whether to choose the most powerful path of wizardry or another path that was easier to achieve. Hathaway chose the path of instant casting, which was the most difficult path to walk. Only wizards with absolute confidence would walk this path. Legendary instant casting wasn't something that anyone could learn. In fact, Su Lin also planned to take this path. He was a little greedy, so he wanted to master instant spellcasting as well. When the time came, he would have instant spellcasting and extreme spellcasting. However, it would be a few times more difficult to succeed. Su Lin had the confidence to choose these two paths because of the existence of the system. Because of the system, he had the opportunity to get more skill points to learn spellcasting specialties. Even legendary skill points were not impossible. Since he had decided to be a wizard, he planned to be the strongest. There were many spellcasting specialties that he needed to master in the future. Proficient spellcasting and battle spellcasting were only the most basic spellcasting talents. Empower spellcasting, extreme spellcasting, instant spellcasting, spell penetration, and spell expansion all needed to be mastered, as well as the advanced states of these specialties, extreme spellcasting, instant spellcasting, and finally, legendary spellcasting. Others might not be able to master spellcasting specialties and legendary specialties in their lifetime, but for Su Lin he might be able to master them by killing a few legendary figures. He had already announced that as long as he killed a legendary figure, he would be able to get a legendary skill point, and the legendary skill point could be used to upgrade his spellcasting specialties to legendary spellcasting specialties. But before that, what Su Lin needed to master now was the spell in front of him. In fact, other than these paths of wizards, there were other paths of wizards such as battle spellcasting wizards, explosiveness wizards, control wizards, summoning wizards, and transformation wizards. Transformation wizards were also known as close combat wizards or berserker wizards. This type of wizard's battle mode was very bold and unrestrained. They did not cast spells but directly picked up their weapons and attacked like a berserker. They chose to dual-wield weapons, gain proficiency in weapons, and then increase vitality, strength, and dexterity. When they saw the enemy, they would directly attack. This type of wizard was even more difficult to deal with than a berserker. There were a few very famous representatives of this type of wizard. Of course, this type of close combat wizard had many different ways of adding points. For example, they could add spirit. After casting the transformation spell, spirit would be directly added to strength and dexterity, but the price was that they would temporarily lose their spellcasting ability. There were also some more extreme ones who added points to vitality, strength, and dexterity, and then learned a holy light spell to open up the invincible mode. The most suitable path for this was the Dragon Disciple Warlock, and then the part-time wizard. The Warlock with the Dragon Disciple's strength, vitality, and dexterity were almost not inferior to a warrior of the same level. Because of the part-time wizard, all the skill points and attribute points did not have to be allocated to physical professions. They could achieve a true dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Of course, if you had the blood of the gods, you could also do this. For example, the white-robed wizard Gandalf was one of the best. Of course, this path was only for those with talent. If you had the Dragon Disciple, the blood of the gods, or other powerful blood such as the Titan, this path would be very suitable for you. If you didn't have it, then don't think about it. If you forced yourself to take this path, your achievements would be extremely limited. Su Lin had the system as a cheat, and his combat power was also very strong. Now he had embarked on this path of dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, and the success rate was very high. There was also a special spell for close combat wizards among the wizards. This set of spells had been passed down from the era of the Arcane Empire. It was called Bigby's 5 Consecutive Palms. After Su Lin learned about this series of spells, he named this set of spells, the Buddha's Palm. This set of spells was created by Bigby, who became one of the most famous combat wizards in history as an ordinary person, with no other blood. Bigby's Protective Palm, Bigby's Flying Palm, Bigby's Capture Palm, Bigby's Vajra Palm, Bigby's Crushing Palm. This set of spells could create a palm to fight, especially the Crushing Palm. The power exerted was completely the Buddha's palm. With one palm, smashing a castle into pieces was just a basic operation. Legendary warriors were nothing in front of this set of spells. It was said that when this set of spells was created, it was the same as the Melf series of spells. It was used to deal with the gods, but so far, these two sets of spells had not been successful in killing the gods. Su Lin now had a Bigby's Protective Palm spell scroll, but this spell was very difficult to learn. He couldn't learn it now, but he had made up his mind that if he had the chance in the future, he would learn all of this set of spells. Chapter 351. Time passed by quietly. While Su Lin was studying the path of a wizard, Hathaway was also building eco-parks. The Dimension Expansion spell kept expanding the space in the wizard tower. The Dimension Expansion spell required strong maneuverability. It could not tear the space apart. At the same time, the space had to be expanded as much as possible. Only then could there be enough space. After expanding the space had to be reinforced. Although this process was cumbersome and required a lot of precious magic materials, there were still a lot of resource points in the North Town City. Otherwise, she would not have the money to do this. Su Lin spent the night with Hathaway and asked her about the wishing spell. Normally, the wishing spell would summon an elemental jinn. These elemental jinn were at least demigod level. After many years of research, the wizards had discovered that the wishing spell could fulfill many wishes. This included reviving someone who could be revived, gaining a lot of wealth, recovering one's power, eliminating a disaster, increasing one's power, and so on. In theory, the wishing spell could grant any wish, but it was not guaranteed that it would succeed. The price to pay for using the wishing spell was not a normal item. Usually, it was soul energy or soul shard. If there were not enough soul shards, the spell would draw out the person's soul energy. Of course, other precious items could also be used, such as divinity. There was a limit to how much one could increase one's power with the wishing spell. For example, the attribute points could only increase one's basic attribute points by 5, and the cost would only increase as time went on. There was a limit to the number of attribute points that could be increased by the wishing spell. The maximum was 40 points. Su Lin did not lack attribute points. What he wanted now was talents. It was not easy to get a legendary talent, but it was not difficult to get a legendary talent, so Su Lin decided to give it a try. The wishing spell was divided into limited wishing spell and legendary wishing spell. Both could summon an elemental jinn, but the legendary wishing spell was more powerful than the limited wishing spell. Of course, the cost was also much higher. There were no legendary wizards in the North Town City, so the legendary wishing spell was impossible. However, the limited wishing spell was still possible. After learning the characteristics of the wishing spell from Hathaway, Su Lin decided to use the limited wishing spell to increase his power. Hathaway thought for a moment and said, "The limited wishing spell is a level 7 spell. Alex can cast it too, and the effect should be better than mine. Then I'll ask Alex to cast the limited wishing spell tomorrow." It was a quiet night. The next day, Su Lin told Alex about his idea of using the limited wishing spell. And Alex nodded immediately. The casting of the limited wishing spell was not difficult, but for the sake of insurance, Su Lin decided to build a wishing platform. The wishing platform was not big and the construction was very simple. Under the guidance of Alex, Su Lin sent a team of craftsmen to build the platform. The craftsmen in the North Town City had been trained for a long time, and their skills were absolutely qualified. It only took them a day to build the platform. The next step was for Alex to arrange the runic matrix. It was not too difficult for Alex to arrange the runic matrix for the wishing spell. Su Lin only needed to provide some magic materials. It took almost half a day for the wishing table to be completed. "Are you ready?" Alex appeared next to the platform. She looked at Su Lin with calm eyes and said slowly, "The limited wishing spell has an extra cost. Later, I will draw the power of the elemental pool to complete the spell, but you still need to negotiate with the jinn. What you can get depends on you. Remember the words I told you and be careful with the jinn. When you are ready, I will start." Su Lin nodded and said, "Let's start." A ray of light appeared. With Alex activating the power of the wishing platform, the energy of the elemental pool began to pour into the wishing platform, and the arcane crystals around suddenly shone with a strange light. Then a low spell sounded, and a strange elemental power began to gather on the wishing platform. The surrounding space gradually distorted, and with the gathering of the power of the spell, a powerful divine power came to this world. The jinn. When the jinn appeared, Su Lin felt the powerful force, and then a whirlwind appeared out of thin air. The next second, a terrible pressure shrouded here. This kind of pressure was like the dragon's power on the dragon, and it was more powerful than the dragon's power, but it did not have that kind of overbearing aura. With a flash of light, a creature full of powerful power and divine brilliance appeared on the wishing platform. It looked like a jinn. Its appearance was a bit like the lamp spirit in the magic lamp, and its upper body was still in human form. Its skin was pale green, and there seemed to be a flash of lightning in its pupils from time to time. It was the light of divinity. Any jinn summoned by the wishing spell was at the level of a god. It was impossible to judge the level of strength of the one in front of him, but it was certainly a jinn above the demigod level. The jinn of the elemental plane had special rules. They followed the constraints of contracts and laws and would trade with spellcasters when needed. After coming to this world, it first glanced around, and then its eyes fell on Su Lin. The Jinn frowned slightly after seeing Su Lin and then said, "You have the power of divinity, young man. Are you summoning me?" "Interesting, young man. Are you sure you want to trade with me? Tell me your wishes and prayers." Su Lin looked at the Jinn in front of him with some curiosity. In fact, the Jinn did not come here with its original body but an avatar. Only when there were some special wishing spells would the real body come. The elemental Jinn summoned by the wishing spell was random. Usually it was a demigod-level elemental Jinn. As for the demigod-level elemental Jinn, they would only respond to the summoner according to their own preferences. Sometimes, if they were lucky, they would also summon the god of elements, messengers and gods. As for the elemental Lord God, the summoner of this powerful god must have very strong strength to invite them. All the Jinn, including the elemental Lord God, belonged to the absolute neutral camp. They would trade with anyone, even demons. The one in front of Su Lin was at least a demigod-level elemental Jinn, and it might even be an oracle. Seeing that Su Lin did not respond to him, the Jinn seemed to be impatient and urged, "Hurry up and tell me your wish, I don't have time to chat with you." Wind elemental Jinn, Wind Whisperer, Theodore. Minor divine power. Today he suddenly felt that there was a creature in the multiverse that seemed to have the blood of the wind god calling him. He was curious, so he responded to the call and appeared here. Su Lin did not hesitate and immediately said, "I want to improve some of my abilities." The Jinn looked at Su Lin and then said, "What ability do you need to improve? Do you know the rules of ability improvement? Attributes above 40 can't be increased." "I know," Su Lin nodded and said. "Alright then, this is a contract. Write down your wishes." With that, the Jinn of Wind Elemental took out a piece of parchment and a quill pen out of thin air and began to write quickly. After a while, a contract was written. Next, the Jinn of Wind Elemental handed the contract scroll to Su Lin. Su Lin carefully took the contract. This kind of contract had a powerful force. Once it was signed, the violation of the contract would be severely punished. Su Lin was very cautious about the contract. The Jinn usually used some word games and left all kinds of traps or hidden dangers in July like the devil. If he was not careful and did not find them, it was likely that he would pay a lot of resources without getting any benefits. Su Lin looked at the contract word by word. Once there was an ambiguity in the language, he would immediately argue with the Jinn. At this time, Su Lin also saw the face of the Jinn. This guy was really cunning. He had been using various ways to distort Su Lin's consciousness, or only the literal meaning. All kinds of out-of-context words were used and even ambiguous words were used. If Su Lin had not learned how to deal with these Jinn, he would have been cheated. To deal with these Jinn, he should let the devil or the lawyer confront them. After a difficult negotiation, the two sides finally reached an agreement. Then the Jinn handed the modified contract to Su Lin. Su Lin carefully confirmed 3 times that there were no loopholes and ambiguities, then he nodded and agreed to the contract. "What ability do you want to improve? Agility? Charm? Spirit? Or is it a talent?" "I'm going to learn a talent, erudite," Su Lin said. It was not that he didn't want to get the eidetic memory ability, but this ability was a legendary ability. If he wanted to master this ability, the price he had to pay was too high. It was too painful. "Erudite? Okay." The Jinn looked at Su Lin and said. Then he picked up a goose feather pen and quickly wrote down the transaction. Then he handed it to Su Lin and said with a smile, "You need to support a part of the power of the soul, or pay a legendary elemental stone. If there is no problem, then sign your name on this contract." Su Lin took the contract again, and then checked it again to confirm that the contract was exactly the same as Su Lin's request. After checking it 5 times in a row and confirming that there was no problem, Su Lin signed his name on the contract scroll. "Very well, the contract is established." The Jinn waved his hand gently, and the contract instantly turned into countless auras and dissipated in the air. Then a powerful divine power fell from the sky and fell on Su Lin. Chapter 352. With the appearance of the divine power, the legendary soul crystal in Su Lin's hand disappeared, and the system prompt sounded in his ear. "You used the spell Limited Wish. According to the contract, you will pay a legendary soul crystal to the wind elemental spirit, and then you will get the auxiliary talent, Sage. Contract completed. The effect of Limited Wish has been activated. Ritual completed. Congratulations, your auxiliary talent, Scholar, has been upgraded to Sage. Talent, Sage. After a lot of reading, your knowledge has been further improved. Your memory ability and analysis ability have been further strengthened. When learning spells, You can analyze the structure of spells more quickly and easily. You can grasp a lot of knowledge and you can understand some spells better. You can optimize and modify spells, learning speed increased by 100%, and spell learning difficulty reduced by 50%. After the ritual, Su Lin felt that there was a lot of knowledge in his mind that he didn't have before. This was the knowledge brought by this sage talent. At this time, Su Lin clearly felt that his brain had become very active, and his thoughts were very clear. Many spells that he didn't understand before suddenly became clear at this moment. Interesting young man, goodbye. After the contract was completed, the wind elemental spirit looked at Su Lin, and then turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. The power that shrouded the surroundings also disappeared. After having the sage talent, Sullen's speed of learning spells became faster. He was like a sponge that greedily absorbed all kinds of knowledge. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Su Lin finally finished analyzing the shadow tentacle, and began to learn it. After completely analyzing this spell, it was only a matter of time for Su Lin to master this spell. It wouldn't take long for him to successfully cast this spell, and he would officially become an advanced wizard. Shadow Tentacle was an evocation spell. It used shadow energy to create a tentacle, and then it would instantly entangle the enemy. After entanglement, it would absorb the energy and physical strength of the entangled person. If the entangled person couldn't break free quickly, the entangled person's strength would become weaker and weaker. This spell had a lot of uses, and many wizards had made special modifications to this spell to create their own spell. It had many strange abilities, and tentacle spells were very effective against women. Su Lin planned to improve this spell after he learned it. While Su Lin was learning magic, caravans from the southern countries arrived at northern town. They brought all kinds of goods and large amounts of money. The merchants from the southern countries had formed a huge caravan. When Su Lin came out to patrol, he saw many caravans carrying a lot of goods and slaves to trade in the market. The specialties of the southern countries were very popular in northern town city. For example, the dried seafood of the southern countries, such as the dried seafood from the Lonsdal archipelago, tasted very good after being cooked. Being able to eat seafood thousands of kilometers inland from the ocean, although it was dried seafood, it was still a good enjoyment. Of course, these caravans also had some fresh seafood, but it was very expensive. This was the result of wizard spells. After hundreds of years of development, the use of spells to keep food fresh had been perfected. As long as you were willing to pay, you could even taste the rainbow lobster from the Rainbow Sea. In addition to all kinds of dried seafood, Su Lin also ordered some seaweed, shrimp, and kelp. There was no MSG in this world, and Su Lin didn't know how to make it. However, he remembered that the earliest MSG was found and extracted from kelp. Although there was no MSG now, seaweed, and other dried seafood could replace some of the taste of MSG. Sir. The manager of the caravan under northern town city, Jean, ran over and said, "I've counted. The southern countries sent a total of 21 caravans, and they are all ready to participate in the slave auction." Okay. Su Lin nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with this situation. For an auction, the more people there were, the higher the final price. The 8,000 orc slaves in northern town city were ready to be auctioned. Rumble. A loud noise came from the city wall, and it immediately attracted the attention of many people. As for those who lived here often, they seemed to be used to this noise. In the distance, a 10-meter-tall section of the city wall suddenly collapsed. Smoke and dust filled the air, and then a tall figure walked out of the smoke. It was a huge steel golem. At the same time, some stone golems and clay golems appeared in the surrounding sea. These golems were about 3 meters tall. At this time they were working on the construction site. These golems were violently blasting large amounts of heavy stones or severely damaged city walls. They were now responsible for a lot of labor in the territory. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the steel golem arrived near the city walls and vigorously pounded on the city walls. Cracks appeared on the already shaky city walls, and as the steel golem attacked, large amounts of rocks fell from the city walls, causing that section of the city walls to become even more shaky. Boom. Finally, under the continuous bombardment of the steel golems, this section of the wall collapsed with a loud bang. After the wall collapsed, it was then smashed into smaller pieces by the golems next to it and sent to the side to be piled up. A dozen or so puppet golems pushed forward like a large road roller, pushing down the wall that needed to be rebuilt. The clay golems' bodies were slightly deformed. Like bulldozers, they quickly flattened the land. The people who entered northern town city saw these powerful machines at first glance. Many people looked at these puppet golems in shock. In this world where productivity was still in the middle world, most places were still in the primitive stage of accumulating power. Suddenly seeing such powerful golems, they wanted to talk about the difference between the Industrial Revolution and the feudal era. Because the elemental pool could be charged, the golems in northern town city didn't cost much to work. The elemental pool provided sufficient and efficient energy. Although many puppet golems didn't look like professional construction golems, but were combat golems, the efficiency of these golems was still unsurpassed by humans. After these golems flattened the broken city walls, they dug up the foundation again. Stones that required more than a dozen people to move were easily lifted by the steel golems. Moreover, they moved very quickly. All the golems had a clear division of labor. The production efficiency of these golems was much higher than that of excavators and cranes. After all, these golems were unmanned. As long as they were given a job, they would complete it with quality and quantity. With the help of these golems, Northern Town City was already in a semi-mechanized state. He was very satisfied with these golems now, and he already planned to build a golem factory. The construction of a golem factory was very difficult. There were many problems involved. Many steps required the assistance of the tower genie or control. The energy of the golem factory came from the elements, and it could be forcibly controlled through the energy of the elemental pool. The energy of the elemental pool could be modified with some energy supply techniques, and it could be used as electricity just like in his previous life. Of course, if he wanted to build a golem factory, he also needed to have enough soul crystals. Each set of golems needed a corresponding soul crystal. The clay golems could be made with only mid-tier soul crystals. The rock golems, obsidian golems, and steel golems could be made with high-tier soul crystals. The legendary golems needed to be made with legendary soul crystals. Soul crystals weren't something that could be found in the main plane. Many years later, in the multiverse, soul crystals were a kind of currency. Under normal circumstances, the Grim Reaper kept the souls in the multiverse from being excessively plundered. It was his duty to decide where the souls would go. However, there were too many souls in the multiverse. In order to obtain soul power, many magic schools had learned spells that were specifically used to obtain soul power. For example, the soul binding spell could imprison a soul in a crystal, which was a soul crystal. The fundamental reason why golems could possess some simple artificial intelligence was because of the soul crystals. There were still some biological instincts left in the soul crystals. Some of the high-level golems were even stronger than legendary-grade golems. The auction in Northern Town City was about to begin. 8,000 monster slaves were already a huge fortune for the merchant groups that came to purchase them. Many merchants wanted to buy some of them back. Su Luan handed over the auction to Jean and then went back to continue to practice magic. Whoosh! Suddenly there was a noise from Sullen's residence. Then Su Lin stood up excitedly. However, unlike before, there was a gray tentacle in his hand. The tentacle was more than 3 meters long, and these tentacles were as flexible as snakes. The tentacle swung back and forth, making various movements under Sullen's command. The tentacle rushed out quickly and directly wrapped around the target used for the experiment. Then, with a slight force, there was a cracking sound and deep marks were left on the wooden board. Shadow Tentacle. After spending so much time, Su Lin finally recorded this spell. Whoosh! Su Lin took a deep breath and looked around. Then he chanted a spell. After a while, a black tentacle appeared and wrapped around a barbarian warrior in an instant. Then he began to test the binding strength and various effects of this spell. As an energy tentacle, the shadow tentacle was very flexible and had almost no weaknesses. After trapping the barbarian warrior, the barbarian took a long time to break free. If he waited a little longer, his strength would start to decline, and it would not be easy to break free. Chapter 353. Enduring the PDA attack, I still wrote a chapter. Please subscribe. After spending a lot of effort, the barbarian finally broke free from the shadow tentacles. The whole process took almost a minute and he had to go berserk in the end. Bang bang bang. Su Lin summoned the shadow tentacles again. This time, Su Lin didn't use them to tie people up. Instead, he tried to use them to attack. The 3-meter-long shadow tentacle was like a flexible whip, and it quickly attacked the targets around him. As the tentacles danced in the air, they brought with them a sharp gust of wind. When they hit the wooden targets, wooden chips flew everywhere. Very soon, deep marks were left on the wooden targets. Although the power of the tentacles was average, it was still quite good as a control skill. After becoming an advanced wizard, Su Lin could learn a lot more spells. Another important thing was that he could teleport. In fact, it was just a flash. He could use it in battle. Su Lin had already mastered the long-distance teleportation spell, but he had just started to learn this flash spell. After mastering this spell, Su Lin's fighting style had changed a lot. Many dangerous attacks could be easily dodged with his sixth sense. Of course, he also had to be careful not to give others a chance to cast Dimensional Anchor. The function of Dimensional Anchor was very simple. After being targeted by Dimensional Anchor, you couldn't use Dimensional Teleportation for a while. Also, this spell was much easier to learn than teleportation. It only required an intermediate wizard to learn it. Of course, the effectiveness of this spell depended on the difference in level between the caster and the target. If the target was a legendary wizard and you were only an elite wizard, even if you cast 10 dimensional anchors, it would still be useless. The reconstruction of the northern city was in full swing. At the same time, in the newly built auction house, 8,000 orcs, gnolls and trolls were also being auctioned. The caravans from the southern coastal countries were very interested in these orc slaves. Su Lin set them in groups of 20, and the price for each group was 200 kinner. In fact, this price was on the low side. However, there were more than 20 companies bidding for the slaves. The average price of these slaves was 500 kinner per group. 40 groups of slaves brought northern town city more than 20,000 kinner in total. Su Lin didn't keep the 20,000 kinner banknotes. He used it to buy all kinds of resources. North town's population had skyrocketed. Other than food and ironware, there was a shortage of other resources. Su Lin had built a lot of workshops in his territory, but it was impossible for him to be self-sufficient in a short time. Su Lin's main focus now was on military and food. As for spices, sugar and wine, these industries didn't need many people. There were quite a number of people working in the textile workshops in the territory. However, they only produced high-grade fine linen, cotton, and a small amount of silk. These were supplied to the liege's mansion, Hathaway, and Karina. The excess would be sold. As for the coarse flax used by commoners, it wasn't for sale. Su Lin planned to gather some women and build a textile workshop to produce coarse linen. After all, cloth was very important. He couldn't always rely on merchants to buy it. There were also a lot of daily necessities that Su Lin planned to produce in his territory. North Town City was 300 miles away from the nearest city. If all the goods were transported from the Kingdom of Florence, the price of the cheapest goods would be more than double. The traveling merchants in this era weren't as developed as in his previous life. If they didn't make 2 or 3 times the profit, they wouldn't bring goods back. Therefore, Su Lin had his caravans purchase all the goods from the outside world every month. Of course, some of them were brought back by other caravans. Most of the people in North Town City were serfs and refugees. Their purchasing power was limited. Su Lin couldn't sell them at a high price. He couldn't even sell them at cost price. Therefore, not only did he not make money, he even lost money. However, he had to do this business. It was related to the people's livelihood. If Su Lin wanted to build a country, he had to do it even if he had to lose money. Of course, this was only temporary. When all kinds of small workshops were opened in the future, the basic necessities could be met locally. By then, Su Lin wouldn't have to spend money every month. These necessities didn't seem like much, but to the commoners, it was related to their livelihood. Let alone North Town City, even in Cult City, if the price of food increased by 30%, the commoners would be forced to sell themselves as slaves. If the price was higher, even the commoners wouldn't be able to withstand it. Many merchants, nobles, and tycoons would take advantage of natural disasters to stock up on their goods. They would artificially raise the price of food, turning the commoners into proletarians or even slaves. Su Lin was so busy that his head was spinning. He wanted to go out for a walk. He rode on a horse and followed the caravan to Calent City to purchase some goods. To his surprise, he was robbed not long after he left North Town City. The robbers were a group of northern barbarian bandits. The patrols of North Town City were only responsible for maintaining the safety of the territory. Therefore, after leaving North Town City, everything would return to normal. The northern barbarians Su Lin encountered were one of them. The northern barbarians were very similar to the barbarians in North Town City. The northern barbarians were just a general term. The barbarians had their own names. Even the barbarians themselves didn't know how many tribes there were in the northern wastelands. There were many barbarian tribes living in the northern wastelands. The barbarian tribes were known for their thick body hair. They were tall and brave but lacked discipline. They liked to solve problems with brute force. They were born with a weak resistance to the cold. Similarly, the northern barbarian women were tall and big. However, their skin was fair but a little rough. Their facial features were also quite delicate. They were similar to the warriors of his previous life. The northern barbarians' brains were always cramped. They liked to drink and fight. Their bad temper and stubbornness were comparable to the dwarves. The group that robbed Su Lin was obviously a small barbarian tribe in the northern wastelands. It was already winter in the northern wastelands, but there were still some barbarians with bare arms. Only these people had high resistance to the cold. Normal people would have frozen to death if they dared to do so. Su Lin found that the northern barbarians had a wolf's head tattooed on their chests. This should be the totem they believed in. Many of the northern barbarians had shamans. Some of them believed in nature while others believed in their ancestors. The reason why the northern barbarians were so scattered was because of their own beliefs. After blocking the way, the northern barbarians let out a strange roar. After seeing the robbers, a leader immediately ran over to Su Lin to report. Su Lin looked at the robbers in the distance and ordered, "Lure them here." It would be a waste to reject the slaves that were delivered to his doorstep. These northern barbarians were very useful whether they were slaves or soldiers. He could capture them and throw them to Boulder or Johnson for training. No matter how rebellious they would be beaten into obedience. Although they were stubborn, they were not idiots. The guards in the caravan this time were all elites. All of them were veterans who had been on the battlefield. After hearing Sullen's order, they immediately understood his intention. Then they smiled and ordered their men to take action. The caravan directly turned around and pretended to be panicked, trying to escape to the territory of Northern Town City. At the same time, in order to prevent these people from catching up, the caravan deliberately slowed down a little, giving the robbers a feeling that they could easily catch up with them. As expected, these robbers acted as if they were acting. They were completely acting according to the script. When a bearded bandit leader with a bare chest and an unknown animal skin on his body saw that the caravan was about to escape, he immediately shouted to his men, "They want to escape. Hurry up and catch up with them. Aha, their carriages are slow. They must have a lot of goods. We're going to be rich this time. Get ready to surround them. This time we have to take all of them. Don't let any of them escape." The robbers who robbed on the trade route in Northern Town naturally knew about the specialties of Northern Town City. After seeing that the caravan was slow, they immediately realized that there was probably alcohol and sugar in it. The guards of the caravan under Sullen's command had traveled this trade route many times. Naturally, they knew what the robbers were after. The other orcs and gnolls wanted food and weapons, but these northern barbarians preferred strong alcohol. However, these robbers would never have thought that they were not targeting a little rabbit this time, but a big crocodile hiding under the water. Waves of shouts and howls came closer and closer. The northern barbarians in front of them rushed up excitedly. From time to time, some of them roared like war cries. Their faces were full of excitement because they realized that there were not many people in the caravan. When they could see the other party clearly, these robbers sped up and rushed up. "Let's begin." Su Lin, who had been sitting in the carriage and watching the show, waved his hand. Then the guards of the caravan instantly removed their disguises and took off their cloaks, revealing their excellent equipment and weapons. The bandits were very sensitive to the changes in their enemies. As soon as the group of bandits approached, they immediately realized that the situation was not good. The merchants in front of them were not afraid at all. In fact, many of them even had expressions of eagerness in their eyes. Many of the guards with scars on their faces were excitedly cleaning their weapons. They looked at the robbers as if they were looking at a group of sheep that had been sent to their doorstep. Hee hee. A bald barbarian warrior carrying a battle axe of more than 50 kilograms rushed up. He was the captain of Sullen's guards. He shouted excitedly, "Guys, it's time to work. Show them our names. Let them die with some understanding." The guards who had removed their disguises quickly cut down the robbers who rushed up to the robbers. Behind them, a flag was raised in the caravan. It was the battle flag of Northern Town City. Chapter 354. Bang! The northern barbarian bandits that charged at them were immediately knocked down. Then a battle flag was raised in the middle of the caravan. There was a shield and a strange spear on the flag, and a fierce ice Quetzalcoatlus on the shield. It was the flag of the northern citadel. After seeing this flag, there seemed to be some commotion among the remaining bandits. It was obvious that someone had recognized this flag. It's the Orc Slayers. They're the caravan of the northern citadel. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise among the bandits. The northern citadel's reputation in the northern wastelands could be said to have repelled all evil. After discovering that the caravan was from the northern citadel, the northern citadel soldiers seemed to be frightened. Seeing these bandits make such an obvious mistake, The soldiers of the northern citadel would not miss this opportunity. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they rushed up. Sulan didn't even need to fight. The soldiers under his command just charged and scattered the bandits. Then they were defeated. Many bandits even threw down their weapons and chose to surrender. Of course, there were also some bandits who wanted to fight to the end. In the end, they were killed by hand axes and javelins. The whole battle lasted for a long time. It didn't take more than half an hour from the beginning to the end. These northern barbarian bandits, who had more than 200 bandits, were completely defeated. Except for a few dozen who died, most of the rest were taken captive. Some even ran away as fast as they could. Take them to the interrogation room. Sulan waved his hand and let 2 drows in to interrogate the captives. I want to know how these bandits targeted us and where is their nest? The rest of you clean up the battlefield, collect the spoils and repair the damaged carriages. Yes, sir, the barbarian captain said respectfully, then began to order the others to clean up the battlefield. These northern barbarian bandits' equipment was average. Their weapons could only be reforged and they didn't have any decent armor. Their fur was not bad but it looked too dirty. The corpses also needed to be buried. In addition, these captives also needed to be escorted back. The drow's interrogation was very efficient. A few screams came from the captives from time to time. After about a few minutes, the 2 drows in charge of the interrogation ran over and whispered a few words in Sullen's ear. Sullen's eyes lit up and he said, "Their tribe is nearby? Are you sure he's not lying?" The drow standing next to him patted his chest and promised, "Sir, with our interrogation skills, do you think these simple-minded guys can fool us?" I interrogated the 5 captives separately, and their answers were all the same. These northern barbarians are heading south. It is said that they are avoiding the frost giants. Frost giants? Sulan said in surprise. The frost giants are heading south? Frost giants were a type of pure-blooded giant. According to the records of the wizards, there were 6 types of pure-blooded giants living in this material plane. They were cloud giants, frost giants, mountain giants, fire giants, stone giants, and storm giants. These giants had their own sequence. The highest level was the storm giant, the lowest was the mountain giant, and then there were their relatives such as the ogres, 2-headed giants, swamp giants, and many other hybrid giants and subspecies. The giant species had a strict hierarchy. The lowest-ranking giants in the higher-ranking branches were higher than the highest-ranking giants in the lower-ranking branches. For example, the chief of the mountain giant tribe was often not as noble as an ordinary stone giant. The frost giants were a race living in the northern tundra. They had always claimed that the roof of the world, the northern tundra, was their private territory, but this statement was not recognized by other races. North of the northern wastelands was the ice plains, also known as the northern ice plains. As one continued north, the terrain would gradually rise. The entire northern wastelands was a cold, rugged, and sparsely populated region. There were snow-covered mountain ranges, rocky hills, dense forests, and misty valleys. This place was dotted with isolated fortresses, ancient tombs, and many ruins of lost empires. To the west of the northern region was the Golden Desert, which was the territory of the Desert Kingdom. To the east was the sea, to the south was the northern wilderness, and the north extended to the endless sea. In the northern tundra, there were only a few small human towns scattered in the valleys. On the other hand, the frost giants were spread out in tribes on the northern ice plains. A frost giant tribe usually had 30 to 50 frost giants, 20 to 30 ogres, an instructor, 30 winter wolves, and 1 or 2 young white dragons. When it came to frost giants, the white dragons of the pentashade dragons had to be mentioned. As the weakest of the pentashade dragons, not only did they have the lowest intelligence but they were also the smallest. However, although the white dragons were the weakest among the pentashade dragons, they were the most numerous. Red dragons and blue dragons usually had 3 eggs in a nest, while white dragons had 6 eggs, and their hatching rate was also the highest. According to this number, it would not take many years for white dragons to cover the entire northern tundra. Unfortunately, they still had to face the attacks of their nemesis, the frost giants. An adult white dragon could easily kill a frost giant, but frost giants usually liked to sneak up on young white dragons. In a way, these frost giants maintained the ecological balance on the tundra. The frost giants usually hunted in groups. The main target of a large group of frost giants was usually the polar bear or the white dragon's nest. Even an adult white dragon could only run away when faced with a group of frost giants. They regarded hunting white dragons as the highest glory, and generally worshipped the Ice Queen Hermaset and the Storm Lord Talos. They were as fierce and aggressive as white dragons, and frost giants were not responsible for the food of their children. If they wanted to live, they could only hunt by themselves. Not only were they not responsible for food, but they also often robbed their children of their spoils of war. As a result, the frost giant children learned from them when they grew up. Cold, ruthless, selfish, aggressive, and tyrannical, these were the fine traditions of their tribe, and they were the most difficult hunters in the northern tundra. Frost giants would hunt powerful beasts or white dragons, and they would offer these sacrifices to the Storm Lord Talos. If they were lucky enough and the sacrifice satisfied the Storm Lord, they might be able to receive the Storm Lord's grace and become a storm warrior or priest. Now that these bandits said that there were frost giants coming south, Sulin was a little vigilant. Frost giants were not orcs. Adult frost giants were tier 4, and the frost giant chieftain had reached tier 5, the legendary level. Although the lowest was level 21, some of the stronger ones could reach level 22 or level 23, and the frost giant king was at least level 26. "Sir, is that tribe?" The drow next to him asked. "Of course we have to capture them. It's better to have them as a family, right?" Sulin said matter-of-factly. Since they had discovered a northern barbarian tribe, and this tribe had attacked them before, no matter what, Sulin did not intend to let this tribe go. "Leave some people to look after these captives. The rest of you follow me," Sulin said as he stood up. The information that the drows got from torture was very complete. The location of this northern tribe was not far from here, and the group took about 2 hours to reach the vicinity of the tribe. From the outside, this was a barbarian tribe of about 500 people. The tribe was a little dilapidated. Some of them were tents and some of them were wooden houses. Judging from the age of the wooden houses, this tribe had not migrated here for a long time, no more than 2 months. At this time, some of the tribe had gone hunting, while others had become bandits and were wiped out by the army of the northern city. Now there were not many people in the camp. Seeing this situation, Sulin was about to order an attack, but at this time there was a clamor. At the back of the tribe, a group of tall humanoid creatures was attacking the tribe's camp. Upon closer look, they had rock-like faces and sharp teeth were exposed at the corners of their cracked mouths. They looked particularly ferocious. Under their light blue skin were majestic muscles, and on top of them were bulging blood vessels. Obviously they contained a lot of power. These humanoid creatures were in groups of 7 or 8, and they were attacking the barbarian tribes separately. Their bodies were wrapped in simple and crude fur coats, and their chests were full of scars. These people were walking as if they were flying, and their huge long-handled axes and warhammers looked ferocious and terrifying. The leader was wearing a black cow-horned helmet, and he was surrounded by a terrifying aura. Obviously they were not human. Although it was the first time Sulin had seen this kind of creature, he could instantly tell that this was a group of frost giants. "What are the frost giants doing here?" Sulin muttered to himself as he looked at the frost giants who easily overturned the northern barbarian tribe like a hot knife through butter. "Sir, should we continue?" A barbarian warrior beside him asked in a low voice. Sulin did not speak. There were 30 frost giants in this group, and the leader was a legendary. The warriors beside Sulin were at most grade 3, and even the most common frost giant was 1 grade higher than them. If they fought, even if they killed these frost giants, the result would be a Pyrrhic victory. Sulin was confident that he could deal with the frost giant chief, but the common frost giants would very likely cause heavy damage to the army of the northern battlefront city when he fought with the frost giant chief. "Let's wait first." Sulin shook his head and waved at the messenger. He took out a token and asked him to send a message to the northern battlefront city. The barbarian tribe that had lost a lot of combat power could not resist the attack of the frost giants at all. Soon the tribe was occupied by the frost giants. The frost giants did not seem to have any intention of leaving. Instead they took over the tribe and occupied it. Seeing this situation, Sulin left 2 smart soldiers to monitor the situation, and returned to the caravan with the rest of the people. Chapter 355. The meat in my mouth was stolen. Sulin was in a bad mood. He looked back at the barbarian tribe and left. He had already decided to leave the frost giants behind. As for living in harmony with the frost giants, it was impossible. The frost giants were arrogant, cruel, and greedy. When they knew there was a human town nearby, their first thought was to rob it. As frost giants of the evil faction, they didn't know what a win-win situation was. Perhaps in their mind, a win-win situation meant that they won twice. Sulin wanted to figure out the reason why these frost giants had come to the south. A frost giant tribe like this was a threat to the north town, so there was no room for others to sleep on. A legendary powerhouse could drop a lot of good things such as legendary skill points and platinum treasure chests. After returning to the caravan, they found a place to set up camp. It was getting late, so they started cooking and waiting for the army of the northern wastelands to arrive. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. After breakfast, Su Luan saw Hathaway and Alex arrive at the camp with the troops that had been assembled overnight. The two brought barbarian warriors, harpies, 2 teams of half-elf archers and 2 teams of centaurs. Although there weren't many people, it was half of the northern wastelands fighting force. They also brought some powerful weapons, 30 ballistae. It was difficult for the ballistae to hit normal people, but it was much easier for the frost giants. If the ballistae were used as a trump card on the battlefield, the frost giants would definitely suffer. Su Lin had been keeping an eye on the frost giants. At the same time, he told the army to rest as soon as possible. They had to be patient when facing this frost giant tribe. Although the frost giants weren't the most powerful giants, they were second only to the storm giants. An adult frost giant had around 29 points of strength and 21 points of constitution. Although they didn't have any magic abilities, they were still powerful enough. They were also immune to ice magic and had strong vitality. They wielded heavy weapons like killing machines. They were very difficult to deal with. Of course, they were not without weaknesses. Frost giants were afraid of fire, and fire could deal 150% damage to them. In the past, some adventurers thought that they could easily kill the frost giants after knowing their weaknesses. But when they really did it, they realized that even if they knew the weaknesses of the frost giants, it was still very dangerous to kill them. Although the challenge level of frost giants was LV13, this was only in theory because frost giants usually lived in groups. Additionally, when facing a frost giant, one should never face its attack head-on. Even a rank 3 knight wearing a knight's plate armor would be blown away by a frost giant's full-strength strike. Fortunately, frost giants were not very agile due to their huge size, which gave the others a chance to dodge. The frost giants had a period of chaos. To be specific, all the giants had a period of chaos. At that time, all the giants attacked other races as if they had gone mad. Even the giant races often had conflicts with each other. Moreover, the giants of the lower order actually dared to attack the giants of the upper order. This was simply something that had never happened before. But it really happened. At that time, giants could be said to be the public enemy of the continent. All other races were hostile to them. As long as they were found, they would attack them. This situation lasted for a long time, and the number of giants on the continent decreased by about 40%. Then after that, the giants stopped and returned to their original state. It was said that this was because the giant god Anan cancelled the order among the giants. He announced that the giants would be ranked by themselves through competition. In this way, those lower-ranked giants actually wanted to be promoted, and the original giants were also trying to preserve their status. However, it was said that this action failed in the end. The dragons didn't want to see their enemies become stronger. After a day of rest, the army of the northern battlefront city began to move in the evening. The sentries arranged to monitor the frost giant camp would send messages every half an hour. Although Su Lin didn't go to the scene in person, he knew the situation of the frost giant camp very well. "Sir, the frost giants still have no intention of leaving today. They seem to be using this place as a temporary camp," a scout reported to Su Lin. "Moreover, at noon I saw more than 20 ogres come here. It seems that these frost giants really migrated here. They plan to live here permanently." Hearing the scout's words, Su Lin said with some surprise, "Frost giants like cold areas. Although the northern wilderness is cold in winter, it is still hot in summer. These frost giants are definitely not used to it. But why would they violate their living habits and come here? Forget it, don't think so much. Since they dare to come here, they might as well stay. The wall of my castle still lacks a head like this as a trophy." Time passed by minute, and soon night came. After a day of rest, the soldiers of the northern battlefront city were full of energy. They were all ready to do something big. Su Lin didn't hesitate. After a simple dinner, he led the army directly to the frost giant camp. About 3 hours later, they arrived at the periphery of the camp. The camp had changed a lot. The houses in the camp were built taller. Although the northern barbarians were tall, about 2 meters tall, their houses were naturally not suitable for the frost giants, who were 4 meters tall and weighed more than 1.5 tons. Therefore, during the day, the frost giants let the captives cut down trees and then came back to build houses and camps. When they were 5 kilometers away from the camp, Su Lin stopped the army and then asked Hathaway to summon a few wizard's eyes to investigate the camp. After summoning a few wizard's eyes, they quickly hid in the darkness. The wizard's eyes soon flew over the camp. Hathaway snapped her fingers and tapped her finger lightly. Suddenly, there was a ripple in the air in front of her. The next second, a circular image with a diameter of 20 centimeters appeared. After combining the water mirror with the wizard's eyes, the water mirror could project the image seen by the wizard's eyes on the crystal. It was like watching a movie, and the situation of the entire frost giant tribe could be clearly seen. 25 ogres and 22 winter wolves. After seeing the image of the water mirror, Sulin quickly got a lot of information. Fortunately, we didn't attack directly. Otherwise, this sneak attack would definitely have been discovered. Sulin frowned and looked at the group of winter wolves. Frost giants and winter wolves often cooperated. Creatures like winter wolves knew the giant language and the common language, so they could communicate with the frost giants simply. These winter wolves had a good sense of smell, good hearing, and night vision. They were good helpers in hunting. Frost giants often brought winter wolves to hunt. If Sulin had led the army to attack just now, he might have been discovered by the frost giants before he even got close to the camp. Then the sneak attack would have turned into a direct attack. Many people thought that the frost giants would fight you head-on, but in fact the frost giants were very cunning creatures. After they hunted white dragons, if there were white dragon fledglings, they would not kill them directly. Instead, they would tame the white dragon fledglings and let the white dragon help them hunt. Of course, the frost giants preferred to use dragon beasts because the real white dragons had the inherited memory of the dragon. In the face of such a situation, they would pretend to be tamed until they grew into young dragons or adult dragons. Then they would suddenly attack. Later on, the frost giants also learned to be smart. They would kill the white dragon in advance before it became a young dragon. Many people thought that the frost giants were very stupid and thought that they only knew how to fight head-on. In fact, they liked to ambush and often sneak attacks when the white dragon was asleep. If they found that they were being attacked by humans, they would immediately counterattack. Of course, many times, they would set a trap for humans to fall into and then attack. As a melee profession, when facing the attacks of the frost giants, it was best to dodge as much as possible. Don't think about blocking the attacks of the frost giants. People who did that basically paid an extremely heavy price. When the frost giants were fighting, once they found that things were not going well, they would immediately retreat and escape. Move the ballista over, Sulin said. Soon, some barbarian warriors moved the ballista that had been dismantled into parts. It was difficult to move the ballista, so under normal circumstances, it was dismantled when it was moved and assembled when it reached the place. After arriving at the periphery of the camp, Sulin began to let the soldiers reassemble the ballista. The arrows used by the ballista were 3-meter-long spears, and the spearheads of the spears had been modified. There were blood grooves on both sides of the spearheads. As long as the arrows hit the enemy, even if it was not a vital point, it would take half of their life. If they were unlucky, they would even bleed to death. In addition to these spears, there were also some spears that were linked with chains. These were all thrown spears. They were all used by the barbarian warriors. The throwing spears were short and small and carried a heavy chain ball. As long as they hit the target, they would restrict the target's movement. Even if it was as strong as the frost giants, if they were hit by 2 or 3 spears, they would basically lose their ability to move and could only be exhausted to death by others. All barbarian warriors each carry 3 spears. When you attack, add the chain ball at the back, Sulin said as he held the spears. You don't need to kill in one hit, just hit the target. Chapter 356. Mass Invisibility. Mass Bull Strength. Mass Bear's Endurance. Mass Haste. Raise your spirits. Vanish. The light of spells kept flashing. Soon, the soldiers of North Town City were buffed with 7 or 8 different buffs. The combat strength of these soldiers almost doubled in a short period of time. The ballistas were also reassembled. At the same time, the arrows and heavy javelins were distributed to the barbarians. The javelins shone with a cold light and had obvious barbs. They looked like the javelins used to catch large fish in the previous world. Even the frost giants could not withstand such weapons. Next, Sulin led the northern fortress city army closer to the camp. Maybe the frost giants were too confident, or maybe the sentries were too lazy, but they did not see any sentries outside the camp. Hide and wait. Sulin gestured to the soldiers behind him and said in a deep voice, "You guys stay here. I will lure the frost giants out first. Then all the ballistas will find an opportunity to shoot. After that, it will be your turn to shoot. The enemy this time is not goblins or kobolds. Don't blame me for not warning you if you accidentally die." Don't worry, boss. We will be careful. Johnson patted his chest and said, I hope so. Sullen's figure quickly disappeared into the darkness. He looked around and found his way to a fence outside the camp. Whether it was the barbarians or the frost giants, the fences were very rough. Su Lin easily went over the fence. After entering the camp, the first thing Su Lin smelled was a foul stench. There were some human and animal corpses on the ground. Although the frost giants did not eat humans, the ogres did not. These should be the corpses of the northern barbarians that were captured earlier. Looking at the marks, it was most likely done by the ogres. Su Lin took out kerosene from his storage space and poured it all over the camp. Although he was very careful, it still made some noise. Before they could react, a fireball fell from the sky. Boom. A loud noise instantly broke the silence of the night. The camp, which had fallen into a deep slumber, immediately exploded like boiling water. An angry roar rang out. The frost giant endured the pain and rushed out of the house, shouting angrily, "Despicable sneak attacker! I'm going to crush all your bones." Boom. The flames burned quickly along with the kerosene, igniting several tents and wooden houses within a few breaths. Many frost giants rushed out. Su Lin did not delay. After igniting the camp, he immediately fled. The angry frost giants and ogres followed closely behind. Just as Su Lin rushed out of the camp, a few black shadows suddenly rushed out from the dark corners. Su Lin only saw a few black shadows in front of him, and his body subconsciously dodged. Then he took the opportunity to kick the black shadow away. At this time he saw clearly that it was a winter wolf about 2 meters long. The winter wolf that was kicked by Su Lin rolled several times on the ground in a row, and its body went limp. Although Su Lin did not attack with all his strength, even so, it was not something a winter wolf could bear. Its ribs were directly broken and it seemed that it would die soon. When the other winter wolves saw this situation, they stopped instantly and looked at Su Lin with vigilance. Frost breath. 5 cold breaths suddenly came out of the winter wolves' mouths. Under the bone-chilling breaths, the ground quickly froze into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, a layer of smooth ice appeared on the ground. The power of the winter wolf's ice breath was average. Not to mention the white dragon, it couldn't even compare to the ice-winged dragon's breath. The winter wolf's ice breath wasn't enough to freeze the enemy. It could only make the enemy's body stiff and slow down their reaction speed. Su Lin accelerated and directly rushed out of the attack range of the frost breath. With cold resistance and elemental resistance, this level of frost breath could not affect him at all. Without the obstruction, Sullen's footsteps were light, and after a few flashes he rushed out of the camp. The frost giants behind him were furious. They waved their heavy giant axes and directly cut down the fence of the camp. After seeing Sullen's figure, they rushed up without thinking. Damn sneak attacker. Don't run. Obviously, Sullen's act of setting fire to the camp had completely angered these frost giants. Boom. A dull noise came and a boulder flew out from Sullen's side and hit the ground next to him. Su Lin did not slow down and passed by it in an instant. The dexterity of the frost giants was not high. An adult frost giant only had 9 points, which was a little more than ordinary people. Because of their huge size, they could rarely dodge the enemy's attacks. However, this did not mean that their movement speed was slow. In fact, because of their large size, one step of theirs was equivalent to several steps of ordinary people. If they encountered some short rogues, one step of the frost giant might be equivalent to 5 or 6 steps. Especially for halfling rogues, they were very unfriendly. 30 frost giants and 20 ogres rushed out of the camp and chased after Su Lin. The distance of a few hundred meters was covered in a few breaths. After Su Lin rushed to the predetermined ambush position, he immediately shouted, "Attack!" Then his figure flashed and he accelerated forward. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bowstrings was constantly heard. The invisible North Town army instantly launched an attack. 3-meter-long crossbow bolts were shot out. The bolts flew through the air and hit the frost giants' bodies. Some of the bolts were directly blocked by the frost giants with their giant weapons, and some were dodged. Only less than 1/3 of the bolts hit their targets. The frost giants that were hit by the bolts were directly pushed back by the bolts. The sharp spears pierced their tough skin and muscles and blood gushed out. Such a serious injury would be fatal for ordinary people, but it was not even a serious injury for the frost giants. After being ambushed, the frost giants immediately realized that this was a trap. However, they didn't panic. Instead, they roared and ran over in large strides. For them, the humans were no match for them at all. As long as they rushed up, they could kill a few with a swing of their axes. After the ballistae were fired, the two barbarian warriors quickly loaded the ballistae and fired. The whole process only took 20 seconds. Bolts were fired one after another. The frost giants were prepared and dodged most of the bolts. Only a few that were too close to dodge were hit. Javelins. Su Lin instantly threw out a heavy javelin, and the barbarian warriors around him followed. Throw! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of javelins flashed with cold light as they flew out from the North Town army. Sharp whistling sounds were heard, followed by painful roars. The frost giants were severely injured. Bang! Rocks the size of footballs flew over quickly. Su Lin waved his halberd and sent the rocks flying. However, the other barbarians were not so lucky. A few of them could not dodge in time and were sent flying far away. If not for their strength and thick skin, they would have lost their lives. After 2 consecutive waves of javelins, the frost giants were severely injured. A few of them died and almost all the frost giants were injured. The ogres following them also suffered heavy losses. Cursed roared furiously, his eyes turning blood red. He waved his hands and threw the rocks around him, then charged forward with his giant axe. The frost giant tribe had suffered such great losses. As the chief of the frost giants, Cursed could not wait to kill all the humans in front of him. The charging speed of the legendary frost giants was very fast. Their huge size and ferocious aura shocked some of the soldiers, causing them to stand there in a daze. Although the frost giants did not have dragon's might, their violent aura was not much weaker than that. Not everyone had the courage to face such a behemoth. However, after seeing the frost giants charging up, many of the barbarian warriors were eager to give it a try. Idiot! Dodge quickly. Seeing this situation, Su Lin immediately shouted. Su Lin had a clear understanding of the frost giant's strength. The force of their full-power attack was several tons. Although the barbarian warriors were quite strong, they had no way of resisting against such overwhelming strength. A cruel and bloodthirsty expression flashed across the enraged frost giant chief's face. He hated these humans to the core. He attacked with all his might, swinging his giant battle axe. The frost giant chief's axe was close to 3 meters long, and its blade was close to 1 meter. This giant weapon weighed at least 500 jin, and its weight alone could easily crush a person to death. After seeing the enemy, he swung it down instantly. Swoosh! The gigantic axe swept across with a piercing sound of wind, followed by the sound of metal clashing. That barbarian warrior's two-handed axe, which was forged from fine iron, was broken. The frost giant cursed gigantic axe swept across, and the well-made half-body armor was torn apart by this terrifying force. Blood splattered everywhere, and the barbarian warrior was sent flying back over 10 meters. With a boom, he smashed onto a crossbow cart, which was smashed into pieces. The others only took one look to see that the barbarian warrior's chest armor had been completely destroyed, and there was a hideous wound on his chest. His sternum was shattered, and his internal organs were also shattered. His entire chest seemed to have sunk in, and this tyrannical force had broken his spine. There was no need to look to know that this person was dead. With such serious injuries, unless he was a giant demon or an energy life form, it was impossible for him to survive. Damn it! Lightning flashed in Sullen's eyes, and in the next second, dazzling lightning exploded from his body. Lightning flashed, and Su Lin appeared before Cursed in an instant, swinging the Tempest halberd in his hand. Boom! With a loud sound, the frost giant chief, who was about to go on a killing spree, felt an astonishing force coming from the battle axe in his hand, and his body retreated a few steps uncontrollably. Chapter 357. Su Lin took 2 steps back to dissipate the force before pouncing forward again. At this moment, the frost giant chief raised his axe slightly, his body twisting slightly. The muscles on his arms bulged as if he was about to exert force. Su Lin quickly shouted, "Dodge!" Whoosh! The axe cut through the air, bringing with it a sharp gust of wind. The huge two-handed axe swept in a circle, and everything within 5 meters was under his attack. A barbarian warrior nearby heard the warning and rolled to the side to avoid the attack. The sharp gust of wind slashed across his face, and a trace of blood quietly slid down. Su Lin dodged the attack with an iron bridge, and the storm war halberd in his hand stabbed out like a viper. Lightning flashed, and the barbarians all retreated. No one dared to approach the area where the two were fighting. The lesson from before made them understand that they didn't have much confidence in receiving an attack from the frost giant chief. Just as Su Lin and the frost giant chief were fighting, the remaining frost giants and ogres rushed over. Chain of fireballs. Bursting flames. Slow. Flame burst. Hathaway, Alex and the others made their moves. Fire spells were the best way to deal with them. These frost giants who had just been baptized by arrows and javelins, suffered heavy losses, were hit by spells one after another. Flames exploded and cries rang out continuously. As frost giants with negative fire resistance, fire spells made them wish they were dead. With the addition of slow and other spells to control the field, these frost giants couldn't gain the slightest advantage even though they were a level higher than the barbarians. Moreover, the barbarians outnumbered them by several times. Under the siege, these frost giants were forced to retreat again and again. The elven magic archers and centaur archers constantly harassed them with arrows. It was only a matter of time before these frost giants were killed. The ogres that had been following the frost giants couldn't resist at all. As grade 2 creatures, they were beheaded by the barbarians in a few exchanges. The winter wolves saw that the situation wasn't good and immediately ran away after a few of them were killed. The battle between Su Lin and the frost giant chief was getting more and more intense. It was the first time that Su Lin had fought with a giant like this. Only then did he realize that in a melee fight with such a large creature, the advantage of having a large body was just too great. Su Lin was clearly much stronger than the frost giant chieftain, but in the face of the frost giant chieftain's attacks, he couldn't gain any advantage. In comparison, his weight was too light. Sullen's current weight was only 200 gene, but the frost giant chieftain's casual attack had the power of several thousand gene, enough to send him flying. As a result, although his strength was higher, his body involuntarily retreated. Once again, Sullen's body was pushed back by the recoil. He realized that this kind of head-on fight was not going to work. Compared to his own weight, the frost giant, which was more than 1.5 tons, had too much of an advantage. After thinking it through, Su Lin immediately gave up on fighting the frost giant head-on and began to rely on his own agility to attack. After changing his fighting style, the battle situation changed significantly. Su Lin turned his body and agilely dodged the frost giant's heavy blow. Then he circled to the frost giant's back and stabbed with force. Ah! A dull roar sounded, and the sound contained great pain. The frost giant chieftain's tall body involuntarily twisted. Then he exerted force under his feet and his body quickly rotated. Great cleave! The biting cold wind whistled past. Su Lin rolled and dodged directly under the frost giant's feet. The storm war halberd left a bloody mark on his thigh. A wound of about 20 centimeters appeared and blood gushed out. Su Lin licked the blood that splashed on his lips, then spat lightly and rushed forward again. The frost giant chieftain's huge body made it very difficult for him to turn around. Although his huge body had many advantages, it also provided a lot of attacking positions which also made it easier for Su Lin to dodge his attacks. Swish, swish, swish. Several flashes of lightning appeared in succession. Su Lin stabbed the frost giant's body one after another. Blood splashed, and in a short time the frost giant was covered in wounds. However, this kind of injury was not fatal to the frost giant. It was very difficult to kill the frost giant with this kind of bleeding. Lightning spear. Endless lightning gathered on the storm war halberd. The 3-meter-long storm war halberd fiercely pierced the frost giant's shoulder with a powerful force. Blood splattered, and the white bones inside seemed to be visible. Brr. The frost giant chieftain roared in pain. He felt endless anger towards Sullen's monkey-like attacks. The attack just now made him feel even more pain. He knew that if this continued, it would become more and more disadvantageous for him. The frost giant chieftain didn't care and used his arms to sweep around. Whirlwind slash. After seeing the frost giant's movements, Su Lin dodged the moment the whirlwind slash was launched. Cleaving slash. A black light flashed and the sharp blade flashed instantly. Sullen's body quickly rolled to avoid the attack, but he was still swept a little. After the frost giant chieftain forced Su Lin away, he immediately waved his giant axe and chopped down. However, to the frost giant chieftain's disappointment, his attack didn't cause too much damage. Before the frost giant chieftain's attack fell on Su Lin, the ring on his hand suddenly flashed, and an energy barrier instantly appeared in front of him. The frost giant chieftain's attack fell directly on the energy barrier. The energy barrier flickered a few times and finally blocked the attack. However, the energy barrier flickered a few times and then dimmed. The continuous fierce attacks made the wound on the frost giant chieftain's shoulder even bigger, and blood instantly gushed out. This also made the frost giant chieftain show an obvious flaw. The severe pain from his shoulder made the frost giant's movements stiff. Sullen's eyes flashed with lightning. In the next second his body quickly rushed forward. The The storm war halberd in his hand flashed with endless lightning power and directly pierced the frost giant's eyes. The frost giant's continuous attacks caused the wound on his shoulder to tear, and his body had a short period of stiffness. Although the time was very short, Su Lin still seized this opportunity. 1 second, no, it should be half a second. Half a second was just the blink of an eye. But for Su Lin it was enough. Boom. Su Luan's figure was like a phantom. He appeared in front of the frost giant in an instant. He leaped high, and the storm halberd instantly pierced the eyes of the frost giant chief. The sharp edge of the halberd could easily pierce through the defense of the plate armor. The frost giant's eyes naturally could not withstand it. The powerful force abruptly pierced through the frost giant's eyes, and the more than 30 centimeters of the halberd completely sank into it. The eyes were originally very fragile, and being pierced by the storm war halberd was even more painful. Sullen's choice of angle was also very tricky. The 30-centimeter blade pierced through the frost giant chieftain's eye and pierced the frost giant chieftain's brain. Powerful lightning power instantly erupted from the storm war halberd. How fragile was the brain? Even a legendary frost giant would die if its brain was damaged. The severe pain made the frost giant abnormally crazy. After Su Lin stabbed it, there was a flash of light. In the next second, his figure appeared in the open space 10 meters away. He didn't expect to directly kill the frost giant chieftain. As a legendary creature, the frost giant's vitality was very strong. Even if it was fatally wounded, it wouldn't die in a short time. Su Lin didn't want to face the frost giant chieftain's sudden counterattack. Ah! A shrill scream sounded. The frost giant chieftain's giant axe swept horizontally, wanting to attack Su Lin. However, Sullen's figure disappeared instantly. The attack missed, and other than making the frost giant more painful, it had no effect. The frost giant chieftain's fighting power could be said to be the strongest that Su Lin had encountered so far. If compared to the orc chieftain, it wouldn't take long for the orc chieftain to be smashed by the frost giant. Now that the frost giant chieftain had entered the final stage of madness, it became even more dangerous. The surrounding barbarian warriors all avoided it. Even Su Lin didn't want to fight it head-on. After a full minute of madness, the frost giant chieftain's life finally ran out, and its huge body fell to the ground. Su Lin also breathed a sigh of relief, then rubbed his sore body. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully killed the frost giant chieftain. You have received 63,200 experience points, you have received 3 platinum treasure chests, you have received 1 legendary skill point, you have received 3 cold crystal stones. Congratulations to the host, under your leadership, you and your army have successfully defeated the frost giant tribe. You have received 33,000 experience points, you have received 2 sapphires. Ding! Host has killed the frost giant chieftain and defeated the frost giant tribe. Your name has spread far and wide across the wastelands and the continent. Even the far north icy plains have heard of you. Your prestige plus 35. Ding! You have killed the frost giant chieftain and annihilated a frost giant tribe. Your relationship with the frost giants has decreased to hostile. You have received the title, Frost Giant Slaughterer. Frost Giant Slaughterer. With this title your enemies will be intimidated. There is a certain chance that they will hesitate and retreat. There is a small chance that the enemy will surrender. When facing the frost giant's aggro will be triggered. This title can be hidden. Hearing the prompt in his ears, Su Lin relaxed. He arranged for people to help the wounded, let Hathaway lead people to clean up the battlefield, and let people bring the captives from the camp. After arranging the work, Su Lin began to check the harvest. Opening the storage space, 3 boxes with a faint golden light appeared in front of him. Su Lin took a deep breath and then chose to open them. A burst of beautiful sound and light effects appeared, and the system prompt sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host, you have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received 5 skill points. Congratulations to the host, you have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received the book, The Principle and Application of Magic Tattoo. Congratulations to the host, you have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received the book, The Development and Advancement of Magic Tattoo. Chapter 358. Mageweth Tattoo Technique? After hearing the system prompt, Su Lin picked up the 2 books in surprise and flipped through them briefly. One of the 2 books was The Basics of Mageweth Tattoo, and the other was Advanced Knowledge. The Mageweth Tattoo technique was first born in the early days of the Arcane Empire. It was invented by a Red Robe Sorcerers Club, which was a very powerful evil sorcerers organization. How powerful were they? In the entire material plane, more than a quarter of the sorcerers were members of the Red Robe Sorcerers Club, but this powerful sorcerers organization only existed for more than 600 years before it perished. It was said that the organization was destroyed in a civil strife. The development of the Mageweth tattoo technique was still thanks to the Red Robe Sorcerers Club. This sorcerers organization was famous for its love of human experiments. After a long period of human experiments, the Mageweth tattoo technique was gradually perfected under their continuous experiments. They used the Mageweth tattoo to engrave spells and permanently enchant the body. This method was very effective. Of course, it also had a drawback. All the hair in the Mageweth area had to be shaved off, and the human body's skin area was limited. Therefore, many Red Robe sorcerers usually shaved off all the hair on their body in pursuit of engraving more spells. Note, the hair on the lower body should also be shaved off. It was also for this reason that the Red Robe sorcerers, regardless of gender, were basically bald. Once the gathering was held, the whole hall would be filled with shiny bald heads. In addition to this drawback, the Mageweth tattoo had another drawback, which was that the tattoo was on the body and could be seen at a glance. This also caused a variety of tattoos to appear on the bald heads of the Red Robe sorcerers. Some people could even identify people by the tattoos. After the destruction of the Red Robe Sorcerers Club, the Mageweth tattoo technique had also spread to other sorcerers' organizations. During the period of the Arcane Empire, some powerful arcanists had improved the Mageweth tattoo technique. This technique was called alchemy engraving technique. This alchemy engraving technique could engrave more spells. Of course, this technique required a higher production process. Moreover, the alchemy engraving technique was not only suitable for magi. This spell could also be engraved on the bodies of ordinary people. In the past, among the followers of the arcanists, there were often professions like rune swordsmen or rune warriors. This was an alternative profession that practiced both magic and martial arts. In the beginning, it was no different from an ordinary warrior. It was also a matter of tempering the body. When he successfully advanced to a grade 1 profession, he needed to choose the direction of his advancement. After determining the direction of his advancement, he needed to kill a corresponding monster and use the blood of the monster to let a professional magician tattoo the surface of his body. This method could strengthen a warrior's physical fitness, and at the same time they could master 1 or 2 spells, and their combat power would far surpass those of the same level. Of course, this class was not without its flaws. Due to the limited amount of skin on the body as well as the problems of the surge of magic power, they could only engrave a few types of mageweths that matched the initial mageweths to minimize the magic power rejection reaction. Otherwise, when the magic power rejection reaction was too strong in the later stages, they would no longer be able to engrave mageweths on their bodies, and there would be no way for them to advance. Moreover, each advancement required the blood of a different monster, and each type of monster's blood was more powerful than the previous one. At the same time, engraving mageweths also required a lot of resources. Due to many reasons, these mageweths warriors who had once been glorious, gradually declined. Of course, later on, there were also people who felt that it was a pity to give up on the rune warriors. They started to research this technique again and had some results. They abandoned the main method of adding layers of enhancement, and only engraved the strongest type, treating it as a form of support. During the period of the Arcane Empire, the alchemy engraving technique was already very perfect. At the very least, there was no need for the Red Robe Sorcerers Association to shave their hair and run around with a big bald head. However, the alchemy engraving technique had also disappeared with the fall of the Arcane Empire. On the contrary, there were still some mageweth tattoo techniques that were passed down among the tribes in the wilderness. For example, the coming-of-age ceremony of some tribes required one to hunt down a type of ferocious beast or magical beast, and then the shaman priests would use the blood of this ferocious beast or magical beast to tattoo the person. This type of tattoo was usually very rough, and after the tattoo was completed, the person would also obtain the corresponding power. Only then would the person be considered to have completed the coming-of-age ceremony. The 2 books that Su Lin had obtained recorded a large amount of knowledge about mageweth engraving and advanced alchemy engraving. Although there were only 2 books, there was a lot of content recorded in them. Su Lin did not have the time to look through them carefully. After hurriedly flipping through them, he put the 2 books back. What was more important now was to collect the spoils of war. As pure-blooded giants, the bodies of the frost giants still had some value. The most important parts were their hearts and blood. As for the other parts, the necromancers preferred them more. If this kind of giant body fell into the hands of the necromancers, it could easily be transformed into a powerful undead monster. Su Lin, Hathaway and Alex collected the hearts and blood of the 30 frost giants. At the same time, the body of the frost giant chief was also preserved. It was a very good experimental material. At the same time, a few of the remaining frost giant bodies were also selected. The rest of the worthless ones were burned and buried. The heart of the frost giant was very large. Su Lin preserved it in a special crystal container. This crystal container could keep the heart alive. A part of the flesh and blood was also left. The remaining parts were the more precious parts. It was a little difficult to preserve the blood because it was easy to coagulate, and there was too much blood. Hathaway used a special water tank to store the blood. At the same time, she cast a spell on the blood to prevent it from deteriorating and coagulating. Looking at the remaining frost giant corpses that had been burned to ashes, Su Lin felt that it was a pity. If there were necromancers around, these corpses could all be used. Now he could only watch them burn to ashes. Apart from these materials, the equipment of the frost giants and the equipment of the ogres were also collected. Even the camp was turned upside down. In the end, all the resources and captives were brought back to Northern Citadel. The captives were assigned to various construction sites to work. At the same time, they were told the rules and regulations of the northern city. After working for a few years in the city, they would regain their freedom and become free citizens of the city. The weapons of the frost giants were sent to the blacksmith to be melted down and reforged. The giant axe used by the frost giant chief Cursed was left behind. This weapon was not simply made of steel, but was also mixed with many rare metals. It was considered a magical weapon and required the help of a magus to smelt it again. The other materials used by the frost giants were also sorted out and stored. After making all these arrangements, Su Lin once again led the caravan to the kingdom of Florence. Of course, this time he brought along Chris and Karina. The matters of the northern city were temporarily left to Hathaway, with Karina and Grace assisting her. Crete was left to Alex to manage. Even Phyllis Su Lin had arranged some work for her. After all, the orthodox education of the royal family was not just for show. Swordsmanship, literature, etiquette, and many other subjects were compulsory for a princess. Moreover, Phyllis's studies were not bad. Su Lin let her handle the affairs of the lord's mansion. This time, Su Lin planned to go to the kingdom of Florence to recruit some wandering wizards. At the same time, he was also preparing to sell some items. For example, the bottle of life potion that could cause bloodline abnormalities, and the bottle of water demon's blood that could be used to become a bloodline warlock. As for the bottles of life potion that did not have any side effects, they had already been used by Phyllis. After all, whether it was Chris, Hathaway, Alex, or his two personal maids, none of them were ordinary humans. They had long lives and did not need these potions for the time being. However, Phyllis was different. She was only an ordinary human. In fact, Su Lin was prepared to let Phyllis use the bottle of water demon's blood to turn her into a warlock. However, after thinking about the limited potential of the water demon's blood, he gave up on this idea. As his woman, she had to be at least a dragon disciple. The water demon's blood's grade was too low. The caravan set off once again. Su Lin brought Chris to the cult city. Other than sugar, rum, and spices, the caravan also brought along large amounts of furs and paper. These goods were very popular on the continent. The spices of the northern city were now very famous in the northern countries. Cumin, pepper, chili, and other spices, some of which were even produced by magical plants, were very popular in the north. Although the variety and quantity of spices could not be compared to the spices of the south, after being carefully mixed by Su Lin and the halfling Frodo, they tasted very good. At the same time, paper was now a hot commodity in the northern city. The paper sold in the northern city was divided into two types. One was used for writing and the other was toilet paper. Although the paper used for writing had attracted some attention, it was far less sensational than the toilet paper. Currently, the toilet paper produced in the northern city was crazily sought after by the nobles. In the words of the nobles, they could no longer bear to share knots or linen with others. This kind of soft, convenient, and fragrant toilet paper was the best gift. In fact, the quality of the toilet paper was not very good. It could not be compared to the paper used for writing, but it was unexpectedly popular. The caravan was still very boring. Su Lin had no choice but to carry Chris in the carriage and flip through the Mageweth tattoo book that he had just obtained. After gaining the talent of erudite, Sullen's learning speed had increased a lot. It was not difficult for him to learn advanced knowledge like the Mageweth tattoo. He felt that he would soon be able to learn the Mageweth tattoo technique. After learning the Mageweth tattoo technique, Su Lin discovered that it was accompanied by the art of tattooing. After learning the Mageweth tattoo technique, one had to master the art of tattooing to be able to perform it correctly. This required Su Lin to find time to learn the art of tattooing. Oh yes, this technique also required a prerequisite. The control of the wizard's hand spell had to be precise. Su Lin fulfilled this requirement. He was very familiar with the wizard's hand spell. Chris, Hathaway and the others had a deep understanding of this. Chapter 359. Su Lin planned to use the skill points to level up his rune tattoo after learning the rune tattoo technique. This time he had not used the 5 skill points he had obtained from the platinum treasure chest. He had not even used the legendary skill points he had obtained from killing the frost giant chieftain. Su Lin wanted to master the rune tattoo technique as soon as possible. He planned to at least level up the rune tattoo technique to the advanced level. The road from Northtown City to the Kingdom of Florence was quite smooth. The caravan arrived at Calent City after a week. Along the way, no robbers dared to make a move, which disappointed Su Lin. Coming to Calent City again, Sullen's mood changed drastically. When he first came to the north, he was envious of the city. Although Northtown City's population couldn't be compared to Calent City, it had reached or surpassed Calent City in other aspects. Compared to the terrible sanitation of Calent City, Northtown City was like heaven. Fortunately, it didn't rain in Calent City, so the roads weren't muddy. The arrival of the caravan from Northtown City attracted the attention of many people in Calent City. After all, Northtown City's goods were popular. As soon as they arrived at Northtown City's warehouse in Calent City, many people who were hungry for profits tried to build a relationship with Northtown City. Unknowingly, Northtown City's existence made the surrounding nobles take the initiative to befriend them. Of course, Su Lin was part of it. If it weren't for Su Lin, these nobles would have torn off their disguises and started robbing Northtown City of all kinds of things and techniques. Su Lin couldn't be bothered with these small fries. He left them all to Xian, the manager of the caravan. Sir Lord. Xian respectfully handed a document to Su Lin and said, "This is the list you asked for." This was the list of Calent's nobles that Su Lin had Xian collect. It contained their titles, fiefs, strength, and other basic information. There were also some simple interpersonal relationships. Although this list was simple, it wasn't easy to collect. Could be seen that Xian had put a lot of effort into it. The most powerful family in Calent City was the House of Savoy. Calent City was the fief of the House of Savoy, which was rich in mineral resources. The land around the city was quite fertile, and the transportation was well developed. The House of Savoy also possessed great power. Through the connections on the list, Su Lin quickly discovered Marquis Savoy's methods. He had promoted a large number of lesser nobles, and many of these lesser nobles were his knights. These small nobles had no foundation, and their fiefs were only 1 or 2 manors and castles. Thus, they could only rely on the House of Savoy. At the same time, the Marquis of Savoy used various methods to deal with the powerful nobles, such as division, marriage, isolation, and so on. The entire Calent City was completely under the Marquis of Savoy's control. "Sir, after Marquis Savoy heard that you've come to Calent City, he'd like to invite you to a banquet." Xian respectfully handed over an invitation card. "I got it." Su Lin nodded and received the invitation card. Su Lin had great admiration for this Marquis of Savoy. This marquis had relied on the northern lands, which was not considered prosperous, to become one of the strongest competitors of the Henry clan in the Kingdom of Florence. This marquis was quite powerful, having the abilities of a level 4 conferred knight. Moreover, he had many descendants. He had 9 sons and many daughters. This marquis had made use of his marriage connections to rope in many of the powerful nobles in the Kingdom of Florence. He was very influential in the Kingdom of Florence. He had 7 daughters who were married to nobles of various sizes in the northern lands, and 4 daughters who were married to nobles in the southern lands. Even his granddaughters were being used as marriage connections, looking for nobles who were qualified to be roped in. This marquis had spent several decades to weave a huge network of connections. This allowed the House of Savoy's influence to rise rapidly. Amongst the 4 marquises, he was ranked last. Right now, even the Henry clan, which was part of the royal family, could not do anything to him. Right now, the House of Savoy was continuously accumulating power. If the Henry clan, which was part of the royal family, were to weaken, the House of Savoy could very well become the new royal family of the Kingdom of Florence. Night fell. A luxurious carriage headed towards the manor of the Marquis of Savoy. The driver of the carriage was a sturdy young man. There were no family emblems on the carriage, but no one dared to look down on it. All the nobles in the city knew that this was the carriage of the owner of the caravan in the northern town. Su Lin was wearing a gorgeous hunting outfit as he sat in the carriage. Beside him, Chris was also wearing a beautiful court lady's outfit. At this moment, Su Lin was looking at the little succubus, who was wearing a serious outfit, with great interest. One had to know that succubi exuded a kind of seductive charm from their very bones, making people unable to resist. Now that she had changed into a conservative court lady's outfit, her movements were dignified, but there was a different kind of flirtatious expression between her eyebrows. Su Lin's heart was on fire. "All right, master, don't touch me anymore. We still have to attend the banquet tonight," the little succubus said with a charming smile. Su Lin had no choice but to tidy up his clothes a little gloomily. "My lord, we're here." A guard's low voice came from outside the carriage. At the same time, a few guards at the side hurriedly came forward and asked, "Is Lord Su Lin here?" "It's the lord of the northern town, Lord Su Lin." The guard glanced at them and said plainly. A middle-aged man who looked like a manager immediately said with a smile, "Welcome, Lord Su Lin. I'll inform the Marquis right away." Soon, a sturdy man in his 50s wearing a luxurious noble's robe led a group of people over to welcome Su Lin. He had a smile on his face and immediately greeted him warmly when he saw him. "Welcome, Lord of the northern town, Lord Su Lin." Su Lin sized up the Marquis of Savoy in front of him. Although he was already in his 50s, the Marquis' body was still strong. His face looked more like a middle-aged man in his 40s. Before a warrior entered the legendary rank, their lifespan would not be extended. After the peak of their physical strength passed, their strength would gradually decline. However, this Marquis of Savoy's strength did not seem to have declined. This was normal. With the strength and foundation of the Savoy family, it was normal for them to have some methods to extend their lifespan or maintain their combat strength. The Poland manor occupied a large area. There was even a small river flowing through the manor. The entire manor looked very beautiful. Su Lin realized that this manor was simply a miniature version of a city. Su Lin greeted the Marquis of Savoy warmly and followed him into the manor. Su Lin communicated with the Marquis of Savoy while observing the others. He quickly discovered that there were 4 third-order commanders and 2 spellcasters among them. Su Lin couldn't tell if the 2 spellcasters were wizards or sorcerers. The oldest among the commanders was no more than 30 years old. They looked similar to the Marquis of Savoy and should be his son or descendant. After noticing Su Lin's gaze, they all smiled and nodded at him. "Welcome, Lord Su Lin, to my manor. Thank you for your help in the war against the orcs," the Marquis of Savoy said with a smile. "This is what I should do. Resisting the orcs' invasion is the duty of us humans," Su Lin said righteously. Of course, the nobles here knew that he was just saying it. However, this did not affect their praise. Su Lin smiled at the hypocritical nobles. As for acting with them, Su Lin was too lazy to do so. "Let me introduce you. This is my son Vader. This is Count Charles, my closest comrade. This is Viscount Rogier. He is an excellent commander." Su Lin greeted the nobles briefly and then walked into the banquet hall. The banquet was very sumptuous. The entire banquet hall was about 500 square meters. It was decorated with beautiful crystal lights that shone brightly. Dozens of maids stood on both sides of the table. The exquisite silver tableware shone brightly. There were roast geese, roast lamb, steak, lamb chops, fruit salad, desserts, and drinks on the table. The air was filled with an enticing aroma. I specially invited a halfling chef to make this. He used spices from the northern city. "I believe it will be to your taste," the Marquis of Savoy said with a smile. "Thank you very much, Your Excellency." Su Lin nodded with satisfaction. Everyone began to enjoy the food. However, other than Su Lin, who was eating happily, the other nobles were not in the mood to taste the food. They kept secretly observing Su Lin. Su Lin's expression was calm, as if he did not care at all. When Su Lin was finally full, the impatient Marquis of Savoy could not wait to invite Su Lin to his study. It was obvious that they were going to talk business. Su Lin patted Chris's hand and took her to the Marquis's study. "Sir Su Lin, it is a pleasure to meet you." The study was brightly lit with magic lamps. The Marquis of Savoy sat on a soft and comfortable chair with his son beside him. Although there was no one else in sight, Su Lin could clearly sense that there were dozens of elite guards around the room. Su Lin smiled and sat across from the Marquis of Savoy. He then smiled and said, "It is a pleasure to meet you too. Sir Su Lin, I would like to have a deeper cooperation with you and your northern city. You should know that both of us are in the north. We can have a better cooperation, the Marquis of Savoy said with a smile. Business cooperation is not a problem. Our northern city welcomes more partners, Su Lin said. Su Lin naturally knew what the Marquis of Savoy's intentions. However, he did not intend to have a deeper cooperation with him. After all, both of them were in the north. Apart from interest, they were also competitors. Moreover, he had already promised the Henry royal family. He would not go back on his word so easily. This time he was here for something else. Chapter 360. Su Lin wasn't surprised that the Marquis of Savoy was trying to rope him in. After all, the Marquis' actions over the years had made it clear that he wanted to become the new royal family. During the last Orc invasion, the king's faction lost a legendary knight, which gave him hope. However, he didn't expect the Henry royal family to react so quickly. They immediately found another legendary figure and gained his support. This greatly disappointed the Marquis of Savoy. Since the northern border also suffered heavy losses in the war, he could only slowly accumulate his strength. However, Sullen's visit to Calais City made the Marquis of Savoy think about it again, but Su Lin rejected him. Su Lin was still a man of integrity. Of course, to be more precise, he had to pay more. Su Lin still hoped that the internal environment of the Kingdom of Florence could be balanced. More than half of the trade routes in the northern city had to pass through the Kingdom of Florence. He didn't want the development of the northern city to be affected by the war. At the very least, he had to wait until the northern city had completely digested the previous population. Sir Su Lin, did you come to Calais City just for some business matters? The Marquis of Savoy was a little disappointed. Su Lin shrugged and said, of course, other than business matters, I also want to recruit some people. After all, the northern city's foundation is too shallow. I need some people to help me manage my territory. That's easy. I can recommend some people. They are more than willing to serve you, the Marquis of Savoy said with a smile. Thank you. Su Lin nodded and said, Sir Marquis, you are the owner of this place. I have another request that I need your help with. What request? The Marquis of Savoy put down the black tea in his hand and moved his body. Su Lin took out a crystal bottle from his storage space and put it on the table. I have some special things that I want to sell. I need some powerful buyers. Of course, these people are best if they are wizards. Of course, nobles can also participate. What is this? The Marquis of Savoy looked at the crystal bottle on the table in confusion. The crystal bottle was very beautifully polished. There was some red translucent liquid inside. The liquid was constantly sparkling. One could tell at a glance that it was worth a lot. Su Lin lowered his head and took a sip of tea. He didn't answer the Marquis' question. The Marquis of Savoy instantly understood. He waved his hand at Vader and said, Go invite Master Clyde here. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed like a wizard came in. Master Clyde, I have something here, the Marquis of Savoy went Clyde. As soon as Wizard Clyde arrived, he immediately looked towards Su Lin and Chrissy. As a high-grade wizard, he quickly noticed something different about Chrissy. After all, it was very easy for a high-grade wizard to distinguish the lower plane aura of a succubus. As a magic, Savoy tease? Su Lin smiled faintly and made a gesture of invitation. Clyde didn't hesitate. He reached out and picked up the potion on the table. First, he checked the appearance of the liquid. After getting Sullen's permission, he carefully opened the bottle and took a sniff. Clyde furrowed his brows and snapped his fingers. A ray of light flashed across the crystal bottle. A look of surprise flashed across Clyde's eyes. He slowly put down the crystal bottle and said, Marquis, this is a bottle of life potion. It can increase one's lifespan by 10 years and has a chance to regenerate. It can be used by anyone. Hiss, the Marquis and the others sucked in a cold breath. 10 years of lifespan. To a wizard, 10 years of lifespan wasn't a lot. There were many ways to do it, but only wizards could do it. Normal people wouldn't be able to do it. For example, a professional lich could only become a ghost. Even a wizard couldn't succeed every time. The Marquis of Savoy's eyes flashed a few times. He looked at the potion with eyes full of passion. To others, this potion could only increase their lifespan by 10 years. To him, however, it could be an opportunity for him to reach a higher level. The Marquis of Savoy was already 54 years old. Although there were many secret techniques that made him look young and his power didn't decrease, he could feel that his power was declining. After reaching 40 years of age, physical professions would have their stamina decline. If he couldn't reach the legendary realm within this period of time, he wouldn't have a chance anymore. The Marquis of Savoy had already given up. but the appearance of this potion gave him another chance. With this potion he would have a chance to reach the legendary realm. Once he reached the legendary realm, not only would the House of Savoy rise to power and become a royal family, but his lifespan would also increase to 200 years. It was a temptation he couldn't resist. Of course, this potion has some side effects. What side effects? The Marquis of Savoy asked nervously. Wizard Klein didn't mind being interrupted. He adjusted his glasses and continued, "The side effect of this potion is that it has a chance of causing flesh and blood distortion." Flesh and blood distortion? What is that? The Marquis of Savoy asked. Flesh and blood distortion is a type of radiation pollution. It will distort a normal person's mind and turn them into a flesh and blood monster. After hearing Claire's explanation, the Marquis of Savoy looked at the crystal bottle on the table. "Lord Marquis, you don't have to worry. The chance of this side effect is very low. It's about 3%. Phew. After hearing that there was a 3% chance, the Marquis of Savoy calmed down. 3% was already a very low chance. As long as one was not too unlucky and was cursed by the goddess of misfortune, one would not encounter such a situation. "Lord Sulin, what price do I have to pay for this potion?" The Marquis of Savoy took a deep breath and asked with a serious face. Sulin smiled, "Of course I can sell you this potion, but you have to do what I asked first." The Marquis of Savoy nodded, "Understood. I will inform them to come here in 2 days." Sulin and Chris stayed in the study for a while before leaving. The Marquis of Savoy had prepared a room for Sulin. After entering, Sulin realized that this room was even more luxurious than his bedroom in Northern Town City. The magic lamp in the room was a little dim, and the air was filled with a sweet scent of incense. The room was as warm as spring, and there were 2 pretty maids standing in the room. The 2 maids looked to be about 16 years old. Their skin was fair and their figures were curvy. They wore skimpy clothes and their beautiful faces were flushed. When they saw Sulin enter, they immediately bowed. From Sulin's angle, he could clearly see the whiteness of their skin under their collars. Their plump breasts were trembling slightly, and their fair necks were slightly red. It was obvious that the Marquis of Savoy had specially prepared them. However, Sulin did not accept them. Although they were not bad-looking, they were far inferior to Chris. His appetite had long been spoiled, and he was not interested in ordinary goods. He waved his hand and let the 2 maids leave. Then Sulin, who had endured for the entire night, threw Chris onto the bed and pounced on her eagerly. This little fairy had been seducing him the entire night. The little succubus panicked instantly like a helpless young girl. In the study. Just after Sulin left, the Marquis of Savoy said, "Master Clade, how strong is that Lord Sulin?" "Very strong," Klein said seriously. "You all noticed the beautiful woman beside him, right?" "I saw her. She is indeed very beautiful." "Even I can't help but be tempted," Savoy said. Clade said calmly, "If I'm not wrong, she should be a high-level succubus." "What?" "That potion can only be made by a high-level alchemist," Clade added. The potion he took out and the succubus. "It seems that this lord is not simple. He has many secrets," Savoy said slowly. "No wonder he dared to build a kingdom in the northern wilderness." The Savoy family was powerful. Their greatest reliance was their uncle in the Church of the Dawn Lord, a legendary-level priest. However, as a member of the church, most of the time, he could not interfere with the affairs of the nobles. Therefore, although their family had a legendary-level priest, he was only responsible for protection. "Vader, tell the people below to be respectful to this lord." Vader nodded and said, "Yes, father. Also, control your eyes. Don't stare at that succubus anymore." "I'm sorry, father. I've disappointed you." "My disappointment is a small matter. If you anger that lord, you can go back to the countryside to manage the farm." Savoy said expressionlessly. Vader's body trembled slightly. He immediately said loudly, "Father, there won't be a next time. Get someone to bring Sandy here." The Marquis nodded slightly. "Father, you want to? Henry has a daughter. Do you think I don't? In comparison, our family is better at these things. Even if there's only a slight chance, it's worth a try." Soon, a beautiful girl came into the study. She gracefully bowed to the Marquis and asked, "Father, is there anything you need from me?" The Marquis of Savoy looked at his most beautiful daughter and said, "A very distinguished guest came to our house today. Tomorrow you will be in charge of receiving him. Remember not to reject his requests. Remember to wear your most beautiful dress." The girl was stunned. A trace of sadness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Then, she stood up as if nothing had happened. I know. I'll go back and prepare. She naturally knew what the Marquis meant. She was very clear about her family's tradition. Although the Marquis was very good to her, he would not change his mind because of this. Chapter 361. It was a quiet night. Sulin had a good rest last night, but the little succubus was a little miserable. She was taught a lesson by him with the plasma cannon. After opening the door and going out, Sulin's mood was even better. He was greeted by a noble girl wearing an exquisite low-cut lace dress. Her tall figure and gorgeous appearance were pleasing to the eye. She was not inferior to Phyllis at all, only slightly inferior to the little succubus. Sir Sulin, I am the daughter of the Marquis Xanthi. I will be the one to receive you today, the noble girl said as she curtsied. After seeing this girl and thinking about the tradition of the Savoy family, Sulin instantly thought of the Marquis of Savoy's plan. However, he did not reject it. As for what they thought, it would depend on the situation. A honey trap. As long as the beauty stayed, it would be fine. Xanthi was a very beautiful noble girl. Due to the fact that Northlanders had some barbarian blood in their veins, they were a little taller. She was 1.8 meters tall, had fair skin, and her legs were long and slender. Because she was wearing a slim-fit dress, her tall breasts and slender waist outlined a beautiful curve. It was a good choice to talk to her and relax. Under Xanthi's lead, Sulin had a simple breakfast. At the same time, he asked someone to prepare a meal and send it to his room. After breakfast, Xanthi began to show Sulin around the manor. There were people leaving the Marquis of Savoy's study. It seemed to be very busy. Sulin did not care about these things. He followed Xanthi around to relax. He had been learning the magic tattoo technique for the past few days. So far he had only made some progress. Fortunately, he still had a lot of skill points that he could use. He could learn this skill quickly. Time passed quickly. When Sulin met the Marquis of Savoy again, he was full of smiles. In the living room, there were more than a dozen spellcasters and 5 to 6 nobles. Sir Sulin, these are the most powerful nobles in the northern provinces, as well as the sorcerers you invited. Sulin nodded and took out the bottle of life potion and aquatic bloodline. I'm going to sell 2 bottles of life potion and legendary aquatic bloodline. Hearing Sulin's words, the surrounding nobles and adepts couldn't help but gasp. Is this true? Heavens! Legendary water demon bloodline. Life potion. Sulin didn't care about these people's reactions and continued, the effect of the life potion is to increase one's lifespan by 10 years and restore one's youth. At the same time, there is a chance of obtaining the talent of regeneration. When they heard the words 10 years of lifespan and regaining youth, the nobles around them started to breathe rapidly. The wizards did not react at all. Legendary water demon bloodline. This bottle of elixir is the essence obtained after killing a legendary water demon and condensing its heart and blood. It contains the purest power of the legendary water demon bloodline. As long as the bloodline is successfully implanted, it can turn an ordinary person into a warlock. Because this bloodline potion came from a legendary creature, its theoretical limit is also legendary. As long as this potion is used well, it can create a warlock family with a legendary bloodline. The people who were shocked by the bottle of life potion were instantly attracted by the bloodline potion. Their eyes were full of passion as they looked at the potion. A warlock family with a legendary bloodline was something they couldn't help but pay attention to. Everyone's breathing became rapid. The wizards were also very interested in the water demon bloodline. After all, there were very few wizards who could enter the legendary rank, and these wizards weren't confident of success. With this bloodline, they had a chance to become legendary warlocks. Although they wouldn't be as powerful as legendary wizards, they would still be better than those who couldn't break through. Sulin took in everyone's expressions and was very satisfied with their performance. Next was the auction for the 2 potions. The first to be auctioned was the life potion. Although it couldn't compare to the legendary water demon bloodline, the 10 years increase in lifespan was still coveted by the nobles. The wizards around didn't bid. They had already planned to do their best to get the water demon bloodline. The nobles, on the other hand, bid one after another. In a short while, the price rose to 50,000 kinnar. After this price, the bidding slowed down a lot. In the end, the Marquis of Savoy bought the potion for 83,000 kinnar. The other nobles hesitated for a moment and looked at the water demon bloodline potion next to them. After weighing the pros and cons in their hearts, they finally gave up. Sulin knew what they were planning. In fact, if they wanted to sell it for a high price, they should sell the Water Demon Bloodline potion first. This way both potions could be sold for a high price. The reason he didn't do this was because the Marquis of Savoy had already helped him find over 10 scholars. Su Lin naturally had to take care of them. Of course, Su Lin also planned to prevent the Marquis of Savoy from bidding for the Water Demon Bloodline potion. If the Savoy clan had a high-level warlock, they would become a warlock clan. Their strength would definitely increase tremendously, and the balance would be broken. This was an outcome Su Lin didn't want to see. As for the life potion, even if the Marquis of Savoy used it, it wouldn't be easy for him to advance to the legendary level. It wasn't that easy to advance to the legendary level. Advancing to the legendary level was, in fact, tempering one's entire body. At this level, one would already be very different from ordinary people. The legendary level had already broken through the boundary of the extraordinary, and their life force had been raised to a higher level. It was very difficult to advance step by step. Take the Marquis of Savoy for example. He had become a conferred knight at the age of 33, and reached the peak of conferred knight at the age of 37. However, after over 10 years he still hadn't broken through to the legendary level. Was it because his aptitude wasn't good enough? No. On the contrary, his aptitude wasn't bad. The reason he hadn't been able to advance to the legendary level was very simple. It was because he hadn't experienced enough battles, and hadn't been able to completely stimulate his source of life under that kind of pressure. If he still hadn't tempered his will after using the life potion, to face intense battles and pressure, advancing to the legendary level would still be his wishful thinking. However, how many people would be able to let a noble who had been raised to be on the verge of life and death? Next up was the auction for the Water Demon Bloodline potion. Compared to the life potion, the auction this time around was even more explosive, and the price quickly broke through 200,000. In fact, it wasn't difficult to form a warlock family with something like the legendary Water Demon Bloodline potion. However, it wasn't easy to advance to the legendary level. Even if this bottle of blood was left behind by a legendary level water demon, and its upper limit could reach the legendary level, that was only in theory. There were many dragon bloodline warlocks whose bloodline potential was much stronger than this legendary level water demons. However, how many dragon bloodline warlocks had actually managed to advance to the legendary level? Most of the dragon bloodline warlocks were stuck at the advanced and master level. As for this bottle of legendary level water demon's blood, it was at most at this stage. The chances of it advancing to the legendary level were very slim. Very soon the price was raised to 300,000 kinnar. At this moment only the three warlocks, the Marquis of Savoy, and another noble were still bidding. The price was still rising bit by bit. Just as Su Lin felt that this bottle of potion would eventually fall into the hands of these few people, a warlock beside him suddenly said, "Lord Su Lin, I'd like to have a talk with you." "A talk?" Su Lin raised his eyebrows. "That's right." This middle-aged warlock, who looked like he was in his 40s, said with a calm face, "I have a better offer." Su Lin hesitated for a moment and then said, "All right." After signaling for the auction to stop, Su Lin and this warlock went to another room. After entering the room, this warlock waved his hand and set up a soundproof spell. After that he spoke to Su Lin. "Lord Su Lin, I am Andre, an intermediate warlock. I'm proficient in runes, potioneering, and alchemy. You called me here just to say this?" Su Lin said with a smile. Andre shook his head and said, "Of course not. What I want to say is that I'll work for you for 30 years, and you'll give me that bottle of legendary level water demon's blood potion as my reward." Su Lin raised his eyebrows and he kept thinking in his mind. "This way I can quickly become an advanced warlock. With my ability, I can easily earn you more than 300,000 kinnar after working for you for 30 years, Andre said with confidence. 300,000 kinnar. If you auction it, I can get it immediately. But you're paying me in installments and there's no interest. No matter how I look at it, I'm at a disadvantage." Su Lin said with a smile. 300,000 kinnar is just the basic income. As an advanced warlock or even a master warlock in the future, I can do a lot of things, right? Andre said. Su Lin shook his head and said, "If that's the case, why should I choose you? There are a few warlocks out there who are more advanced than you. Wouldn't it be better to work with them?" "They're different. Those warlocks basically have families or have joined warlock organizations. Basically, they won't join Warlock City to help you. I'm different. I've already left the warlock organization. I'm now a wandering warlock." Su Lin thought for a moment and still shook his head. "Oh, why?" Andre asked anxiously. 30 years is too short. Su Lin said. Then how many years do you want? Andre's eyes lit up when he heard Su Lin's words. He knew that his offer had moved Su Lin. Su Lin said, 200 years. Impossible. 200 years? That's too long. 50 years at most. You're just an intermediate warlock. The knowledge you have is limited. If you work for me, you'll definitely learn a lot. You'll make a fortune. No, that's too long. If I don't become a legend, I might not be able to leave Warlock City even if I die of old age. Warlock City has a good environment. It's very suitable for retirement. Besides, even if you don't become a legend, it's fine. Before you die, I can ask someone to turn you into a lich so you can continue to work for me. You don't have to pay for the resources needed to turn you into a lich. You just have to work for me for another 200 years. You see, I'm very considerate of my employees. Even if you can't pay me back, there's still your descendants. Your warlock family can pay me back for you. Old capitalist Su Lin. After a heated argument, both sides finally reached an agreement. Andre would work for Su Lin for 80 years without paying anything. After both sides signed the magic contract, Su Lin finally smiled with satisfaction. A bottle of potion in exchange for 80 years of work for a high-grade warlock. This was a good deal. Chapter 362. Since Su Lin had decided to give the legendary Water Demon Bloodline Potion to Andre, the trade fair was over. After learning that Andre had sold himself for 80 years to obtain the Water Demon Bloodline Potion, the wizards looked at each other. How was he going to compete if he had sold himself? Although he didn't get the Water Demon Bloodline Potion, he was still very excited to get the Life Potion. On the second day after the trade fair ended, Su Lin left Calent City with the dozen or so scholars that Marquis Savoy had brought along with him, a caravan that had already purchased all kinds of supplies. At this time, snow had started to fall in the north. Fortunately, it was not too serious. However, this was the last trade fair of the year. In the following days, the road between Northern City and Calent City would be covered in snow. Nothing happened on the way back. Even the bandits would hide when they saw such a large trade fair. Su Lin was bored, so he stayed in the carriage and studied the rune tattoo technique. When he was tired from studying, he would do something he liked with the succubus to pass the time. Although this life was boring, it was still tolerable. The only thing that annoyed Su Lin was the bumpy carriage. He planned to make a magic carriage when he returned. First, it had to be as smooth as flat ground. It had to be big enough, with a constant temperature throughout the year and good soundproofing. When the time came, he would let the new slave know, the new spellcaster Mr. Andre, make it. When he arrived at Northern City infused with the Bloodline Potion, he would be an advanced spellcaster. It should not be difficult to make such a carriage. After spending a week, the trade fair returned to Northern City. Su Lin stretched his body. During this time he had made some progress in studying the rune tattoo. He was ready to give it a try. He opened the attribute panel and saw that there was a new skill, Rune Tattoo Beginner, in his personal attribute column. Rune Tattoo Beginner. After learning the rune tattoo technique, you have grasped some knowledge about the rune tattoo. You can perform some simple operations. Su Lin chose to use the skill points on Rune Tattoo. The host has used skill points on the Magic Tattoo technique. Congratulations, the host. Your Magic Tattoo Basic technique has been upgraded to Magic Tattoo Advanced. You have used 2 skill points. After completing the upgrade, Su Lin instantly felt his mind become incomparably clear. Many of the parts in the 2 Magic Tattoo books that he found difficult to understand were instantly understood, as if the clouds had cleared and the sun had appeared. At the same time, he seemed to have more ideas about the things that he thought he had already understood. At this moment, Su Lin's brain was working quickly, and a large amount of magic tattoo knowledge and techniques were grasped by him. After a while, Su Lin let out a sigh of relief and opened his eyes. Next, Su Lin was not in a hurry to upgrade the Mageweth tattoo technique again. Judging from the previous experience, he would definitely gain more knowledge this time. However, this state of epiphany required some time to digest and rest. Otherwise, if he continued to upgrade it, it would put more burden on his brain. After he had completely digested the knowledge, Su Lin would upgrade it again. In the next few days, Su Lin opened a laboratory in the secret realm to experiment with the various knowledge that he had just learned. Of course, before that, he also arranged for Andre to be part of the spellcasting team in the northern town. He and Lorraine became the only 2 members of the team. Su Lin asked Hathaway and Chris to prepare a contract. The content of the contract was what he had discussed with Andre. After both parties agreed, the contract was officially signed. After signing the contract, Su Lin gave him the legendary level aquatic demon bloodline potion. Bloodline fusion was not an easy task. Although this bloodline fusion method had been improved by the predecessors many times, there was still a certain chance of failure. Therefore, in order to increase the success rate of bloodline fusion, this magic array was built by the spellcasting team in the northern town. Wizard Tower, Hathaway's laboratory. A complex runic array was being built bit by bit. This runic array was the bloodline fusion array. This was the template array that the wizards had researched for thousands of years. It was suitable for most bloodline fusion. Of course, every time a bloodline was fused, this bloodline array would be adjusted according to the bloodline, raising the fusion rate to the highest level. After some discussion with Su Lin, Hathaway and the others confirmed the adjusted state of the bloodline fusion array, they then began to build it. This kind of high-level transformation array involved a lot of dark side. It was said that the War Creatures experiment had a deep relationship with this bloodline fusion array. The War Creatures themselves were humans who had fused with the blood of beasts. However, compared to the bloodline warlocks, the War Creatures experiment was much more bloody and violent. Of course, the bloodline warlocks experiment was not much better. However, while the bloodline warlocks succeeded, the War Creatures were only partially successful. The War Creatures were closer to beasts. Most of the War Creatures had an obvious decrease in intelligence, and there was a serious rejection reaction. However, after thousands of years of natural selection, the War Creatures that were passed down now had intelligence close to that of humans. They also had some talents that were far beyond humans. For example, feline War Creatures could have an initial agility of more than 20. Bear War Creatures could have a strength of 16 and physique of 15. This kind of strength was stronger than the average knight. After these War Creatures learned all kinds of martial arts, their strength would increase greatly. It was easier for them to advance to the legendary rank compared to ordinary people. After all, the reason why the Arcanist did this kind of experiment was to obtain cheap but powerful fighters. The advancement of a bloodline wizard was not simple. The fusion of the bloodlines was the most basic. During the fusion process, the power of the bloodline must be stimulated as much as possible. At the same time, the spiritual brand of the water demon must be completely erased. This required Andre to personally destroy the spiritual brand in the water demon's bloodline. If he failed, his spirit would be severely damaged and his strength would decrease greatly. In the worst case, he would become an idiot. Moreover, no one could help with this kind of thing. However, there were some auxiliary methods for the bloodline fusion array, such as training in some spiritual spells to increase the resistance of the spirit. However, this kind of technique was a secret among the wizards and very few people knew about it. If there was no such method, then the wizard's rank would be raised as much as possible. If it was a master wizard who carried out the bloodline fusion array, the success rate of failure was basically zero. After all, the spiritual brand in the bloodline potion was like a rootless duckweed. As long as one could endure and slowly wear it down, they would succeed. After Andre adjusted his body to the best condition, he began the experiment. Su Lin took out a silver-white carving knife and made a cut on Andre's body. Dark red blood slowly flowed out, and the blood slowly flowed along the groove that was made in advance. The fusion circle glowed. On the other side there was also blood pouring in. It was the legendary water demon bloodline potion. The two types of blood quickly flowed into the crystal groove in the middle of the bloodline fusion array. With a burst of dazzling light, the two completely different bloodlines began to slowly fuse. The bloodline fusion took a total of 15 minutes. After the fusion was completed, the new bloodline began to flow back into Andre's body under the effect of the magic circle. The rest was up to Andre himself. Andre's power of the will began to fluctuate greatly, and the expression on his face became more and more painful. The blood vessels on his body were like dragons swimming under his skin. After waiting for an hour, Andre's power of the will began to stabilize, and the bulging veins on the surface of his body also calmed down. Su Lin let out a breath of relief. It seemed that the bloodline fusion was a success. Soon, Andre's power of the will began to increase, and the surrounding elemental energy began to slowly enter his body. On the other hand, Andre's body had also undergone some slight changes compared to before. With a groan, Andre slowly opened his eyes. "How do you feel?" Su Lin asked with a smile. "Very good." Andre nodded and said, "I can clearly feel the powerful force in my body. This feeling is so captivating." "That's just an illusion of having just advanced." Su Lin interrupted his fantasies. "Alright, since the bloodline fusion is successful, let's get to work." "No way, I just advanced." Shouldn't you hold a banquet to celebrate, or give me some time to familiarize myself with this new force? Andre said loudly. Forget it. You're still holding my money. Hurry up and make money to pay off your debt. Su Lin rolled his eyes and said directly. You know, in order to help you advance, the Wizard Tower's construction has been stopped for 2 days. You still want to rest? As for familiarizing yourself with the new force, you'll have plenty of time after work. Very soon, Andre dejectedly left the Bloodline Fusion Array and went to the laboratory next door to start working. After Andre had successfully become a Bloodline Warlock, Su Lin also left the Wizard Tower. After this period of digestion and absorption, as well as the construction of Andre's Bloodline Array, Su Lin had finished digesting the knowledge of Mageweth Tattoo, Advanced. He was ready to level up this skill again. Opening the attribute panel, Su Lin chose Mageweth Tattoo, and leveled it up. 3 skill points disappeared in an instant, and Sullen's mind entered a state of emptiness. A large amount of knowledge about Mageweth Tattoo appeared in his mind, and his understanding of magic tattoo technology began to improve rapidly. In this state, all the difficulties in the knowledge of the Mageweth Tattoo were solved in an instant. The Mageweth Tattoo, Advanced, on the attribute panel also silently changed to Mageweth Tattoo, Proficient. Chapter 363. Su Lin slowly breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed his somewhat swollen head. Although it was very satisfying to learn knowledge in that state, it was very uncomfortable to exit it. This kind of after-effect would last for a while, so Su Lin didn't continue with the experiment. Instead he began to rest. It was very easy to resolve this kind of after-effect. He just needed to let his brain relax and rest. Early the next morning, Su Lin woke up full of energy after a night's rest. In the next few days, Su Lin began to conduct more in-depth research. At the same time, he also digested the knowledge and information about the magic tattoo. During the period when Su Lin was in seclusion, the development of Northern Garrison City was very smooth. The damage caused by the invasion of the Beastman Coalition was finally repaired after this period of work. The collapsed city walls were rebuilt. The city walls that were damaged by the earthquake were also pushed down and rebuilt. After the reconstruction, the city walls were wider than before. They were 12 meters wide at the bottom and 7 meters wide at the top. The city walls were 15 meters high. In order to prevent them from being damaged by the earthquake again, the foundation of the city walls was reinforced. Some obsidian was also mixed in to strengthen the magic defense of the city walls. It wasn't easy to destroy the city walls like before. City walls. Indestructible plus 41, high ground plus 25, range plus 25, defense plus 37, stability plus 20, prosperity plus 10, magic resistance plus 20, earthquake plus 15, impenetrable defense plus 20. The residential buildings that were destroyed during the war were also completely rebuilt. The newly built residential buildings were also more solid. Residential buildings. Warm in winter and cool in summer plus 12, comfort plus 10, indestructible plus 20, population growth plus 10, stability plus 20, popular plus 15, earthquake plus 15. After the construction was completed, the infrastructure of Northern Garrison City continued. According to Sullen's plan, all the roads in Northern Garrison City needed to be paved with stones or slabs. The width of the main road required 8 horse carriages to pass side by side. The other roads also had to allow 4 horse carriages to pass side by side. Although the main road of Northern Garrison City seemed very wide, compared to the Vermilion Bird Avenue of the Great Tang Empire in his previous life, the main road of Northern Garrison City couldn't even be compared to the Vermilion Bird Avenue of the Great Tang Empire. One must know that the Vermilion Bird Avenue of the Great Tang Empire was more than 150 meters wide. Such a wide main road could even be used as a football field, let alone vehicles. After 3 expansions, Northern Garrison City's surface area wasn't small in this world, but it was still far from being comparable to the Great Tang Empire. Ancient Chang and City had a length of 9,700 meters from east to west and a width of 8,600 meters from north to south. The entire city had a circumference of 36.7 kilometers and an area of 84 square kilometers. Northern Battlefront City was only a fraction of its size. Although Su Lin didn't plan to turn it into a super city like Ancient Chang, he still wanted to make it a first-class city. Su Lin was still working on the 4th phase of the city's blueprint. By then, the area of the city would be 4 times bigger than it was now. Of course, this was a long-term goal. The population of North Town City was too small to support such a large city. Together with the roads in the city, there were also drainage canals. The drainage canals in the northern part of the city extended in all directions. Sulin didn't want the city to be flooded every time it rained, so they attached great importance to the drainage system. Sulin purposely built a sewage treatment plant outside of the city to deal with the sewage. The sewage treatment plant was a large-scale purification rune array. In fact, this was a druid's spell. After studying the druid's spells, the wizards imitated this spell and created it. The treatment effect was quite good. The sewage treatment plant didn't occupy a large area. A lot of materials and magic crystals were used to construct a rune array on the ground. Through this rune array, the energy of the surrounding ley lines could be gathered here to form an energy pool. This energy pool was very similar to the elemental pool, but it could only store 3,000 points of energy. There was a large pool in the sewage treatment plant used to treat sewage. A huge rune array was engraved at the bottom of the pool. These rune arrays were constantly operating, purifying the sewage that flowed in at the same time. After being purified by the rune array, the sewage was almost the same as river water. It was completely drinkable. However, Sulin felt a little awkward. Part of the purified water was used to irrigate the farmland, while the other part flowed back into the river. During this period of time, other than the construction missions, the northern battlefront city had also issued a large number of missions to collect magical plants. These magical plants were planted in the Arcane Garden, which had now become another landmark of the northern battlefront city. The rich elemental energy, the exquisite craftsmanship of the buildings, and all kinds of beautiful plants made many people want to come closer and have a look. Unfortunately, Sulin didn't open this place to the public. The magical plants in the Arcane Garden were thriving. Half of the spring water from the Fountain of Vitality was used to irrigate them every day. Every day there would be wizard apprentices coming to the Arcane Garden to do all kinds of planting missions. It wouldn't be long before the magical plants here were harvested. Originally, the frost giant blood filled more than a dozen vats, but in the end there were only 2 liters left. After preparing the other magic materials, Sulin began to inscribe runes on the barbarian warriors. The condensed and purified frost giant's blood was named Giant's Blood by Sulin. If this kind of blood was discovered by frost giants or other giants, they would definitely fight for it. This kind of blood could make their original blood more powerful, and even have a certain chance of atavism. The material used to inscribe runes on the barbarians was the liquid made with the giant blood as the main material. In addition to the giant blood, there were also dozens of magic materials, such as arcane dust, astral silver sand, blood essence grass, moon primrose and so on. This was invented by Sulin himself based on the knowledge in the rune tattoo. After the mixing, the final blood was a pale gold color. The first to be willing to experiment was the captain of Sulin's guards, Johnson. The rune inscription didn't need to be shaved completely like the rune tattoo in the early days. It only needed to be shaved. Sulin let Johnson lie on the experiment table, and then cast a hypnotic spell on him. After the spell took effect, he began to inscribe runes using the giant's blood. If successful, these barbarian warriors would have some of the giant's abilities, and their strength would also be increased. Sulin controlled the wizard's hand and began to inscribe runes on Johnson's body. Before this, Sulin had done thousands of experiments and he also tested it in the system. He only started when he had enough confidence. As the silver-white carving knife continued to move, the mixed blood was slowly inscribed on Johnson's body. One rune after another was quickly completed in Sulin's hands. The pale gold liquid slowly merged into the runes and soon the runes covered most of Johnson's body. Finally, after Sulin inscribed the last stroke, all the runes were connected. A dazzling light appeared on Johnson's body, and an ancient aura also appeared. Johnson's body continued to grow stronger and finally, all the light dissipated, and Johnson gradually returned to his original state. However, there was some additional information on Johnson in Sulin's attribute pain. Giant strength. Chapter 364. After all the spiritual light dissipated, the tattoos on Johnson's body also slowly disappeared. Finally, he returned to his original appearance. However, compared to before, his body was obviously much stronger. Soon, the hypnosis spell's effect ended and Johnson woke up. "How do you feel?" Sulin asked with a smile. "Very strong," Johnson said as he clenched his fist. Sulin checked Johnson's attributes. The most obvious change was that his strength and vitality had increased by 2 points each. At the same time, he had gained a skill called Giant Strength. "Let's go to the training ground and test it," Su Lin said after putting away the items. "Okay." Soon the two of them arrived at the training ground. Su Lin picked up an iron oak spear used for training and nodded at him. "You attack. I'll be your sparring partner." Johnson nodded and took a wooden axe used for training from the weapon rack next to him. After some simple exercise, the two of them arrived at the training ground. "Roar!" Johnson roared and rushed over with his axe raised. Clang! Su Lin swung his spear to block. The force from the spear made Su Lin frown slightly. Johnson's giant axe drew an arc and attacked Su Lin again. Bang! 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 Continuous sounds of impact sounded. The giant axe in Johnson's hand chopped down one after another. The offensive was like a storm without the slightest pause. However, although the attacks were endless, they still couldn't break through Su Lin's defense. "Okay, the warm-up is over. Show me all your strength," Su Lin said. Johnson nodded and took a deep breath. The muscles all over his body began to expand, causing his already tall body to grow even bigger. Green veins popped up on his body like earthworms, and his muscles were filled with explosive power. Giant strength. A powerful force appeared in his body. Silver runes appeared on the surface of his body. Spiritual light flashed, and a touch of bronze appeared on his skin. There was even a touch of metal on his body. Is this the power of giants? Seeing Johnson's change, Su Lin was also a little surprised. Johnson felt that his body was filled with an incomparably expanding power. This power made him roar uncontrollably. The axe that he used to be comfortable with was now like a toy in his hands. Su Lin was equally surprised when he felt the aura coming from Johnson's body. He had actually broken through to the legend rank. No, there was still some difference between this and a legendary. At best, it could only be considered a pseudo-legendary level. Roar! At this moment, Johnson roared and rushed forward. The giant axe in his hand chopped down with great force. Su Lin's eyes narrowed and he dodged immediately. Bang! With a loud bang, the hard ground cracked like a spider web. Johnson didn't stop. He swung his giant axe horizontally as if he wanted to cut Su Lin in half. Clang! A dull sound of collision rang out as the huge axe was blocked by Su Lin's long spear. Su Lin also withstood the huge force of the axe. With a light cracking sound, the ground under their feet cracked inch by inch, and a large number of stones were sent flying. The hard ground simply couldn't withstand the aftermath of the battle between the two. The two didn't have any intention of stopping. Johnson's attacks became more and more powerful. The whole training ground was like a house that had been demolished. A large number of stone slabs on the ground were broken, and a large number of cracks appeared on the surrounding walls. If the building wasn't sturdy enough, it would have collapsed long ago. The iron oak weapons in their hands, which were as tough as steel, had also become tattered. Crack! After a violent collision, the weapons in their hands could no longer withstand such violent destruction, and both of them broke with a crack. After the weapons were broken, the battle between the two came to an end. Su Lin was quite satisfied with the power Johnson had shown just now. After activating the giant's strength, Johnson's strength had reached the legendary level. His strength was no less than the Orc Chief's. In this state, Johnson's defense had also become very high. The layer of bronze-like skin on his body didn't just look like bronze. After testing, it was found that ordinary weapons couldn't cause any damage to his body. Swords and sabers could only leave a shallow white mark on his skin. In addition to physical defense, Johnson also had good magic resistance after transforming. This strengthening of both attack and defense made him a meat grinder on the battlefield. Giant strength. You have inherited a trace of power from the ancient giants. After activation, you will become a god. Your strength will increase by 20, your vitality will increase by 20, your armor will increase by 10, equivalent to full body plate armor. Your magic resistance will increase by 50, and you will also become a regenerative state with accelerated recovery of injuries. Last for 1 hour. Giant strength? God strength? After seeing the dramatic changes in Johnson's attributes in the system, Su Lin was also very surprised. This state was too strong. The giant strength should have inherited a trace of power from the Bronze Titans. The Titans were born at the same time as the ancient gods and dragons. The earliest Titans had the same power as the ancient gods. Many of the ancient gods were Titans themselves. In the newly born multiverse, Titans, ancient gods, and dragons were all abnormally powerful creatures. With the continuous perfection of the rules of the universe, the ancient gods retired, and the Titans and dragons gradually declined. According to the research of the Arcane Empire, the original dragons were far more powerful than the current dragons. For example, at that time, the color dragon Tiamat's body could be more than 10,000 meters long, and the metal dragon was no worse. But now, although Tiamat's body hadn't left her divine kingdom for a long time, it was now at most 200 meters long. The perfection of the rules of the universe made these powerful creatures continue to decline. In order to adapt to the environment, they had to change. Until now, when the rules of the universe were perfected and stabilized, the chromatic dragons and metal dragons became what they were now. And after the rules were perfected in the material world, the ancient dragons would be rejected by the material world. They had basically reached the limit that the material world could bear. Of course, there were also ancient dragons who used secret methods to suppress their strength, shrink their bodies, and force themselves to stay in the material world. The same was true for the Titans. Their bloodline continued to decline, and each generation was weaker than the previous. This situation would continue until the rules of the universe felt that they would no longer threaten the safety of the universe. The dragons were fine, at least they could still live in the material world. But the Titans were not so lucky. There had been no trace of them in the material world for a long time. They were now living in a place called the Titan world in the astral world. The dragons used different ways to survive. For example, the legendary dragons paid more attention to quality and were unwilling to reduce their strength too much. Therefore, the number of these dragons had become very rare. There were only a dozen powerful dragons like the Time Dragon in the entire universe. The white dragons, on the other hand, chose numbers and obtained the strongest reproductive ability of the true dragons. However, their strength was a little lacking compared to the other dragons. The storm giants, frost giants, and cloud giants also had some Titan bloodline, but like the dragons, it was gradually deteriorating. This time, Su Lin used all the blood of 30 frost giants, including a legendary level frost giant, to purify and condense the blood with a trace of Titan bloodline power. After obtaining Titan strength, Johnson's strength also rose to the peak of Tier 4. After activating Titan's strength, he reached the legendary level. Seeing the powerful effect of the magic pattern inscription, Su Lin began to experiment with the other barbarians. This time, Su Lin didn't purify a lot of Titan's blood. There were only enough for 12 barbarians. Apart from Johnson and Boulder, there were still 10 more who could be inscribed. After confirming the safety of the experiment, Su Lin began to inscribe the magic patterns on the barbarians. It was a lot of work to inscribe 11 barbarians. Su Lin spent a week to successfully inscribe the magic patterns on all the barbarians. Apart from Johnson and Boulder, the attributes of the remaining barbarians also changed greatly after the magic patterns were inscribed. What made Su Lin the happiest was that these barbarians had evolved from ordinary combat units to elites. Their names had also changed from barbarian battle-axe berserkers to barbarian marauders. Their strength had also broken through from Tier 3 to Tier 4. Although they couldn't compare to Boulder and Johnson, they were definitely the strongest among the many armies in northern Battlefront City. The 12 barbarians all activated Titan strength and obtained the God's Descent status. Now, northern Battlefront City had 2 more legends and 10 more peak Tier 4 powerhouses. If they all swarmed up, even the Frost Giant chieftain from last time would have to kneel. Their defenses were strong and their attacks were powerful. When they formed a formation, they could completely rampage through the battlefield. These barbarian marauders successfully made up for the awkward situation of northern Battlefront City's high-end forces. In order to test the strength of these barbarian marauders, Su Lin specially brought them to a tribe of about 300 orcs in the wilderness and had them deal with it. The 12 barbarians roared and activated Titan strength, activating God's Descent. A powerful aura spread out from their bodies, and a bronze metallic luster appeared on their bodies. After activating Titan strength, these barbarians didn't use any battle formations or plans. They directly swung their weapons and charged forward like bulldozers. Seeing these dozen barbarians attack, the orc camp immediately counterattacked. A large number of orcs raised their weapons and charged at these strange-looking barbarians. However, what made them despair was that their weapons only left shallow marks on the barbarians' bodies. They couldn't break through their defenses at all. The barbarians didn't even bother to dodge. They directly charged at the orcs, swinging their axes and clearing the monsters in front of them as if they were vegetables. Chapter 365. The battle only lasted for a dozen minutes before the orc camp was completely destroyed by the barbarians. Against 12 invulnerable monsters who killed like they were grass, Even a race as ferocious and cruel as the orcs couldn't stand against them. Wherever the 12 barbarian warriors went, blood flowed like a river. There were severed limbs everywhere, and the entire camp turned into a scene of carnage. Su Lin was excited when he saw the barbarians with such power. He almost wanted to run to the polar ice field and kill the frost giants for blood. Fortunately, he knew that place was the nest of the frost giants, so he didn't act rashly. The orcs began to flee, but the centaurs who had been lying in ambush intercepted them. In the end, they captured more than 100 orcs. The rest, except for a few who escaped, were all killed by the barbarians. In fact, the barbarians' god's descent state could only be called a fake god's descent. The real god's descent had the body of a titan. In addition to their powerful defense, they were directly immune to low-level spells. But now, there were no other creatures besides the titan world that had this ability. After seeing the power of the barbarians, Su Lin planned to inscribe magic patterns on his body. But unlike the barbarians, Su Lin's magic patterns were all kinds of spells. He planned to inscribe some common spells on his body. When the time came, he wouldn't need to prepare to cast them. He could use the magic patterns to release them. The master-level magic tattoo technique was very powerful. With the help of Wizard's Hand, Su Lin could inscribe magic tattoo on himself. Although Wizard's Hand was only a Circle 0 spell, it still had many uses. It could lift objects up to 5 kilograms and control objects up to 15 meters away. As for the operation, it depended on the individual's ability. Some people could use Wizard Hand to its fullest potential, while others could only use it to pick up items and clean up. In the Pink Book, the Sorcerer's Hand spell was listed as a classic secret spell. There wasn't much difference between a beginner magic pattern tattoo technique and an ordinary one. The only difference was that magic patterns were left behind. But as the technique was upgraded, this kind of tattoo technique that took up a lot of space and was inefficient was gradually eliminated. There was a limit to how much skin was suitable for tattooing, and a spell would take up a lot of space if all the runes were inscribed on it. Therefore, at the beginning, these magic pattern tattoos could only inscribe one spell on the body. Along with the advancement of technology, even more sophisticated mageweth craftsmanship appeared. A palm-sized piece of skin could be engraved with more than a dozen arcane marks. It was only at this time that this technique was widely used. Many wizards began to engrave mageweths on their bodies. During that time, more than 80% of the wizards were bald. Even the witches were bald. If one didn't know better, they would think that the Adept Academy had become a monastery for monks. Later, these technologies were further improved by the Arcane Kingdom. With the upgrade of rune technology, mageweths were gradually eliminated, and this more precise and smaller rune technology was developed. Just like a miniature carving, a magic pattern could be inscribed on an area the size of a fingernail. Of course, to achieve this, one would have to use some special tools and tools. Su Lin didn't know how to do that at the moment. In fact, to be more precise, it was already rune engraving, an upgraded version of mageweth technology. Mageweths were only a single arcane mark, while runes were a combination of arcane marks. In order to inscribe this kind of rune, arcanists used a special machine. This machine was very complicated, and ordinary carving knives were no longer capable of this technology. Therefore, they created a technology that condensed the scorching ray into a very, very thin line. According to Su Lin's understanding, it was a very thin laser. This scorching ray was as thin as a micron. Then, using this machine to engrave runes on the body, and the machine wasn't operated by humans. It was a tower spirit made by arcanists. When the rune was engraved, the plan of the rune would be inputted to the tower spirit. After confirmation, the tower spirit would control the machine to engrave the rune. It was important to know that the tower spirit wasn't human and was easily influenced. The tower spirits in the wizard world were like artificial intelligence. Those powerful tower spirits were stronger than artificial intelligence. They would complete the plan meticulously. There were two types of mageweth tattoos. One was permanent, like the ones on the barbarians and marauders. The other was temporary. These temporary mageweths would disappear after the spell was cast, and could be re-engraved. Wizards would usually modify them according to the environment and the enemies or monsters they were about to face. Su Lin was engraving a temporary mageweth tattoo on his body. This kind of tattoo had another advantage: it was relatively cheap. Su Lin was going to engrave defensive spells, energy deflection field, energy barrier, bear's brute force, and greater haste. In the laboratory, Su Lin took out all kinds of things he needed and put them on the workbench next to him. In fact, there were many ways to engrave runes on oneself. The simplest and most commonly used method was the Wizard's Hand. There was also the mirror clone spell. This spell could create a clone that was almost identical to the real person and control the clone to engrave magewords on oneself. The most powerful one was still the cloning spell. The cloning spell combined with the ecological chamber spell could create a clone of oneself. This clone would be exactly the same as the original, but it would have no soul. Under normal circumstances, this was a life-saving technique used by legendary wizards. It was like the Lich's phylactery. As long as the Lich's phylactery couldn't be found, even if you killed the Lich 10 times, it would resurrect after a while. The cloning spell was very similar to the Lich's phylactery. As long as the wizard was prepared in advance, once the wizard was killed, the wizard would wake up in another body. The only loss was some soul energy. Of course, the things on the body couldn't be brought back. After resurrecting with the cloning spell, the wizard would lose a profession level. Sulin planned to teach Hathaway this mageweth tattoo technique, but this was a matter for the future. Sulin took out the specially made silver needles. On the table next to him was a magic solution used for tattooing. This magic solution looked very colorful and emitted a faint magical glow. After summoning 2 mirrors, Sulin began to use the wizard's hand to engrave mageweths on his body. This was the first time Sulin was doing this, so he wasn't very fast. The spell he was going to engrave was the energy field deflection spell, which was a defensive spell. However, it wouldn't directly block the opponent's attack. Instead, it would envelop the caster with a deflection force field, diverting all kinds of attacks towards the caster. This spell was very effective against arrows and other long-range spells. For example, the fireball spell. Even though the target was clearly aimed, when the attack was about to hit, a strange force would suddenly appear and divert the fireball spell to the side. For example, an arrow's force field energy was about 1 to 3 points, a crossbow's force field energy was 3 to 6, and a ballista's force field energy was 10 to 15. A fireball's force field energy was about 10, and the upper limit of this spell was 50. As long as the energy didn't reach the peak in one go, this spell would continue to exist until the energy was exhausted. The energy shield spell was another type of defensive spell. The energy field deflection spell, to put it bluntly, relied on evasion, while the energy shield spell relied on brute force. The energy shield spell's defense was 200 points, and a fireball spell's attack was 50 to 80 points. This spell could be resisted 3 to 4 times. Sulin used the mirror image spell to control the wizard's hand to engrave the mageweth on his body. Engraving the mageweth required a lot of mind power because there couldn't be any mistakes during the process. Once there was a mistake, the mageweth would have to be re-engraved. Curved mageweths continuously appeared on Sulin's body under the control of the wizard's hand. The mageweths were linked to each other and finally formed a spell. The moment the spell was formed, the surrounding elemental energy began to gather. This elemental energy would attach to the mageweth and store it until it was instantly released when it was activated. After the mageweth was completed, it gradually disappeared without a trace. It could only be seen with a special method. When the mageweth was activated, it would reappear. Phew! After completing the first spell, Sulin let out a sigh of relief. The first spell was the deflection force field. This spell didn't occupy a large area and only covered the shoulders and arms. Next, Sulin engraved the energy shield spell. This spell was Sulin's backup. Compared to the shoulders and arms, the back was more difficult to engrave. Fortunately, with his previous experience, Sulin already had some experience with this kind of engraving method. After familiarizing himself with it for a while, the speed of engraving sped up a lot. The energy shield spell was easier than the deflection force field spell. Sulin engraved the mageweth very quickly. Moreover, because it was a temporary mageweth, Sulin didn't engrave it very small. That kind of micro-engraving was more used on permanent mageweths. After all, this kind of temporary mageweth could only be used once, and micro-engraving was too tiring. Next, Sulin engraved Greater Haste on the legs. This spell was used very frequently and had very good effects. Compared to the previous defensive spells, Greater Haste required more mageweths to be engraved. After all, this spell was also very difficult to cast. As for Bear's Tenacity, Sulin engraved it on his chest. This spell's difficulty was average, but because of the large area on his chest, Sulin also engraved Draconic Strength. Draconic Strength could increase strength by 6 points and had no upper limit. It was much more effective than Bull's Strength. After spending a day, Sulin finally engraved 5 spells on his body. As long as he wanted to, he could cast these spells with a single thought. Moreover, they didn't need to consume mana just like magic scrolls. Chapter 366. Sullen's Mageweth inscription was like a magic scroll, but it was more convenient than a magic scroll. After he mastered the rune inscription technology, the effect of these spells would be stronger. And the application of this technology was not only for inscribing on the body, but it was also useful for making magic props and arranging runic arrays. It could be said that the rune inscription technology was also very advanced in the era of the Arcane Empire. Only a few great arcanists had mastered it, and more arcanists had only learned the Mageweth inscription technology. Another important use of the rune inscription technology was to make tower spirits. Now the tower spirits made by the wizards were using arcane marks, which was used in the early days of the Arcane Empire. When the Arcane Empire raised the super-floating city that could house 300,000 people, the tower spirits' computing and processing ability could not keep up. At this time, the great arcanists used the rune inscription technology to create new tower spirits. If the effect of upgrading the tower spirit technology had to be described, it was almost equivalent to upgrading the CPU of the computer mainframe from the original 80486 to the Pentium 1, and then to the i5 and i7. The current tower spirit technology was basically equivalent to the Pentium 4, which was developed from the early tower spirit technology of the Arcane Empire. The technology was also advanced, but it was not as good as the tower spirit technology used in the super-floating city of the Arcane Empire. In the era of the Arcane Empire, the number of super-floating cities was also very rare. This level of tower spirit was basically an i7 6-core 12-thread processor. The tower spirit that Su Lin reactivated in the Secret Realm belonged to the early tower spirit technology of the Arcane Empire. After all, managing a secret realm did not require a high-end tower spirit. Of course, another reason was that the cost of this level of tower spirit technology was too high. After inscribing the runes on his body, Su Lin got up from the experiment table. To be honest, under the general situation of inscribing the Mageweth on the body, women had more advantages. After all, they had more flesh on their bodies, which was incomparable. Shaking the pendulum clock, Su Lin made two poses in front of the mirror. Who is this handsome guy? After admiring himself in the mirror for a while, Su Lin put on his clothes. Leaving the laboratory and seeing the sun again, Su Lin stretched out with great enjoyment. During this period of inscribing the Mageweth day and night, he stayed in the laboratory for several days. The concentration of elements in the secret realm was very high, and the Mageweth on Sullen's body was quickly replenished with energy. Su Lin closed the door of the laboratory and left. When his figure appeared in the living area, the cheerful figure of the Harpy Queen Alex appeared in front of him. Su Lin, you're finally out. Alex's tall and slender figure circled in the air before landing beside him. What's the result? Perhaps because they understood the relationship between Su Lin and Alex, the elite Harpies were no longer as wary of Su Lin as before. Harpies were grade 2 creatures. In fact, they were not stronger than the leader of the Harpies. Apart from some differences in appearance, there was a difference in intelligence. The Harpies would no longer be driven by their instincts to capture other males for mating. At this stage, they would also be able to distinguish the appearance and strength of males. More importantly, the Harpies had evolved into a new species through bloodline evolution. The children they gave birth to would no longer be Harpies. This was also why the Harpies were also known as the Winged People. Look. My tribe has a few more children. Alex pointed at the Harpies and said with a smile. It won't be long before the Harpies become the Winged People tribe. Su Lin was very happy about the increase in the Winged People. To put it simply, there were more workers to exploit. Thinking of this, Su Lin smiled. He raised his hand and greeted the Winged People in front of him. Hi. Hello. However, something awkward happened. The Winged People did not respond to Sullen's greeting. Well, they only obeyed their queen. Furthermore, the Winged People were a matriarchal society. In their eyes, Su Lin was just the queen's consort. Although they did not know that Su Lin would let their queen carry him on her back at night and call him daddy. Alright. Su Lin seemed to have remembered something. I brought back a gift for you. An exquisitely crafted gold and gemstone crown appeared in his hand. It's so beautiful. Alex let out a cry of surprise, and then couldn't wait to throw herself into Su Luan's arms. She reached out to grab the crown in her hand and kissed Su Luan's face with her delicate red lips. Mwah. It was the kind with sound effects. Thank you, Su Lin. Alex said excitedly. Come, I'll put it on for you. Su Lin said with a smile. Alex's previous crown was made by the Harpies. The workmanship was very poor. Now, the crown was made by a few master craftsmen that Su Lin invited. It was gorgeous and beautiful. More importantly, the crown was a magic equipment. An energy shield spell was engraved on it. Su Luan took off Alex's former crown, and then picked up the new crown and put it on Alex's head. Alex, who got the new crown, flew in the sky excitedly, while the harpies followed her around. Seeing Alex's excited look, Su Lin continued to walk toward the living area. On the way he met Grace and Karina. One was a half-elf and the other was a drow. They were still secretly competing. However, in Sullen's opinion, Karina was big and sexy, while Grace was fair-skinned and intellectual. Both of them had their own merits. However, Grace had the upper hand for now. After all, there were twice as many half-elves as drows. In the living area of the secret realm, many houses had been rebuilt. Compared to the northern city, it had a more natural feel. This was because there were many winged people living here. Compared to houses, they preferred tree houses. The half-elves also liked to live in trees. This was why most of the buildings in the living area were tree houses. These tree houses were the masterpiece of the half-elf druids. They cultivated special seeds and used druid spells to make these trees grow quickly. In the end, they grew into all kinds of tree houses. Of course, there were also some other houses such as pumpkins and mushrooms. It looked like a fairy tale. Sullen's residence was also a tree house. However, his tree house was very large. It was 80 square meters. The room was very clean. Even if no one lived here for a long time, there would still be harpies or half-elves who would come to clean it. After such a long period of high concentration, Su Lin felt a little tired. As soon as he came back, he lay on the soft velvet bed to rest. The night passed without a word. After enough sleep, Su Lin looked very energetic the next day. The smell of food wafted over, and Sullen's stomach couldn't help but grumble. After yawning, Su Lin walked out of the treehouse and saw Grace watering the plants around with a water bottle. "Good morning, Su Lin." Grace raised her head and greeted him. At the same time, she flipped her long hair and said with a smile, "Do you want some breakfast? I made strawberry raisin bread." "Morning." Su Lin greeted. "Thank you. I'm hungry." "You're welcome. Wait a moment." Grace picked up the water bottle and walked to her treehouse. Soon, she came out with a large plate of strawberry raisin bread and a cup of nectar made by the half-elves. Su Lin didn't refuse. He didn't eat yesterday and rested. Now that he was hungry, he took a bite of the bread. The sweet and sour strawberries, the fruity raisins, the soft and delicious bread with the fragrance of wheat. It was delicious. "Great bread." Grace smiled reservedly. Then she raised her head proudly at Karina, who had just come over. "I'm here." A crisp and pleasant voice came from the sky, followed by the sound of wings flapping. Alex's figure appeared in the sky. The Harpy Queen circled in the air and then landed on the ground not far away. "Alex, you almost ruined my breakfast," Su Lin said unhappily. Alex's speed was too fast, and when he landed, the wind blew up a lot of dust. Fortunately, Sullen's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He cast a small spell and separated the place. Otherwise, his bread and drink would have been added. "It's strawberry raisin bread. I want to eat too." Alex saw the big piece of white bread beside Su Lin and his eyes lit up. The next second he appeared beside him. He opened his mouth wide and bit the strawberry on the bread. Then he chewed the bread in 2 or 3 bites. "It's delicious. Grace must have made it." Su Lin looked disgusted. He tore off a piece of the strawberry that Alex had just bitten and put it in her mouth. "Eat yours. I have barbecue here. Does anyone want to eat?" Karina said while holding a plate of fragrant barbecue. "I want to eat, I want to eat." Alex held the bread in one hand and eagerly grabbed a piece of barbecue with the other. Su Lin also picked up a piece of barbecue with his chopsticks. He had a big appetite now, and a piece of bread was obviously not enough. "Morning. Everyone is up." The door of the mushroom house opened. Witch Hathaway yawned and walked out lazily. She looked like she hadn't woken up yet. During this time, she had been busy building the ecological garden in the wizard tower. Su Lin greeted her and asked Grace to get some breakfast. "The ecological garden in the wizard tower is not finished yet?" Su Lin looked at Hathaway, who looked like she was sleepwalking. Hathaway glared at Su Lin. "It's such a big project and I'm the only one doing it. What do you think? Don't you have them to help you?" Su Lin pointed at Karina, Grace, and Alex. Hathaway rolled her eyes. "A sorcerer, a druid, and a half-baked wizard. How many arcane scars can they engrave?" Chapter 367. Ugh. Su Lin rubbed his head helplessly. This was indeed a difficult task. Karina and Grace were also learning all kinds of magic knowledge, but their skills were far inferior to Helena's. Alex's skills were a bit better but not by much. How about this? I'll ask Andre and Lorraine to help you. They're both orthodox wizards, Su Lin said. By the way, I've learned some new knowledge. It'll be helpful for your ecological garden. What knowledge? Hathaway immediately became interested after hearing Sullen's words. Rune tattoos and rune engraving techniques, Su Lin said as he took a sip of the nectar drink. Hathaway immediately turned to Su Lin. Rune tattoos and rune engraving techniques. Yeah. Su Lin nodded. Hathaway didn't have time to eat. Instead, she grabbed Sullen's arm and asked, "Where are they? Hurry up and take them out." Here you go. Seeing how persistent Hathaway was, Su Lin had no choice but to take out 2 books about rune tattoos. As soon as the 2 books appeared, Hathaway immediately snatched them away. She didn't even eat and began to read. Seeing Hathaway like this, Su Lin shook his head and continued to eat his breakfast. After breakfast, Su Lin left the mystery realm and returned to the northern city. As soon as he appeared, he could feel the obvious coldness in the surroundings. Su Lin reached out and caught a few snowflakes falling from the sky. It's snowing. Because of the harvest altar, the environment in the northern city was quite different from the outside world. Although it was still snowing, the temperature was not too cold, and the territory would not freeze. It was already December. In the blink of an eye, he had been in the northern wasteland for almost 2 years. Time flies. I need to build the wizard tower as soon as possible. Then I can build the wizard academy. Also, I need to prepare for the founding ceremony of my kingdom. The city was still bustling. Even though the trade route had been cut off, there were still many outsiders in the city. Some of them had decided to settle down in the city. In less than 2 years, Su Lin had built such a prosperous city in the wilderness, filling these people with confidence in Su Lin. In addition, in order to recruit free people, Su Lin gave many benefits to those who settled here. For example, the price of land outside the city was 5 kinnar per mu in the northern provinces, but here, it only cost 3 kinnar. Of course, the land was limited to 5 mu. Some mercenaries who had been wandering for half their lives used the money they had saved up to buy a property in North Town City. Being a mercenary was a profession that roamed the continent in all kinds of stories, but it was not as glorious as the bards made it out to be. They did not have any legendary missions or missions. They just wanted to fill their stomachs. Their biggest goal was to save up some money and buy a property in a small town. Then they could get married and spend the rest of their lives with a wife. However, many mercenaries could not do that. They either died in battles in the wilderness or had to change their profession due to disability. Although North Town City was still harassed by some monsters, it had gained a firm foothold. The large tribes in the wilderness had been defeated, and the remaining ones were hiding far away. It could be said that there was nothing around North Town City that could pose a threat to him. During this time, the population of North Town City had skyrocketed. The construction of the city was very fast. The wizard tower and the outer city wall had been completed. Su Lin planned to move some of the people to Mirror Lake City. The population of North Town City was maintained at 800,000 to 100,000 people. It was winter in the northern wasteland. Not many tribes would migrate during this time. At most, there would be some tribes that did not have enough food to rob. Therefore, Su Lin asked North Town City to strengthen the security of the territory. Every day they would clean up the territory. When winter came, the fields outside the city were no longer cultivated. The construction in the city had also decreased a lot. However, Su Lin did not let the slaves and refugees do nothing. Instead, he sent them to the military camp in batches for military training. If so many people had nothing to do, they would definitely cause some trouble. The military training did not turn them into an army. They were just some militia. Only a few of the best among them would be selected to become soldiers. Hathaway became very busy again. She wanted to learn rune tattoos and rune engraving techniques as soon as possible. Su Lin had told her not to inscribe rune tattoos on her body. It would be very troublesome to level up again when she leveled up to rune engraving. The wizard tower was now in use. Su Lin named it North Wind Tower. Hathaway did not object to the name. Her previous school was the Northern Witches, a school made up of all witches. Hathaway's previous laboratory had also been moved to the wizard tower. The old laboratory had been demolished. After resting for 2 days, Su Lin came to the North Wind Tower. The person in charge of greeting him was not a wizard apprentice, nor a human. It was a 3-meter-tall stone golem. When it saw Su Lin come in, it bowed slightly and then said in a dull voice, "Master, welcome." The wizard tower was owned by Su Len. Hathaway had the same authority as Su Len. "Where are the wizard apprentices?" Su Len asked. "They are studying on the 3rd floor of the wizard tower. Wizard Andre is teaching them," the golem said. Su Len nodded. Then, under the guidance of the golem, he began to tour the wizard tower. This was the first time he had visited a complete wizard tower. The interior space of the wizard tower was very large. In fact, most wizard towers had a very large interior space. Wizards used all kinds of skills to expand the space. Some powerful legendary wizards, after mastering the half-plane technology, would even transform one floor of the wizard tower into a half-plane. The space inside could easily fit a city. Many wizard towers passed down by the ancient arcanists could still function normally after thousands of years. Any wizard tower of that era was very powerful. Sullen's wizard tower was pitifully weak compared to them. There were now 2 steel golems, more than 20 rock golems and more than 20 gargoyle golems in the wizard tower. The gargoyle golems were placed on the outer wall of the wizard tower. If these gargoyles were not awakened, they would look no different from decorative statues. A wizard tower needed an army of golems. Obviously, this wizard tower did not have one. Another important problem was that this wizard tower did not have a tower spirit. The creation of a tower spirit had to be at the legendary level. Hathaway's strength was still not enough. The golem in front of him must have been cast by Hathaway's soul enlightenment. Its intelligence was much higher than that of ordinary stone golems. It was like an intelligent robot. High-level tower spirits were somewhat like artificial intelligence, but more powerful than artificial intelligence. Su Len was still learning alchemy. He was still very interested in golems and tower spirits. Unfortunately, the requirements for mastering it were too high. Not only did it require a very high level of magic and alchemy skills, but it also required a lot of special knowledge. Su Len was still unable to build golems. After all, he had only learned wizard instructions for a short time. Strictly speaking, Su Len was now only a level 10 wizard. Of course, because he had mastered the magic tattoo technique, his level could be slightly higher. As for building a mechanical life, Su Len was still not sure. After all, the realm of the soul was too mysterious. Under normal circumstances, the soul part could only be studied at the legendary level. He walked up the wizard tower floor by floor. Su Len saw a lot of strange things. Some were magic devices that he could not understand, and some were all kinds of strange laboratories. Compared to Hathaway's laboratory, it was a world of difference. The previous experiment looked like a small workshop. Squeak. When Su Len passed by a place that looked like a prison, he suddenly heard a sound that sounded like a mouse. He turned around and looked. Immediately he saw 3 giant bats locked in cages. These bats were all the size of wash basins and looked somewhat ferocious. Their mouths were full of sharp fangs, and they were constantly biting the cage in an attempt to escape. Unfortunately, their sharp fangs were completely useless against the cage made of special metal. These were magic bats, which belonged to a special magical life. They had all kinds of abilities and were the most commonly encountered monsters in the wizard tower. They were creatures that wizards had modified and could be used to guard the wizard tower. These magic bats had a lot of extraordinary abilities such as invisibility, stealth, detection, blood-sucking, and their attacks were also accompanied by diseases. They could be said to be the standard rookie killer. If you encountered a magic bat in the wild, the possibility of death was quite high. On this floor, the golems responsible for guarding the tower were replaced by obsidian golems. They were big blocks that weighed about half a ton. Some of the specially modified large obsidian golems could weigh about 2 tons. The surface of these golems was made of obsidian and had been specially treated. The surface looked very smooth and its hardness was higher than modern steel. It also had alchemy enchantment resistance. The challenge level of these golems was a level 13 monster. Under normal circumstances, even a level 3 knight would have to spend a lot of effort to dismantle an obsidian golem. There were 2 more powerful steel golems here. The challenge level of the steel golems was 17. Some steel golems that had been specially strengthened were even higher. Su Len had dealt with this kind of iron lump before. Without a good weapon, facing this thing was like dismantling a tank with bare hands. Of course, there were more powerful ones such as diamond golems, mithril golems, adamantine golems, and even spell breakers and arcane guards. One could totally imagine dismantling a Gundam or an Iron Man with bare hands. If one did not have the strength of the Hulk, one should not think about fighting these things. The most annoying thing in the wizard tower were these golems. They were also the main defense force of the wizard tower. Chapter 368. After passing through this floor, Su Lin came to the top of the wizard tower. The top of the wizard tower was divided into two areas. One was the astrology platform, and the other was the control center of the wizard tower. However, the tower spirit in the wizard tower had not been created yet, so the control center was still empty. The astrology platform was built at the request of Hathaway. As a member of the Northern Witch School, Hathaway also knew prophecy spells. Prophecy spells sounded very powerful, but after really understanding it, one would find that it was a trap. The cost of divination spells was often not proportional to the benefits. Divination spells could easily be interfered with by various factors, and even if the spell was successfully cast, the results that one saw might not necessarily happen. Divination spells only saw the most likely outcome among thousands of outcomes. However, the future was constantly changing. Any choice could change the outcome of things, especially those that had far-reaching effects and a wide range of effects. Every time divination spells were used, the results would be different. Moreover, the cost was not something that anyone could bear. When divination spells were cast on others, there was also a chance of being discovered, and there might even be a spell backlash. Moreover, if divination spells were cast on people without the consent of others, once discovered, it was likely to be a life and death struggle. After all, everyone had secrets that they did not want others to know. Of course, there were also some low-level divination spells, but most of these divination spells only had a very vague result, such as good luck or bad luck, direction, and so on. Those witches who set up a mysterious tent in a big city, wore strange wizard robes, cooked some strange potions and used crystal balls as casting props, were most likely such witches. What's more, most of them were liars. Su Lin did not stop Hathaway from studying divination spells, but he asked Hathaway not to prophesy things that were beyond her strength. Sometimes a woman's curiosity was like a cat's. Su Lin also later learned that Hathaway had come to the northern wilderness to perform a divination for herself. The result of the divination was in her favor, so she ventured into the northern wilderness alone. When Su Lin found out about this matter, he strictly ordered her not to do such dangerous things in the future. Divination was not absolutely accurate. If it was wrong, she would be done for. After learning about the art of divination, Su Lin even asked Hathaway to divine for him. However, it was strange that Su Lin's divination didn't work at all. In Hathaway's words, "Your future is shrouded in fog." This was the first time that Hathaway had seen such a phenomenon. Although Hathaway couldn't directly predict Su Lin's future with prophecy, she could use other methods to make a rough prediction. For example, he could make a prediction about Su Lin's surroundings. Although he couldn't get any direct information, he could still get some general results through various inferences. This made Su Lin's heart skip a beat. Hathaway's prediction didn't give him any information. It was very likely that the system on his body was shielding him. However, this shielding effect only worked on him. It didn't work on the people around him or those who had interacted with him. That was why prophecy was somewhat effective. After figuring out this matter, Su Lin decided to learn prophecy in some ways to counter it. He didn't learn prophecy to predict the future. He wanted to learn how to hide himself. There were many ways to hide his past and future. Many powerful wizards would do this. The best at this were liches. After all, liches needed to hide their phylacteries. It was very difficult to kill a lich. As long as the lich's phylactery wasn't destroyed, even if it was temporarily killed, it would resurrect after a while. Only by destroying the phylactery could the lich be considered dead. Therefore, liches would hide their phylacteries very well. Instead of aimlessly looking for a lich's phylactery, it was better to use prophecy. In order to prevent others from finding their phylacteries, liches would definitely counter prophecy so that the location of their phylacteries couldn't be predicted. The simplest method was to hide one's real name. Of course, this method would only increase the difficulty. Others would still use other methods to find one's real name. Therefore, some people had researched some sealing techniques and used them to seal one's real name. If someone used prophecy on him at this time, the seal on his real name would be triggered, and that person would be the first to know. In order to see the future through prophecy, one would have to break the seal. This was not easy. Not only would one have to face the backlash of the prophecy, but they would also have to face the backlash of the sealing spell and the counterattack of others. However, the conditions for using prophecy were very strict. Only legendary wizards could use it. This method quickly spread among the liches, and even arcanists from other schools of thought learned it. Although arcanists were powerful, they were not without weaknesses. Those who wanted to deal with arcanists would often use prophecy to find their weakness and use it to deal a fatal blow at the right time. This method had appeared more than once in history. However, other than the first two successful attempts, almost all of them failed. Other than prophecy, there were also people who split a small part of their soul and used this small part to carry their own fate. Finally, they used prophecy to seal this small part of their soul. Some arcanists felt that this prophecy was not safe enough, so they added more seals on top of the original one. It was said that the most ridiculous prophecy had added 30 seals on a piece of his soul. It should be known that each seal was stronger than the previous one. With so many seals stacked on top of each other, those who dared to use the prophecy technique on him would be severely injured or even killed by the backlash of the seals. Su Lin planned to use this spell to seal a piece of his soul after he became a legendary wizard. For now, he could only rely on the system's own shielding power. According to Hathaway, the shielding power on his body was still very strong. Therefore, Su Lin was not in a hurry now. After passing through these golems, Su Lin came to the top of the wizard tower. As soon as he arrived, warm sunlight shone in. Su Lin looked up at the sky. There were no clouds in the sky above the wizard tower. A special spell was used here. No matter the weather, the sky could be seen. Standing on the wizard tower, Su Lin looked out. In the distance there was a winding mountain range like a giant dragon. It was the Sierra de Lotus. At this time the mountain range was covered with a thick layer of snow. Around the mountain range was a lush forest. South of the forest were two winding rivers. Many farms were neatly cultivated on both sides of the rivers. Near the wizard tower was a city that was as neat as a chessboard. There was an endless flow of people in the city. This was his northern city. In the south of the city there were even more farms. These were all his territories. The towering Magus Tower was like a skyscraper. Standing here, one could easily overlook everything. It gave one a feeling of being in control of everything. A sense of excitement rose in one's heart. It was as if one was high up in the sky like a god. "You're here." A pleasant female voice sounded from behind him. Su Lin turned around and looked. In an instant, it was as if he was struck by lightning. A stunned expression appeared on his face. In front of him was a spacious Imperial concubine chair covered with comfortable winter wolf fur. Hathaway was leaning lazily on it. One of her jade-like arms supported her head. The other hand was holding the book, Magic Tattoo, that Su Lin gave her. Her face was still delicate and beautiful. In terms of appearance, Hathaway, Chris and Alex were all top-notch. It was just that their styles were somewhat different. She was the kind of woman who was graceful with a hint of charm, gorgeous with a hint of intelligence. She had a tall and slender figure, curvy curves, perfectly round and perky buttocks, and firm and slender thighs. Her body proportions were perfect, with white and straight calves and a slender and flexible waist. No matter how one looked at her, she was impeccable. Of course, if that were all, Su Lin, who was already familiar with her beauty, would not show such an expression. After all, they had known each other for a long time. However, at this moment, Hathaway was different. Su Lin almost could not take his eyes off her. At this moment, Hathaway was wearing a white silk nightgown. The neckline of the nightgown revealed her smooth, jade-like skin. Her breasts were half exposed. The nightgown was tight at the waist and had a slit. Her beautiful legs wrapped in soft, shiny stockings were slightly curled up. The pure white silk material was very light and thin, even slightly transparent. This was the high-quality silk produced by the half-elves in the territory. The stockings were woven from the silk of the underground spiders bred in Crete. Each of them was very expensive. The combination of black and white was even more stunning. Sullen's gaze was firmly fixed on her. At this moment, Hathaway was reclining on the chaise lounge. Her attire was exceptionally beautiful, especially her pair of slender, round and beautiful legs that were wrapped in silk stockings. It gave him the urge to lift them up. If that was all Su Lin had seen before. However, Hathaway was wearing a pair of golden rimless glasses. These glasses were made of transparent crystal and were invented by a wizard. Hathaway's pair of glasses were obviously enchanted. At this moment, Hathaway's intelligence was mixed with sexiness, which made Su Lin feel strongly tempted. As if feeling Sullen's burning gaze, Hathaway's delicate face blushed slightly. Her slender, round fingers gently tugged at her nightgown, trying to cover her slender, beautiful legs. However, the nightgown was not big enough. It could only cover part of her legs. The half-covered feeling seemed to be even more tempting. The eagerness in Sullen's eyes made Hathaway secretly happy. Her delicate red lips curled into a beautiful arc, and a sly look flashed in her eyes. The number of such wizards was as high as 80%. He also understood why those liches would do the conversion ritual. From Sullen's point of view, giving up physical pleasure, giving up the pleasure of eating good food, giving up the pleasure of dopamine, and devoting all of their attention to magic. Living in the wizard tower for decades was no different than being in jail. No, it was even worse than being in jail. Even if they were in jail, they could find their friends to solve the problem. They could even do it with men. Liches, on the other hand, were just a pile of bones. This kind of immortality was not fun at all. It was even torture. But why would anyone want to do this? Now he understood that those liches were basically nerds in the academies. There were many types of sorcerers. The most popular ones were the evocation, defense, curses, necromancy, and so on. There were also divisions based on inheritance, combat sorcerers, and academy sorcerers. Battle wizards rarely participated in the research of knowledge. They were more proficient in fighting and had tyrannical strength. Academies, on the other hand, were not good at fighting. However, as time passed and the academies grasped more and more knowledge, this kind of perception would quickly decrease. In every era, the most powerful adepts were usually from the academies. One of the reasons why liches were powerful was because they had lived for a long time. Another reason was that most liches were converted from academies. Basically, every liches was very rich. They had enough time to make all kinds of excellent and powerful magic tools. Many of the powerful magic tools in the world were made by liches. Sulin also realized that most of the academies were straight men. Some were even steely men. Sulin found a lot of such things in some of the diary manuscripts. In the eyes of those wizards, women were very troublesome creatures. They would moan for no reason, pull you to look at the shooting stars when you were looking at the stars, and then make a solemn wish. Make a wish to a shooting star? Wasn't the wishing spell more convenient? They would also make a mess of your experiment. They would spray all kinds of perfume and strange substances on your body, and then affect the accuracy of your experiment. When you were meditating, they would use all kinds of unrealistic so-called romantic ideas to disturb your will. They liked to take up a lot of your time to do some completely meaningless things such as going shopping, watching some moaning for no reason, and participating in hypocritical banquets that deliberately flattered you. Therefore, many academies would directly summon succubi when they had physiological needs. Compared to those human women, succubi were simple and easy to use. As long as you paid a little price, you could make those succubi serve you with all kinds of superb skills. They were much better than those human women. Also, succubi would not waste your time. They did not have all kinds of messy thoughts. It was convenient and fast to call. Of course, other than succubi, there were also some other foreign creatures, but the price to pay was different. After reading these comments, Sulin couldn't help but admire these people. Fortunately, although Hathaway was also from the academies, she was not an extreme academies wizard. During these 3 months, Sulin, Hathaway, Alex, Lorraine, and Andre all became wizard teachers. They took turns to teach those wizard apprentices. Luckily, there were not many classes, only about once a week. Sometimes, Sulin would also go to classes such as alchemy. Alchemy was a very important subject, and Sulin could only be considered a beginner. Andre had the most classes. He had 6 classes a week. Most of the time, Sulin would also go to the classroom to listen to classes. With the end of winter, Sulin's learning of wizardry came to an end for the time being. Although there were no trade caravans in the northern town during winter, the construction of the city had been progressing steadily. The roads in the city were all repaired in these 3 months. The outer city of the northern town city was now paved with stone and gravel. The roads in the city were all hardened. Even if it rained, the roads would not become muddy. Other than the roads, the drainage system in the northern town city was also completed. The drainage system in the outer city was also connected. The sewage in the city could be directly discharged, so there was no need to worry about waterlogging in the city when it rained. All kinds of basic facilities were basically completed. Other than some areas that were still under construction, most of the areas in the city were completed. After the construction of the northern town city was completed, Sulin entered the countdown to the founding of the northern town city. The ice and snow melted and the roads were smooth again. The trade caravans in the northern town city began their journey again. However, this time, other than transporting goods, they also had another job, which was to send messages to the nobles and countries that were on good terms with the northern town city. The northern town city was going to establish a duchy. Sulin thought about the name of the duchy for a long time and finally decided on it. It was going to be called the Northern Wind Duchy. In the Sulin system interface, the northern town city had already surpassed the threshold to establish a duchy. As a matter of fact, the requirements to establish a duchy were not high. The population of 100,000, the territory of 20 square kilometers, at least 3 cities, an army, prosperity, and the number of buildings were all met in the city interface. Other than agriculture, the fastest growing industry in the northern town city was animal husbandry. They had been eating fish for a long time, so they could not wait to eat beef and mutton. The 2 rivers outside the northern town city were rich in fish resources, especially when the sturgeon migrated every winter. By then, the Red Sand River and the Whitewater River would have a great harvest. Countless sturgeon migrating from the ocean would fill up the entire river. Sparkling water could be seen everywhere on the surface of the river. The sturgeon migrated from March to May every year. After the cold winter, the hungry animals and the outlanders in the wilderness would catch a lot of these fish. The northern town city's fishing technology was much better than these animals and outlanders. Every time this season there would be a great harvest. These migrating fish would return from the ocean and cross thousands of miles to the upper reaches of the river to lay their eggs. At this time, not only was the meat of the fish juicy, but there were also a lot of fish roe. Last year, the northern town city did not prepare anything. They only made a lot of dried salted fish and did not make any caviar. This year it was the migration season again. Sulin planned to try making caviar. It was not difficult to make caviar. This kind of food only needed to be marinated with some salt. Of course, Sulin was only half-baked. The important task of making caviar was still left to the halfling Frodo. Halflings had an unexpected talent in cooking. They were very sensitive to food. After listening to Sulin's simple explanation, they began to try it. The soldiers in the northern town city had been eating fish for half a year. After a year, the number of cattle and mutton in the northern town city could finally be supplied. Food like dried fish couldn't be wasted either. Su Luin began to provide a large amount of food to civilians, refugees, and slaves. At the very least, they no longer had to rely on fish soup. Even kobolds and goblins could eat a few pieces of fish meat. After signing the document in his hand and handing it to the attendant beside him, Sulin got up and walked to the reception hall. Sulin soon arrived at the reception hall. High Priestess Vina was waiting for him in the room. This priestess of the Wisdom Shrine was wearing a very luxurious priestess robe today. She seemed to have dressed up and looked very solemn and formal. "Long time no see, Your Excellency," Reverend Vina said with a smile when she saw Sulin walking in from outside the door. Reverend Wei Na, it's nice to see you again," Sulin said gently. Even though he wasn't interested in the so-called etiquette, Sulin still learned these lessons seriously. At this moment, although Sulin's actions seemed a little casual, they weren't impolite at all. Vina nodded to herself when she saw Sulin's appearance. This lord didn't look like a nouveau riche. Instead, he looked like an elegant noble. He wore well-trimmed clothes, had a strong and straight body, and a handsome and delicate face. His eyes were sharp but not overbearing. At a glance, he looked like one of those heroic figures in epics and legends. He made people's eyes light up. Vina couldn't help but sigh in her heart. He really was a natural-born king. Just his appearance and temperament made people feel like they were willing to submit to him. He was powerful, handsome, elegant, and wealthy. He would definitely be the most dazzling star if he appeared in the noble banquets of other kingdoms. Vina quickly recovered and said with a smile, "Your Excellency Sulin is even more elegant than before." The two of them exchanged some pleasantries before taking their seats. The servants served tea. After the door was closed, Sulin began to ask, "Your Excellency, is there anything I can help you with today?" "There are some things." Vina put down the tea and said with a smile, "I heard that Your Excellency Sulin is preparing to officially establish the Northwind Dukedom in 2 months. Yes, the Northgard city is currently preparing for the establishment ceremony. This wasn't a secret. Although Sulin hadn't officially invited the church, it wasn't difficult for them to find out. "Then I'll congratulate Your Excellency in advance on becoming a Grand Duke," Vina said with a smile. "Thank you. I'll need your church to attend the establishment ceremony when the time comes." Sulin nodded. "We will." Vina nodded. "Your Excellency Sulin, have you thought about who you'd like to crown you during the establishment ceremony?" "I haven't thought about that yet." Sulin shook his head. Vina's eyes lit up and then she continued, "Your Excellency Sulin, I have a suggestion, but I'm not sure if you'd be willing to accept it." "Of course I'd be willing to accept a good suggestion," Sulin said with a smile. Vina smiled. "I suggest that you invite the Pope of the Wisdom Church to crown you. If you're willing, the Pope will personally come to crown you on the day of the ceremony. The Wisdom Church will personally come to crown me? Sullen's heartbeat suddenly sped up. As one of the most powerful churches on the continent, the Wisdom Church's status was unquestionable. Many small dukedoms didn't even have the chance to see him. After all, this Pope was the spokesperson of the wisdom god in the main material plane. If the Wisdom Church supported the Northwind Dukedom, its status on the continent would instantly rise. It would no longer be a small, transparent country. The Northwind Dukedom would also be recognized by all the kingdoms on the continent. However, this would bring about a problem. If Sulen accepted the Wisdom Church's coronation, then the Northwind Dukedom would become a force of the Wisdom Church. In this way, the Wisdom Church's strength would definitely increase greatly in the northern city. This wasn't in Sulen's interest, so the Wisdom Church should just focus on their studies. Su Luan thought for a moment and refused. "I'm sorry, Reverend Vina. I'm very happy that His Holiness is willing to come to this remote and desolate northern wilderness to crown me, but I think it's better not to bother His Holiness." Vina looked at Su Lin seriously, then nodded and didn't continue the topic. Since Su Lin rejected the Wisdom Church's olive branch, the Wisdom Church wouldn't force him to accept it. The two continued to chat in the parlor for a while, then Su Lin personally sent Vina out of the castle. The Wisdom Church wasn't an underground church like the Dark Lady. As long as one rejected it, they would be an enemy, so there was no need to worry about the Wisdom Church's revenge. In fact, most churches were like this. Only those in the evil camp would be like this, but Su Lin wasn't worried. After Su Lin sent the Wisdom Church's priest away, in the next few days the War Church, the Wealth Church, the Justice Church and several other churches came one after another. Their goal was the same as the Wisdom Churches, which was to invite Su Lin to their pope for the coronation. Of course, Su Lin rejected. Unlike the other royal families, Su Lin was able to establish a kingdom by relying on his own strength. He knew that his power came from himself, and it wasn't the so-called God's power. There was no need to find himself a mother-in-law. He also had the power to protect his territory. Spring had arrived and the northern city became very busy. A large number of serfs and refugees were organized to come for spring plowing. Spring plowing was very important to any country. There were now 100,000 acres of land outside the northern city. Other than a portion that had already been planted, the rest needed to be planted in half a month. At the same time, other places in the northern city were also very busy. Many of the rules in the northern city needed to be reorganized into laws. At the same time, the promotion of the army also needed to be fully explained. Taxes, trade and so on also needed to be made official. The invitations sent out by the northern city received responses in a month. Almost all the nobles who received the invitations said that they would come. Some who couldn't come for various reasons sent their sons to participate in their place. As long as the nobles in their right mind wanted to continue working with the northern city, they wouldn't refuse this kind of founding ceremony. The Florentine royal family said that they would send Prince Grant to celebrate in person. The Marquis of Savoy also said that he would send his son and daughter to participate in the founding ceremony. The northern city had sent a large number of troops to the northern city to clean up the outsiders. The trade route to the northern city was especially important. Su Lin found the Little Mare mission and asked for more centaurs. He then asked the cavalry to clean up all the bandits around the road. During this period of time, Su Lin didn't want to see any merchant caravans being robbed by bandits. The roads and all kinds of infrastructure in the northern city had been completed, but there were still many details to be completed. For example, the flower beds on both sides of the road weren't planted with flowers and plants, the facilities in the city park weren't complete, and the statues used as decorations still needed to be improved. Su Lin found grace and asked the gnomes to do the work of greening the city. They were proficient in nature magic, so it was easy for them to speed up the growth of plants. At the same time, they were also good at art. It was very suitable for them to decorate the city. In addition to these things, Su Lin also needed to select a group of people to reward. After all, the northern city was about to be founded. These people would definitely be rewarded with a title. Su Lin was going to arrange these people according to their contributions. The highest title in the Northwind Duchy was the Duke of Su Lin. The others were counts, viscounts, barons, lords and knights. The title of marquis was prepared for the crown prince. The others were only counts at most. P.S. Please subscribe, please subscribe, please subscribe. Important things must be repeated 3 times. Chapter 371. The news of the northern battlefront city building a new kingdom slowly spread. After hearing the news, many merchants brought all kinds of resources to the city. Many circuses were also preparing to head to the city. In this era, there were not many large-scale celebrations. The merchants would take every opportunity to earn kinnar. The number of merchants heading to the northern battlefront city increased rapidly. Just as the construction of the northern battlefront city was in full swing, a cavalryman galloped toward the city. Judging by his attire, it was obvious that he was a messenger. The galloping of the horse was very urgent. The messenger was running at full speed. There was an emergency passage in the northern battlefront city for messengers. No one was allowed to use it. Even though the northern battlefront city was crowded with people, no one dared to go near the emergency passage. The messenger galloped all the way without stopping. He soon arrived at the inner city. He only stopped when he reached the main gate of the Lord's mansion. Then he heard hurried footsteps. A series of urgent knocks came from the door. Sulin stood up and opened the door. He knew it was an emergency, but he was curious. Were there other powerful tribes around the city that dared to attack the northern battlefront city? "My lord, there is an emergency." "What is it?" Su Luan quickly took a leather tube. He first checked that the seal on the leather tube was intact and then opened it. The army of the northern battlefront city had been sent out to clean up the goblins, kobolds, and gnolls around the territory. Some of them were sent to protect the trade routes. There were not many soldiers left in the city. However, the crossbowmen were left in the city. If he wanted to, he could easily gather a few thousand men. If someone thought the northern battlefront city was weak and decided to launch a sneak attack, the crossbowmen would definitely surprise them. The messenger was panting heavily. Sweat kept pouring out of his body. His clothes were soaked in sweat. It was obvious that he had not rested at all during the journey. "We've discovered traces of lizard men in the river. Our fishing boats have been attacked," the messenger quickly reported after his breathing had calmed down. Su Luan opened the book of military intelligence prisoners in the leather tube and read it, frowning. "Lizard men? Don't they live in the swamps downstream of the Red Sand River? Why are they migrating upstream?" Su Lin flipped through the military report and felt a little strange. Why are the lizard men joining in on the fun at this time? Are they here to attend my coronation? Su Lin wasn't too worried. He was confident that he could defeat the lizard men. "Go and invite General Aiton and General Johnson here." Su Lin put down the urgent military report and ordered the attendant beside him. The attendant accepted the order and left. About 15 minutes later, General Aiton arrived at Sulin's study. Su Lin handed him the urgent military report on the table. After he finished reading it, Su Lin said, "Aiton, immediately take some people downstream to investigate. I want to know more about these lizard men." "Johnson, go and gather the army we've established." "Yes, sir." "Yes, sir." The two of them nodded, then turned around and began to move. Johnson turned around and went to assemble the army. Thump, thump, thump. The muffled sound of drums echoed throughout the camp. The soldiers resting in the tents immediately got up and put on their armor in an orderly manner. They listened to the orders of the flag bearers and gathered together. After the two of them left, Su Lin found Hathaway and asked her to take charge of the northern city. Su Lin felt a little strange about the lizardmen's movement to the north. These creatures could easily leave the swamps. They were like fish in water in the swamps and were very powerful. However, once they left the swamps and came to land, these lizard men were even weaker than the gnolls. Their only advantage was probably their ability to regenerate and reproduce. After they left the swamps, even if the northern city was a little weak, the lizard men were still no match for the crossbowmen. Su Lin left the northern city with 300 soldiers and traveled down the river. Along the way, Su Lin received more information about the lizard men. This time the lizard men were very active. Su Lin even suspected that they had mobilized all their forces. Why would the lizard men mobilize all their forces at this time of the year? Migration? Expansion of territory? Or a food crisis? Su Lin immediately ruled out the possibility of expanding their territory. The lizardmen's body structure could not allow them to leave water for long periods of time. They could only live in areas with abundant water. Ever since Su Lin came to the northern wasteland, he had never heard of the lizard men expanding from the swamps. A food crisis was not right either. During this period of time, sturgeons were swimming. There were a lot of fat sturgeons in the river. The lizard men were good at swimming, so it was easy for them to catch sturgeons. Naturally, they would not lack food. Then, could it be that they were migrating? "Sir, the lizard men attacked our ships, but they were defeated by the army." an officer said beside Su Lin. Originally, Su Lin planned to clean up the northern wasteland and then celebrate the founding of the country. However, at this critical moment, the lizard men had invaded. A large number of scouts were sent out and all kinds of information were sent back. The next day, Su Lin finally collected some useful information. The lizard men robbed many small tribes along the way, but they did not conquer them. Could it be that they lack food? Su Lin looked at the information in his hands. There was a large pile of documents in front of him. They were all information about the lizardmen's movements in the past 2 days. The scouts of the northern city were very good at collecting information. With them around, nothing that happened in the northern wasteland could escape his eyes. What is this? There seems to be a dragon's roar coming from the swamps? At this time, Su Lin suddenly saw a piece of information under the pile of documents. Swamp dragon's roar? Did a black dragon appear in the swamps? The most famous true dragon that liked to live in the swamps was the black dragon. As the black dragon and the white dragon, the black dragon's strength was ranked second to last. Their faces would turn into skeletons when they reached adulthood, so some people called them skeleton dragons. The black dragon's breath was acid, and it was very corrosive. They liked to eat rotten food. They would soak their food in acid and wait for it to rot before enjoying it. Taste was very important. Black dragons liked to build their nests in the swamps. They had a special ability to corrupt the water and make it unable to support the survival of animals. They also had a special ability to transform the water around them. Black dragons liked to hide under the water and sneak attack. In addition, black dragons rarely entered the forest because the trees in the forest would interfere with their mobility. Black dragons liked gold coins and they usually collected a lot of coins. If a black dragon really appeared in the swamps, then it could indeed cause such a situation. Sulin's heart was burning. If there really was a black dragon, then it meant there were treasures here. Chapter 372. Su Lin led the army along the river. He didn't bring many people with him this time, only 12 barbarian marauders and 200 half-elf archers. Although there weren't many people, they were all elites. If the 12 barbarian marauders went all out, it wouldn't take them much effort to wipe out an army of thousands. With the help of the 200 half-elf archers, it wouldn't be difficult to wipe out an army of 3,000 to 5,000 people. Dealing with some lizard men wouldn't be a problem either. Su Lin never thought of enslaving the lizard men. They were different from orcs and gnolls. They were a very cruel and cold-blooded race. They would attack all creatures near water or swamps. After attacking other tribes, they would kill everyone, including adult males, women, and children. The lizard men had a large population. They killed other creatures in order to gain more living space. They were not as strong as gnolls on land, but there were many of them. A lizard man tribe could have a population of thousands. If a battle broke out, they could pull out more than half of the population. Basically, every lizard man tribe had at least one spellcaster, usually a sorcerer or a druid. Lizard men tribes had the ability to tame other monsters such as swamp lizards, crocodiles, and so on. Some even tamed mutated lizards. The most powerful of them was a kind of thunder lizard. This kind of thunder lizard was more than 7 meters long and weighed about 2 tons. Not only did it have strong physical strength, but it could also release lightning attacks. Its power was comparable to a level 4 spell. Just as the army was moving forward, 2 drow scouts came running from the front. They were quickly stopped by the barbarian marauders in front of them. Stop. The barbarian put his arm out and stopped the 2 drow. Sir, we found traces of lizard men. One of the drow said. Su Lin waved at the barbarian and let him pass. Where are they? There's a northern barbarian village 5 kilometers from here. The lizard men are attacking the village. It seems that these lizard men don't know how much trouble they've caused, Su Lin said coldly. Then give them a reminder. Go and kill those lizard men. Lead the way, the rest of you follow. Su Lin ordered. Understood. Everyone accelerate. Following his order, the army suddenly sped up. 5 kilometers was not a long distance. It only took the army of the North Town City 20 minutes to arrive. From afar, they could see plumes of black smoke rising from a village in the distance, accompanied by shouts. Su Lin clearly saw that the village was surrounded by at least 1,000 monsters in dark green clothes. They were lizardmen. It's these lizardmen, right? Get rid of them. Su Lin said coldly. The army of the North Town City instantly bared their fangs. Under Johnson's lead, a total of 12 barbarians rushed forward with their axes raised. At this time, the lizard men were besieging the village and didn't notice the sudden appearance of an army. In addition to the warriors, the lizard men also had a large number of archers. In front of the barbarians was the archer formation of the lizard men. The distance of a few hundred meters was quickly shortened. When the barbarians were only 200 meters away from the archers, the lizard men noticed the charging barbarians and immediately panicked. At this time, a lizard man who was clearly taller than the other lizard men roared twice, and the archers quickly calmed down. 50 lizard man archers separated from the group and began to shoot arrows at Johnson and the others. However, these arrows were no threat to the 12 barbarians. The arrows fell from the sky, and the barbarians only needed to wave their weapons a few times to easily deflect them. Moreover, the barbarians didn't slow down in the slightest. In just 2 rounds of arrows they were already 50 meters away. Seeing this situation, the lizard men archers completely panicked. Javelins. Fire. With Johnson's order, the 12 barbarians grabbed javelins and hurled them over. The 1-meter-long javelins weren't light, and the spearheads were made of fine steel. They looked cold and shiny and were abnormally sharp. Poochie. Poochie. The sound of flesh tearing rang out. The scales of the lizard men archers didn't have any resistance, and they were easily torn apart by the javelins. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Under the barbarians' powerful strength, the 12 javelins directly pierced through the lizard men. The javelins pierced through another lizard man and then another. In just a short time, the lizard men archers suffered heavy casualties. Under the attack of the javelins, the lizard men archers' formation was disrupted. They didn't care about continuing to attack, and the 12 barbarians immediately rushed in. In the face of the barbarians' giant axes, the lizardmen's scales were like paper. The 12 barbarians were like 12 meat grinders, and wherever they passed, blood and flesh flew everywhere. While the barbarians were charging, the 200 gnome archers also began to attack. After the gnome archers arrived at a predetermined position, they immediately formed a formation and began to attack. Arrows were like a torrential rain as they directly enveloped the lizard men. The lizard men were like wheat being cut down in rows. Faced with the sudden attack, the lizardmen's offensive was instantly interrupted. The lizard men constantly roared in an attempt to stabilize the army, but it was all in vain. In the face of the 12 barbarian raiders, the lizard men were completely defeated. The lizard men warriors were attacking the village and they couldn't leave for a while. Facing a group of archers, the barbarians were unstoppable. With the constant rain of arrows falling from the sky, the lizard men army was on the verge of collapse. When the lizard men warriors on the front lines heard the sounds of fighting behind them, they had a bad feeling. When the northern barbarians saw that reinforcements had arrived, they were already in despair, but their morale was instantly boosted. They waved all kinds of weapons and rushed forward without any regard for their own safety. In just a few minutes, the situation on the battlefield had changed. The lizard men army was in danger. Sulin didn't make a move. He just stood not far away and watched the battle. If he couldn't handle a battle of this level, then this army wasn't worth his effort. Besides, as the lord of the northern city, he couldn't charge at the front every time. If he did, then what was the point of having an army? Hiss. A hissing sound came from the lizard men, and a 5-meter-long and 3-meter-tall creature covered in scales rushed out of the river. As soon as it appeared, it rushed towards the barbarians who were slaughtering their way through the water. When the monster roared, the lizard men who had already fallen into chaos on the battlefield became even more spirited. Their originally fearful expressions were replaced by fanaticism. They roared and rushed towards the enemy. Swamp lizard? When he saw the monster, Sulin recognized it at a glance. It was a swamp lizard. Under the command of a lizard man, the swamp lizard directly rushed towards the nearest barbarian. It waved its sharp claws, and with its strength even steel would be deformed. Giant strength. God's descent. Johnson roared, and then his body flashed with light. His originally tall and strong body grew even taller. His muscles bulged, and his original height of 2.1 meters broke through to 2.5 meters. His skin turned bronze and shined with a metallic luster. Because the barbarians had transformed, they could no longer wear armor. After all, the northern city didn't have armor that could change size according to their body. In addition, these barbarians were very skilled in battle, so these 12 barbarians didn't wear any armor. They didn't even have a shield. Only their clothes were special, so they wouldn't be torn apart. Otherwise they would be running around naked. After activating Celestial Descent, Johnson, who was already very powerful, directly stepped into the legendary realm. Facing the swamp lizard that pounced on him, Johnson had no intention of dodging. He used his arm to block the swamp lizard's attack. Boom! Waves of air rolled. After seeing this scene, the lizardmen army, who were still boiling with anger, suddenly felt as if their throats were being choked. Their angry roars were stuck in their throats, and what happened next made them even more terrified. Rise! Johnson roared, and the veins on his strong arms bulged. Then the swamp lizard's huge body was directly thrown to the ground. Johnson faintly smiled, but in the eyes of the lizard men, this smile was even more terrifying than the smile of a demon. Johnson reached out and grabbed his axe. Taking advantage of the moment when the swamp lizard got up, he jumped on top of it. He waved the axe in his hand, and the sharp edge of the axe tore through the swamp lizard's tough scales, leaving a terrible wound on its body. The immense pain caused the swamp lizard to go crazy. Its body rolled, wanting to flip Johnson over. However, Johnson had been prepared for this. He jumped down first and took advantage of the opportunity to fiercely chop the swamp lizard's abdomen with his axe. This was one of the swamp lizard's weak points. The sharp axe tore through the scales without any hindrance, and directly opened a terrible wound on the swamp lizard's abdomen. Blood splattered everywhere and scorching hot blood spurted out. Even the internal organs were clearly visible. After suffering such a serious injury, even a giant beast like the swamp lizard was on the verge of death. Seeing their trump card being easily dealt with, the lizard men couldn't hold on any longer. Their morale fell to the bottom and many lizard men began to flee. However, it was already too late. The other 11 barbarians also roared and activated God's descent. The 12 barbarians were like 12 sharp knives, and all the enemies in front of them were torn apart. The lizardmen's formation was directly penetrated by them. Chapter 373. The lizardmen army collapsed, and the barbarians that had been guarding the village rushed out to pursue. These barbarians hated the lizardmen to the bone, so they naturally wouldn't give up this opportunity for revenge. During the pursuit of the lizardmen there was a small incident. A small group of lizardmen had gathered together and retreated. However, they didn't scatter and flee. Instead, they fought as they retreated. Some of the northern barbarians who pursued them were even killed instead. This situation quickly attracted Su Luan's attention, and he immediately ordered the archers to take special care of them. Soon, the lizard men were wiped out and the few that remained fled. But since they were targeted, how could they be allowed to escape? A barbarian marauder rushed over. When the lizard men saw the incoming barbarians, their expressions changed drastically. One of the lizard men waved a withered vine cane, and a green light appeared. Thorny vines. The lizard men tossed a few creatures out. Vines instantly sprouted from the ground in a dozen meters around them. These plants grew wildly as soon as they appeared. In a breath's time, they had wrapped around the barbarian marauder and bound him in place. These vines were covered in sharp barbs, but against the marauder's bronze skin, these vines had no effect at all. The vines grew rapidly, quickly wrapping around the marauder's legs and extending upwards. Seeing the marauder trapped, the lizard man let out a sigh of relief. But just as he thought it was safe, the marauder swung his axe. The tough vines only lasted a few blows before they were completely cut apart. The barbarian leapt out of the vines. Seeing this, the lizard man instinctively wanted to flee. However, the barbarian was faster. Before the lizard man could move, the barbarian was already brandishing its weapon, ready to cut him down. "Leave one alive." Sullen's voice suddenly rang out. The marauder's weapon was forcefully deflected, and it slashed the lizardman's nose into the ground. The lizard man felt a chill run through his body, and he couldn't help but fall to the ground, cold sweat pouring out. The battle had basically come to an end. A large number of lizard men had died, and the 12 marauders were unharmed. The northern barbarians had also stopped their pursuit. After the battle was over, the soldiers of northern Battlefront City began to clean up the battlefield. The lizard men who were still alive gave them a quick death and collected all their equipment. It was at this time that a barbarian marauder came over with a strong northern barbarian. "Boss, this person wants to see you. Let him come over." Su Luan glanced at him and nodded. The northern barbarian followed the other barbarian with a face full of reverence. "Respected sir, thank you for lending us a helping hand in our most dangerous time. You will be our most respected guest, and we are willing to pledge our loyalty to you." "How many people are in your village?" Su Luan asked. My lord, our village originally had 500 people. Among them, 157 were warriors. Now there are 116 people left. Alright, I am the lord of Northgard City, Sulen. I accept your loyalty. Sulen nodded. Although there were many people in Northgard City, he didn't mind having more people. Pack up your things and then follow them to clean up the battlefield. Yes, sir. Congratulations, host. Under your leadership, your army has won a great victory. You have received 2,300 experience points, and you have received the item Fine Iron X3. Congratulations, host. You have defeated the lizard men. You have received a gold treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have saved a northern barbarian village. Your relationship with this village has reached respect. Ding. A northern barbarian village has pledged loyalty to you. A series of system notifications rang in his ears. Sulen looked at them and closed the system interface. Bring the captive here. Yes, sir. The drow immediately turned and left. After a while, the drow came back with the lizard man. Lizard man, you should know the drow next to you. You should also know their methods. Now answer whatever I ask you. If you dare to lie to me, this drow will let you have a taste of their traditional craftsmanship. After seeing the lizard man, Sulen smiled at him. However, this smile made him feel cold all over. Understood. The lizard man trembled and nodded. That's good. Sulen nodded. Tell me, why did you attack this village? We did it for food and weapons. The lizard man said. Sulen glanced at him and said, Hee, food and weapons? Do you think I'm stupid? I'll leave it to you. Sulen waved his hand at the drow next to him. Then the drow directly carried the lizard man not far away. Soon, a burst of miserable screams came through. About 5 minutes later, Sulen asked the drow to bring him back. Tell me, why did you attack that village? Sulen looked at the wounded lizard man and asked. Sir, we really did it for food and seeds. The lizard man cried. It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. It's the sturgeon migration season now. You shouldn't be short of food. You're telling me it's for food? The lizard man said, Sir, what I said is true. You have to believe me. Our tribe is preparing to migrate. We rob the food to find a place to plant it after we migrate. Well, let's say what you said is true. Sulen nodded and continued. You want to migrate? What? Because. The lizard man hesitated. Sulen sneered. It seems that the lesson just now was not enough. Milton, teach him a lesson. Yes, sir. Milton smiled and then took the lizard man away again as he begged for mercy. Soon, the lizardman's rhythmic screams were heard. About 5 minutes later, the drow brought the lizard man back again. Are you awake now? Awake. What a scumbag. Why do you have to beat me to tell you? Sulen shook his head and said. Tell me, why are you migrating? Because a hydra suddenly appeared in the swamp. Sulen was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He immediately understood why these lizard men were migrating. He also realized that he was wrong about the black dragon in the swamp. As dragons, they were very powerful and liked to enslave lizard men, kobolds, gnolls, and other races. If a black dragon appeared in the swamp, these lizard men should have been taken in as subordinates by the black dragon instead of being forced to migrate. As for the dragon's roar that the scouts heard in the swamp, it should be the hydra's roar. Although the hydra was called a snake, it actually had some dragon blood in it. It was a dragon-descendant creature. However, unlike ordinary dragon-descendant creatures, the hydra's strength was almost comparable to a real dragon. The hydra was also known as the hydra. It was a powerful monster with 9 heads. Their heads had some characteristics of dragons, and their bodies were covered with dragon scales. Its 9 heads could spit out venom or other breath attacks. Furthermore, they had powerful poison and recovery abilities. These creatures were similar to dragons. The weakest among them was at the legendary level. In some ancient books, the most powerful hydra was an immemorial abhorrence. However, this immemorial abhorrence hydra had been slain in ancient times. Sulen did not know if there were any hydras of this level. Although hydras had the strength of a legendary level, they did not know how to gather subordinates. Most of the hydras were not normal. Because they had 9 heads, they had 9 consciousnesses, and they would compete with each other for control. Like demons, hydras were chaotic and evil creatures. They would attack any creature they saw. When there were no enemies, the 9 heads of hydras would even kill each other. It could be said that hydras were in a state of schizophrenia all year round. It was not an ordinary split, but 9. Therefore, hydras that were in a state of chaos for a long time did not gather subordinates. These lizard men did not want to die, so they could only leave the swamp and migrate. Although the Hydra was chaotic, its fighting strength was not weak. It was even stronger than a white dragon. Its regenerative ability was very strong. As long as one of its heads was not dead, the Hydra would not die. As long as it had enough time, even if only one of its heads was left, it could grow back the other 8 heads. At the same time, the environment of the Hydra's living area would also change. For example, the swamp would become a poisonous swamp. In the area it lived in, the swamp would be highly toxic. If the Hydra was not dealt with, perhaps after next year, the sturgeon in the Red Sand River would no longer swim. The poisonous water in the swamp would pollute the river, and from the downstream to the estuary, a large number of creatures would die. Of course, the Hydra's body was not ordinary. Its skin was comparable to a real dragon's skin. Its blood was also a precious alchemy material that could be used to make dragon blood potions. Its fangs, scales, organs and so on were all very good materials. After learning that there was a Hydra here, Su Luan had already regarded it as prey. Although the Hydra was powerful, it was still relatively easy to deal with compared to the dragon. This was because the dragon liked to enslave a large number of monsters. The older the dragon, the more creatures it could enslave. Many times, the dragon-slaying teams were killed by the dragon's servants before they could even see the dragon. What's more, dragons were very cunning. Among the chromatic dragons, except for the red dragon, the other chromatic dragons liked to sneak attack. Hydras, on the other hand, were different. The 9 heads fought with each other without thinking, so it was easier to kill a Hydra. Chapter 374. Apart from your tribe, where are the other lizard men tribes? Su Luan continued to ask. The swamp was huge and there was more than one lizard men tribe living there. Now that the swamp was occupied by the Hydra, the lizard men migrating north would definitely cause chaos in the area. I don't know about the other tribes. They didn't come with us. I only know that some of them went northwest, the lizard man druid said. Su Luan then asked a few other questions and then let the drows take care of him. There were not many captives left in this war, mainly because the lizard men were not suitable to be slaves. After dealing with these matters, Su Luan opened the storage space and opened the golden treasure chest that he had just obtained. Congratulations, you have opened the golden treasure chest. You have obtained the special building blueprint Eagle's Nest. Hearing that he had obtained a special blueprint, Su Luan's eyes lit up, and he immediately checked it. Construction Blueprint Eagle's Nest. This is a blueprint that records how to build an eagle's nest. After using it, you can build an eagle's nest. Eagle's Nest. You can train and recruit eagles to scout or send messages. Seeing the introduction of the eagle's nest, Su Luan was overjoyed. Although there was magic communication in this world, the magic communication stone was expensive and could only be used a few times. It was impossible to distribute it to the entire army. Now that there were eagles to scout and send messages, the efficiency could be said to be several times higher. Moreover, the eagles were birds of prey, so there was no need to worry about being preyed on by other birds of prey in the sky. With these flying eagles, the scouts would be able to quickly send news back. Although it was not as fast as the magic communication stone, the cost was lower. After putting away the blueprint, Su Luan prepared to go back and build the eagle's nest. Pack up the spoils and bring these people back first. Su Luan led many soldiers and the northern barbarians who had just submitted to him and left the ruined village to return to northern town city. After knowing that a Hydra had appeared in the swamp, Su Luan did not immediately go there. Instead, he prepared to deal with the lizard men in front of him first. After returning to northern town city, the scouts began to collect traces of the lizard men, and then the army of northern town city would be sent out to encircle and eliminate them. The strength of the lizard men could only be considered average. The only noteworthy thing was the spellcasters among them. These spellcasters could cast spells to enslave the swamp beasts. However, unlike other spellcasters, lizardman spellcasters were more focused on enslaving and cultivating swamp beasts, so they could not cast many spells. With the presence of the barbarian plunderers, the swamp beasts they tamed were simply a joke. Su Luan found some craftsmen and prepared to build an eagle's nest in the military camp. An eagle's nest was not a bird's nest, but a special institution for training, cultivation, and reproduction. The eagle's nest was not small. It could be divided into 3 parts: the training ground, the incubation room, and the nest. The construction of the eagle's nest required 50 cubic meters of stone, 120 cubic meters of wood, and 30 iron ingots. Su Lin had the warehouse hand over the materials to the craftsmen and told them to follow the blueprint. After arranging the construction work, Su Lin began to look for suitable eagle's nest. After the eagle's nest was built in the game, one could recruit eagle's nest with money. This function did not exist in the real world. One had to capture some eagle's nest first, then send them to the eagle's nest to be tamed. After the taming was complete, professional training was required. Only after passing this could the eagle's nest become a messenger eagle. Capturing eagle's nest naturally did not require him to do it himself. Su Lin had the city hall issue a mission to capture eagle's nest and collect eagle's eggs. 2 days later, a large number of adventurers sent all kinds of eagle's nest to the city hall. The eagle's nest didn't need to be too big for the eagle's nest, so the large eagle's nest was eliminated. Although they couldn't be used as messenger eagles, they could still be raised as pets. Su Lin selected a few medium-sized eagle's nest from these eagle's nest. He was going to send them to the eagle's nest for training after it was built. The craftsmen in North Town City were very experienced in construction. It didn't take much time to build an eagle's nest. It only took 5 days for the eagle's nest to be completed. Su Lin went to the military camp. A strange building had been erected next to the camp. This building did not look like a normal house. The eagle's nest was surrounded by a 5-meter-tall wall. Inside the wall was a training ground. On both sides of the training ground were incubators and nests. There were also all kinds of training tools on the training ground. Eagle's nest, special building. The eagle's nest can be used to cultivate, train, and breed eagles. After strict training, the eagles can be used for reconnaissance and communication. Current number of eagles, 0 for 500. Please replenish the eagles as soon as possible. Number of eagle trainers, 0/5. Please select 5 suitable eagle trainers. Daily maintenance, 500 kinnar. Training speed plus 18, indestructible plus 22, disease reduction plus 25, incubation speed plus 20, mutation plus 2. Su Lin was very satisfied after checking the attributes of the eagle's nest. The eagle's nest had an additional mutation plus 2. The mutation attribute had appeared once when Su Lin built the Cryopterus incubator. After that, a Cryopterus mutated and evolved into an ice Quetzalcoatlus. Now that the eagle's nest had this attribute, Su Lin wondered what kind of surprise it would bring. The eagle's nest required 5 eagle trainers. Su Lin opened the building's attributes to check the requirements. Even ordinary people could become eagle trainers. With the blessing of the building's attributes, they could quickly master the skills of training and training the eagles. However, if he wanted to make the eagle trainers better, he would need someone with talent. It would be best if they had the talent of animal companions. Usually, only rangers and druids had the talent of animal companions. The only ones who had this talent in Northern Town were half-elves. Su Lin found Grace and asked her to recommend 5 half-elves to become eagle trainers. With the half-elves as eagle trainers, the eagle's nest could finally be put to use. Su Lin sent the eagles he had captured to the eagle's nest for taming. It would take a month to tame the eagles. The eagle's nest had an attribute that increased the taming speed. With the half-elves' animal companion's talent, the taming time was reduced to 20 days. Su Lin nodded in satisfaction when he saw that he could receive a large number of messenger eagles in 20 days. After checking out the eagle's nest, Su Lin began to increase the number of eagle trainers in the army. From now on, every scout in Northern Town City would have to carry an eagle. A squad of 50 people would have 3 eagles, and an army of 1,000 would have 3. Other than the army, the caravans and the city hall in Northern Town City would also need eagles to send messages. Mirror Lake City and Centaur City would also have eagles to send messages. When all of Sullen's territories had eagles, the speed of sending messages would greatly increase. Of course, in addition to the eagle, Su Lin did not cancel the magic communication stone. These magic communication stones would supplement the eagle's communication. When there was a major event or an emergency, and the eagle's communication speed was slow, the magic communication stone would be used at this time. While Su Lin was busy building the eagles, Northern Town City's army was clearing out the lizard men tribes that were migrating to the north. At the same time, they recruited a dozen Northern Town barbarian tribes of various sizes. These Northern Town barbarian tribes ranged from 3 to 500 people to 100 people. In total, Northern Town City had gained 2,000 people. These Northern Town barbarians had strong bodies. Su Lin transferred some of them to the army. The barbarians were also part of the Northern Town barbarians, so their leveling up was the same as the barbarians. They also had berserk like the barbarians, so they could only form their own groups. Other than these barbarians, 2 half-elven villages had also joined northern town city. Sulin was very welcoming to the half-elves. He had always wanted to recruit more half-elves, but these half-elves were not willing. Also, because of grace, Sulin could not force them. This time, when the lizard men invaded, Sulin took advantage of the opportunity when the lizard men were besieging the half-elven villages. He helped them defeat the lizard men and gain their favor. That was how he recruited the 2 half-elven villages into northern town city. Now, the number of half-elves in northern town city had exceeded 1,000. While he was clearing out the lizard men, Sulin did not forget about the Hydra and the poisonous swamp in the south. 1/3 of the scouts in northern town city had gone to the poisonous swamp to collect information. In order to cooperate with them, Sulin asked Andre to lead the wizard apprentices to make some antidotes, insect repellents, underwater breathing potions, and a few other potions that could be used in the swamp. With the help of these potions, these drows could enter the poisonous swamp more easily and obtain the information Sulin wanted. Although Sulin was powerful, he would not underestimate his opponents, especially dangerous targets like the Hydra. There were 2 origins of the Hydra's bloodline. One was said to be from the ancient Hydra with multiple heads, and the other was from the Hydra. However, research had found that the Hydra's body had both of these bloodlines. Hathaway was also very interested when she heard that Sulin had found a Hydra. Therefore, when she heard that Sulin was preparing to deal with the Hydra, she also came up with various ideas and plans. The most annoying thing about the Hydra, other than its powerful recovery ability, was its venom. According to the legends, even the gods were very afraid of the venom of the ancient Hydra. Although the Hydra in the poisonous swamp was not as powerful, it still did not feel good to be bitten by it. Without a special antidote, even a legendary figure would not be able to survive for long. Sulin did not want to test whether the Hydra's venom was more powerful or if his body was stronger. It was not easy to get rid of the Hydra's venom. This kind of antidote required a lot of precious magic materials. Luckily, most of the materials could be found in the northern town city's Mystery Plain and the Sky Garden. He could just collect them and use them directly. The few that he did not have, he could just ask the merchants to buy them or issue a quest in the city hall. Chapter 375. After a friendly match with Hathaway, Sulin left the astrology platform feeling refreshed. Hathaway's mastery of Greece was getting better and better. Even the little succubus Chrissy couldn't compare. Sulin and Hathaway discussed Transfiguration, Wizard's Hand, Art of Tentacles and other magic books in detail. In the end, Hathaway was exhausted and had to end the match. Hathaway also had some new products. For example, a special oil that could be used together with grease. It was made by Hathaway using the essence of more than 10 flowers. Not only was it smooth, but the smell was also very fragrant. Just a little bit was enough to make it very smooth. They walked out of the wizard tower through the stairs. The elemental energy in the wizard tower was very dense. The elemental pool in the wizard tower had transformed the entire wizard tower into a place where elemental energy was active. Wizards could live in this environment like fish in water. Boom. A muffled sound was suddenly heard, followed by a burst of black smoke coming out of a laboratory not far away. 2 golems quickly rushed over and the door of the laboratory opened. A man in a tattered sorcerer's robe ran out of the room, wearing a pitch-black robe. The 2 golems didn't say anything and directly sprayed liquid at the man. Stop. Stop. I don't have any radiation on me, the man said angrily. However, the 2 golems didn't care about his protests. They kept spraying the man's body back and forth before stopping. Then the golems sprayed the lab again. Sulin finally realized that the black silhouette was Wizard Lorraine. Wizard Lorraine also saw Sulin next to him. After being stunned for a moment, Wizard Lorraine smiled awkwardly and said, "Haha, experiment mistake, basic, hee no problem. No problem. It's just that these golems are making a big deal out of nothing. Mr. Sulin, can you ask Ms. Hathaway to change the settings of the golems? They're too rude." "I think that's a good idea. Magus experiments are very dangerous, so these precautions are necessary." Sulin looked at Luo Lin, who was like a drowned rat, with a trace of mockery in his eyes, and said righteously, "Alright, I knew it. You guys just want to see a joke." Wizard Lorraine snapped his fingers and used a cleaning spell to clean the dust and water off his body. "You're underestimating me. I've been professionally trained in noble etiquette. No matter how funny it is, I won't laugh unless I can't hold it in." Su Lin left the wizard tower in a good mood and returned to the lord's castle. At that moment, the drow scouts who went to the swamp came back with some information. "Sir, we found the hydra in the poisonous swamp," the drow with a scar on his face said. "Where is it in the poisonous miasma swamp?" Su Lin leaned against the chair in the study and asked. Scarface took out a parchment scroll and said, "Sir, this is a simple map of the swamp that we drew." He handed the parchment scroll over. Su Lin took the parchment scroll and spread it on the table. There was a very simple topographic map drawn on the parchment scroll. A winding line represented a river, and the paths in the swamp were also marked. In a place that looked like a lake in the swamp, there was a mark of a multi-headed snake. In addition to this snake, Su Lin also found a few marks of small people on the west side of the swamp. "This snake is a 9-headed snake, right?" Su Lin pointed at the map and asked. "Yes, sir." Su Lin continued to ask, "What are those small people on the west side of the swamp?" "Sir, we found a swamp giant tribe there. There are about a dozen of them," Scarface explained. "Swamp giants?" Su Lin looked up at him in surprise. After confirming again, Su Lin nodded. The swamp giants were one of the branches of the giant species in the multiverse. They were also known as swamp giants, and they generally lived in the swamps of the material world. There was a swamp plane between the water elemental plane and the earth elemental plane, and a large number of swamp giants also lived there. The swamp giants of the swamp plane were much stronger than those of the prime material world. Adult swamp giant warriors in the swamp plane were around 6 meters tall and weighed around 8,000 pounds. Females were slightly shorter and had a lifespan of around 300 years. The swamp giants of the prime material world were around 4 meters tall and weighed around 5,000 pounds. Swamp giants were grayish-brown and usually did not have armor on their bodies. After all, ordinary metals could not survive in the swamp for a long time. However, they usually had a layer of mud on their bodies. Their main weapons were javelins, giant axes, and rocks. Their attacks were very long-range. Swamp giants were weaker than their cousins, the frost giants, and only a little smarter than the hill giants. After hearing that there were swamp giants in the swamp, Su Lin suddenly had an idea. "Sir, these swamp giants are not on good terms with the Hydra. When we were collecting information, we found that there was a conflict between the two," Scarface said respectfully. "Sure enough, a mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers." Su Lin smiled. The swamp giants were not weak. Although they could not compare to the frost giants, they were not much weaker. Even if a group of a dozen swamp giants could not defeat a Hydra, they would not be too far off. After receiving information about the swamp, Su Lin started his preparations. 2 days later, Su Lin brought Hathaway and the 12 barbarian marauders out of Northgard City. The work of Northgard City was handed over to Su Lin. The weakest person in the group was at 4th rank, and after casting a group haste spell, their speed was very fast. It only took a day for Sulin's group to reach the edge of the swamp. It was Su Lin's first time to come to the poisonous miasma swamp. Su Lin frowned slightly at the environment of the swamp. First of all, because of the large amount of water in the swamp, the ground here was basically not dry and many places were like mud. Stepping on it would slightly sink, and lifting it would cause a large amount of mud to rise. More importantly, some places that looked like roads might be traps. Stepping on them would cause them to sink into the mud, and if they were not rescued in time, they would quickly be swallowed up. Apart from the ground, the swamp was also filled with a sour smell. This was the smell of animal corpses, decaying plants, and so on. Some of the swamps would bubble up from time to time. The air was very humid, and under the sunlight, the entire swamp was covered in water vapor, making the swamp's environment hot and humid. Apart from this, there was also a large number of mosquitoes flying above the swamp. If an adventurer entered this kind of area unprepared, even if they did not sink into the mud, just the bites of mosquitoes would take away half of their life. These mosquitoes carried a large number of diseases, and being bitten by them was very likely to cause all kinds of diseases. If they did not have mosquito repellents, it was better not to approach this place. Su Lin took out a few bottles of insect repellent and distributed them to everyone. The repellent was light green in color and emitted a kind of grassy fragrance. After using it, they would not be bitten by mosquitoes for a certain period of time. In addition to the repellent, Hathaway gave everyone a lightened spell. This spell could greatly reduce the body's weight, and they would not have to worry about sinking into the mud. It was very convenient to move in the swamp. Su Lin took out a sky lantern and cast invisibility on everyone. With invisibility, they would not have to worry about being discovered by the swamp giant or the Hydra. Apart from this, everyone also took antidotes. There was a lot of miasma in the swamp, and if they were not prepared, it was very likely to cause dizziness and nausea. In serious cases, they might even fall into a coma. In this kind of environment, spellcasters also had to reduce their magic consumption in order to avoid not being able to exert their full strength in the face of danger. After all the preparations were completed, the group entered the swamp. Because of the Hydra, the lizard men in the swamp had been forced to migrate. Even if there were some that stayed, they would hide in some remote areas so they did not encounter any lizard men. Although there were no lizard men, there were many other creatures in the swamp, such as swamp lizards, swamp crocodiles, and some birds and snakes that lived in the swamp. It was said that there were also titan pythons living in the swamp. It was a fierce beast with a challenge rating of level 15, but this kind of titan pythons generally lived in swamps with a warm climate in the south. Su Lin and the others approached the area where the Hydra lived according to the route on the map. Su Lin needed to check the situation of the Hydra first. In addition to the Hydra, he also needed to know about the swamp giant on the west side of the swamp. Although scouts had already explored it before, he still wanted to see it for himself. Although the swamp looked dirty and filled with all kinds of miasma, in fact it was very rich in food. There were a lot of fish living in the swamp, and the Hydra did not have to worry about a lack of food here. This is where the trouble is. Su Lin and the others hid in an area with lush reeds. A group of black clouds flew quickly in the sky. These black clouds were made up of countless swamp mosquito, and there were as many as 1,000,000 of them. The swamp mosquito was much larger than ordinary mosquitoes, and with long mouths, they looked ferocious and disgusting. If they swarmed together, they could directly suck a person's blood dry. For someone like Su Lin who had trypophobia, it was simply unbearable. Fortunately, they had insect repellents on them and they were in stealth mode. The mosquitoes did not notice them, and soon the mosquitoes flew away, and the group continued on their way. Suddenly, a dull dragon's roar came from the distance. Sullen's eyes lit up. Hydra, it seems that we have found our target. Everyone hurried to the place where the sound came from. After 10 minutes of walking through the swamp, the sound was getting closer and closer. Soon, Su Lin saw the tall figure of the Hydra. At this time, the Hydra was attacking a 3-meter-long crocodile. Under the siege of the Hydra's many heads, the crocodile only lasted a few minutes before it was killed by the Hydra. Then Su Lin saw the 9 heads began to fight for food. Chapter 376. The Hydra's 9 heads fought with each other, and a 3-meter-long swamp crocodile was torn to pieces in just a few minutes before being devoured by the 9 heads. Su Lin did not continue approaching. Although he had invisibility, it was not omnipotent. There were many ways to counter it. For example, some true dragons had true eyes that could see through invisibility and illusions. Some spells and magic tools could also achieve the same effect. After eating its fill, the Hydra in the distance slowly swam into the depths of the swamp. This Hydra was about 18 meters long and covered in a layer of dark green scales. Its head looked very similar to a dragon's, which meant that the bloodline of this Hydra was closer to that of a dragon. Su Lin followed the Hydra from afar and did not get too close. After walking for about 10 minutes, the Hydra entered a pool to rest. After confirming the Hydra's location, Su Lin and the others quietly left. They then began to search the west side of the swamp. This time their target was the swamp giants. The swamp giants were actually easier to find than the Hydra. After all, they were different from the Hydra. The swamp giants had built a small tribe in the swamp, which was easier to find than the pool where the Hydra lived. Soon, Su Lin found the swamp giants according to the markings on the map. These swamp giants had just finished their hunt. A 4-meter-tall, muscular swamp giant was carrying a creature that looked like a hippopotamus back to the tribe. There were 5 or 6 swamp giants in this small tribe. This swamp giant is the leader creature. At this moment, Hathaway's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. He's a legendary swamp giant. Su Lin nodded and became even more cautious. It was no wonder that a legendary swamp giant dared to fight the Hydra head-on. The Hydra had 9 heads, which gave it a great advantage in a one-on-one fight. Facing the Hydra was like being surrounded by several monsters. The leader of the swamp giants alone was not a match for the Hydra, but with the swamp giants beside it, their strength was not much different from the Hydra's. Originally, the best place in this swamp belonged to the swamp giant, but after the Hydra came here, half of it was occupied. Now both sides wanted to kill each other, but their strength was close and they were still in a stalemate. But this time, Su Lin planned to add fuel to the fire. Among the spells there was a shape-shifting spell which allowed the user to transform into other forms to fight. Of course there were also some spells that were just for show, such as camouflage. Camouflage was not a high-level spell, but it had a special feature, which was that it could disguise a wizard as other creatures. Camouflage was different from illusion spells. Camouflage could disguise oneself very closely to the real body. Other than the real body's strength, it could even disguise one's scent. However, camouflage required a casting medium, which was to disguise something on a creature's body, such as hair, scales, and so on. With an idea in mind, Su Lin began to look for a suitable target. At this time, the swamp giants came back from hunting. About 3 kilometers away from the swamp giant tribe, Su Lin found a swamp giant who came back with prey. This swamp giant was 3.5 meters tall and should have just reached adulthood. At this time, it was carrying a long spear and a deer happily walking home. But this poor swamp giant did not know that it had been targeted by the sinister Su Lin. Tentacle entanglement. 5 or 6 3-meter-long black tentacles suddenly appeared from the ground and entangled the swamp giant in an instant. The swamp giant's reaction was a little slow after being attacked suddenly. Its body subconsciously wanted to break free, but it did not succeed. Su Lin's body flashed, and the purple dragon halberd in his hand carried a large amount of lightning power and instantly whipped the swamp giant's body. The powerful lightning power from the purple dragon halberd entered the swamp giant's body, and the struggling swamp giant's body suddenly became stiff. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hathaway immediately cast hypnosis on the swamp giant. But to her surprise, the hypnosis did not work. The swamp giant was immune to her spell. Bang! Su Lin's body flashed, and the purple dragon halberd in his hand hit the back of the swamp giant's head. Then the 3-meter-tall swamp giant crashed to the ground. Su Lin waved the purple dragon halberd and said, "You could have just fainted. Why did you have to have me use physical hypnosis on you? Hurry up and cast a few more spells on him. If he suddenly wakes up, things will be troublesome." Hathaway rolled her eyes at Su Lin and deliberately dragged out her words. "Got it." Then flashes of light flashed and various negative statuses were placed on the swamp giant. The swamp giant could not resist. After subduing the swamp giant, Su Lin's plan officially began. Hessian collected some hair and blood from the swamp giant and then cast disguise on Su Lin. With a flash of light, Su Lin's body was wrapped in light. The next second, he turned into a 3-meter-tall swamp giant, exactly the same as the swamp giant that had fallen asleep next to him. "How is it?" Su Lin stretched his body. "Not bad. It's the same as before." "That's good. This spell lasts for half an hour. It must be completed within this half an hour," Hathaway reminded him. "Don't worry." Su Lin waved his hand. Then Su Lin disguised himself as a swamp giant and walked toward the pool where the Hydra lived. The swamp giant was placed in a magic formation not far from the swamp giant's camp. Su Lin was very fast and arrived at the pool in a short while. At this time the Hydra was hiding in the pool and sleeping. Su Lin snapped his fingers and a huge fireball appeared in front of him. With a gentle wave of his hand, the fireball fell directly into the pool. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, and the dark green pool water flew more than 10 meters high. Roar! Then an angry dragon roar sounded. The next second, 9 ferocious heads rushed out of the water. However, as soon as they came out of the water, they were hit by a long spear. Blood splattered and a sharp pain came. The other heads of the Hydra swayed and bit at him. Su Lin naturally wouldn't stay still. He dodged in a flash and the long spear in his hand hit another head of the Hydra again. The Hydra, who had been disturbed from its sleep and had a bad temper, was hit twice in a row. It became even angrier. The pool rolled and its huge body directly stood up. After seeing that it was a swamp giant who attacked it, the old and new hatred added up. The Hydra's 18 eyes turned red, and its cold and crazy eyes made even Su Lin's hair stand on end. Acid spray. The next second, one of the Hydra's heads suddenly spewed a large amount of stinky acid. Su Lin's expression changed and he dodged to the side. However, as soon as he dodged the acid attack, another acid attack was already waiting there. At this time, Su Lin couldn't care about anything else. If he was attacked, his camouflage would be destroyed. He dodged in a rather embarrassing manner, and then his body jumped to the right as much as possible. The Hydra's breathing came from behind him. Su Lin felt the sour smell in the air, and then his body was enveloped by another acid spray. He still couldn't dodge it. The Hydra had too many heads. With so many heads working together, Su Lin felt like he was fighting 1 against 9. This was cheating. How many times can you dodge with 9 heads continuously spitting out attacks? Unless he used teleportation to escape, there was no way he could dodge at all. The stinky corrosive liquid enveloped Su Lin. At this time, a light flashed and a translucent energy barrier appeared on the surface of Su Lin's body, blocking all the acid outside. However, the area where the acid and the energy barrier came in contact kept making sizzling sounds. The Hydra's acid spray was not much different from the Black Dragon's acid spray. Although the amount of acid spray from each head was not as much as the Black Dragon's, the total amount was several times that of the Black Dragon's. The energy barrier on Su Lin's body appeared on the surface of his body. This spell was cast quickly, but its defensive power was not enough when facing a legendary enemy. Although it blocked the acid spray, it looked like he couldn't hold on much longer. However, a short period of time was enough. Mage armor. Ice armor. 2 flashes of light blocked the Hydra's acid spray. Then, Su Lin's figure flashed and rushed out of the range of the acid spray. The Hydra thought that it had killed the swamp giant that dared to disturb its sleep and attack it, but the next second, the swamp giant rushed out of the acid spray and once again hit one of its heads with the spear in its hand. After being attacked consecutively, the Hydra became even angrier and rushed forward with a roar. This time, Su Lin didn't entangle with the Hydra anymore. His figure flashed and he ran away. Although the Hydra couldn't fly and its body was big, its movement speed was not slow. Its body moved quickly on the water. Seeing the Hydra chasing after him, Su Lin did not panic. In fact, he was not running at full speed. Besides, he still had flash in his hand. He could leave the battle at any time if he wanted to. Su Lin used camouflage to lure the Hydra toward the swamp giant's tribe. The two were very fast. It only took about 10 minutes for them to get close to the swamp giant's tribe. When they ran quickly, they caused a lot of noise. The swamp giants in the tribe also noticed Su Lin and the Hydra. When they saw that the Hydra was chasing their companion, the swamp giants roared angrily. The swamp giant in the lead picked up its weapon and rushed out. At this time, Su Lin had run to their predetermined location, where the sleeping swamp giant was hiding. Su Lin's body suddenly accelerated, and in an instant rushed into the concealment formation and disappeared. Chapter 377. After Su Lin entered the magic array, he instantly disappeared and reappeared several kilometers away. At the same time, the magic array lost its effect and the swamp giant woke up from its slumber. However, by the time it woke up, the Hydra had already rushed over. The infuriated Hydra didn't notice the difference between the two swamp giants and directly attacked. The two heads bit at the swamp giant from the left and right. Before the swamp giant could react, it was bitten by the Hydra. In the next second, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in the Hydra's eyes as its head exerted force and tore off the swamp giant's arm. Roar! The swamp giant felt intense pain as blood gushed out. However, as a rank 4 creature, it was an entire rank lower than the Hydra. Now that it was bitten by the Hydra, it had no chance to resist. In just a few breaths, the swamp giant was killed. The swamp giant leader, who was rushing over, saw this scene and its eyes instantly became bloodshot. It grabbed a boulder and threw it at the Hydra. Bang! The rock was like a meteor as it ruthlessly struck one of the Hydra's heads. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Seeing their comrade killed, the swamp giants wanted nothing more than to cut the Hydra into pieces. They roared and charged forward. With 13 swamp giants and a Hydra, the entire battlefield became extremely intense. No one could approach the battle between the giants and the Hydra. The battle was extremely intense, but it wouldn't be easy to determine a victor. Although the swamp giants clearly had the advantage in numbers, the Hydra was much larger. Part of its body was hidden in the swamp, making it impossible for the swamp giants to attack it. Its 9 heads fought with different people. The swamp giants didn't have much of an advantage against such a large monster. However, both sides were already in a heated battle. Even if the victor couldn't be determined, both sides would suffer. Su Lin led the marauders and barbarians to secretly observe the battle from a distance. He wasn't in a hurry to take action. Instead, he took out a set of tables and chairs from his spatial storage and set them up. He took out all kinds of dried fruits and munched on sunflower seeds while chatting with Hathaway. Come on. Yes, that's it. You should chop off its head with an axe. Su Lin grabbed a handful of pistachios, crushed the shells with his palm and ate them. It seems that these swamp giants are not going to make it. According to the size of the Hydra, this level of attack is not enough to kill him. Those swamp giants are in trouble. Hathaway leisurely leaned back on the chair and chatted with Su Lin. Indeed, Hydra's recovery ability is very strong. If this continues, Hydra's chances of winning are very high, Su Lin said after watching for a while. Hathaway picked up a bear biscuit and said, "Do you think we should help those swamp giants? After all, one swamp giant died because of our plan." It's a little different between the two sides. How can I help? Are you going to do it or should I? Su Lin rolled his eyes at her. Besides, if we do it, won't it be obvious to both sides that someone is watching from the sidelines and waiting to benefit? Oh, that's true. Forget it then. As for the swamp giants, I can only say sorry. I don't think they'll mind. Hathaway once again saw a swamp giant being sent flying by the Hydra. I don't think they'll mind. Anyway, there's a direct conflict of interest between them. Although this swamp is not small, it can't accommodate two legendary powerhouses. Yes, that's it. Give it a good beating. Su Lin waved his arms excitedly and shouted. We have to be careful when we fight in the future. By the way, do you have pistachios with you? Hathaway asked after eating a bear biscuit. Of course. Su Lin took out a bag of pistachios from his storage space and handed it to Hathaway. Thank you. I didn't expect you to have so much space in your storage equipment. Hathaway took the pistachios and gently broke them open and ate. Didn't you learn Mageweth engraving? You've also learned those arcane scars. You can try to make a storage bag with more space by engraving, Su Lin said while stuffing things into his mouth. Yes, the Mageweth engraving method saves more space and you can engrave more arcane scars. With more inscriptions, the space of the storage bag will naturally be bigger. Hathaway nodded. Is that swamp giant preparing to launch a sneak attack? He's so big. Does he think the Hydra can't see him? Hathaway continued after glancing at the battlefield. Although all 9 of the Hydra's heads were entangled, he still noticed the swamp giant. His body moved, and the tail hidden in the swamp suddenly swung out, sending the swamp giant who wanted to launch a sneak attack flying. However, the swamp giant's sneak attack was not useless. Another swamp giant took advantage of the Hydra's distraction to hit him hard. How long do you think they'll fight for? Su Lin picked up a piece of beef jerky and ate it happily. I think it'll take at least an hour, Hathaway said after watching for a while. By the way, Frodo's cooking is getting better and better. This beef jerky is delicious. Indeed, the halflings are geniuses in cooking. Their food processing is simply irresistible. Hathaway agreed. He's almost emptied my inventory. I don't know how long he can stay in northern Battlefront City. Su Lin spread his hands helplessly. Halflings usually didn't stay in one place for too long. They naturally liked to travel. This time, Su Lin relied on various cooking methods and various creative ideas to make Frodo stay. When Frodo learned all the recipes or when Su Lin didn't have anything new, it would be about time for Frodo to leave. I've asked Frodo for a recipe. I'll make it for you to try when we get back, Hathaway said with a smile. Forget it. Last time you said you were going to make a delicious dish. Don't you know what happened in the end? Su Lin glanced at Hathaway and said, Don't underestimate me. This time I've learned from Frodo step by step. I'll definitely surprise you. Hathaway said confidently. I think I should prepare some gastric lavage, vomit-inducing potions and antidotes in advance. Su Lin rolled his eyes and said. Hathaway heard Sullen's words and glared at him fiercely. Then she stepped on his toes and snorted arrogantly. She no longer looked at him. The battle was still very fierce. Both sides were obviously going all out. Judging from their posture, it was clear that they were going to fight to the death. The Hydra's injuries were very serious. One of his heads was obviously dead, and the other head had countless scars from the giant axe. Even the eyes of the middle head were pierced by expressions. The swamp giant leader was also seriously injured. 2 of his ribs were broken. The other swamp giants were also injured. In this situation, should we continue to fight to the death or prepare to retreat? Su Lin said with a smile. He was now looking at the 2 sides fighting and had no intention of intervening. Although the Hydra seemed to be seriously injured, it was still difficult for him to die. The Hydra's recovery ability was very fast. If no one disturbed him, the Hydra's injuries would be almost healed in a short time. It's about time. Both sides have basically reached the final stage. We can make a move now. It'll be a big loss if we can't get the kill tonight, Su Lin said with a smile. The The Hydra is seriously injured and the swamp giants are not doing well either. Get ready. I'll deal with the Hydra. You deal with the swamp giants. Su Lin ordered simply. Hathaway nodded and said, okay. A strong magic light appeared. Such a strong energy fluctuation instantly attracted the attention of both sides. The next second, Sullen's figure suddenly appeared beside the Hydra. Su Luan's body appeared in mid-air, and his whole body was shrouded in a layer of thunder and lightning power. The powerful thunder and lightning power kept flashing, and a long halberd completely surrounded by the power of thunder and lightning instantly pierced into the center of the Hydra. Lightning spear. The dazzling lightning power flashed. The next second, the purple dragon halberd with boundless power instantly pierced the Hydra's head. The layer of dark green scales was easily pierced through like paper. The purple dragon halberd's momentum did not decrease. It directly penetrated the skull. The hard skull could not withstand such a powerful force. The purple dragon halberd pierced the Hydra's head. The powerful electric current flowed along the river and destroyed the Hydra's brain. Along with an incomparably mournful scream, the Hydra's head powerlessly drooped down. The other heads were slightly paralyzed by the powerful lightning power. Thunderstorm. A powerful lightning energy instantly exploded out, and just as the Hydra's body was about to recover, it was immediately struck by a lightning bolt that was as thick as a water bucket. Bolts of lightning quickly descended, and the Hydra's body was charred black. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and a large amount of lightning jumped about on its body. Even the Hydra's powerful healing ability was reduced to a minimum under this lightning energy. Smooth slash. 5-inch Su Lin did not relax his vigilance. While the Hydra was attacked by the thunderstorm, his figure quickly streaked across the sky. The purple dragon halberd in his hand was constantly waving. The powerful force directly cut off several of the Hydra's heads. Blood splattered everywhere. There was an ear-piercing sound of metal and bone colliding. The Hydra was originally in a seriously injured state. After suffering such a fatal attack, its life force quickly slipped away. Its huge heads were cut off one by one. The Hydra's 18-meter-long body fell to the ground with a loud bang. If he wanted to kill the Hydra, he had to kill all of its heads. Su Luan seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack while the Hydra and the swamp giant were both injured, and successfully killed the Hydra in one fell swoop. Chapter 378. Group Teleportation. When Su Lin suddenly appeared, Hathaway's silhouette also appeared in the sky not far away. 12 barbarian marauders appeared with her. As soon as these barbarians appeared, they immediately activated God's Descent. In an instant, 12 smaller giants appeared beside the swamp giants. Slow. Group Haste. Draconic Might. Group Enchantment Weapon. Rays of light shone from Hathaway's body, and an earthen yellow light flashed. The bodies of the surrounding swamp giants suddenly slowed down a beat. Following that, several rays of light shone, and the strength of the barbarian marauders rose to another level. The swamp giants were at the 4th rank, around level 16. They were a bit weaker than the frost giants, and they had just fought a fierce battle with the Hydra. Apart from the ones who had died, the rest were all injured. They were originally weaker than the barbarian marauders, and now they were all injured. The barbarian marauders at their peak were simply no match for them. The barbarian marauders at their peak bellowed and brandished their axes as they charged forward. The leader of the swamp giants saw his companions being beaten back and roared, throwing a huge rock at Hathaway. The watermelon-sized rock flew towards Hathaway like a cannonball. Bang! A figure jumped up high and waved the giant axe in his hand. With a bang, the giant boulder was smashed into pieces. It was Johnson. Your opponent is me. Johnson half knelt to reduce the impact from before and quickly charged forward. The leader of the swamp giants wasn't to be outdone either. Its eyes were bloodshot as it roared and charged forward. The two giants, one large and one small, collided with a loud bang. Although Johnson's strength wasn't inferior to the swamp giants after activating God's Descent, the swamp giants were much bigger. They naturally had the advantage in a head-on clash. So, Johnson's body kept retreating, but the swamp giant's body wasn't in a good condition either. The powerful recoil made his injuries even worse. Greater Spell Sequence. Bursting Fireball *3 Enhanced Spell. Icicle *3. 3 huge fireballs shot out in a row. The swamp giant that was fighting Johnson couldn't react in time and was hit by the 3 bursting flames. Rumble. A violent explosion rang out, and even Johnson, who was nearby, was pushed back by the explosion. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, the 4-meter-tall swamp giant was blasted more than 10 meters away, its body charred black. Then 3 icicles flew out, instantly piercing the swamp giant's body. Under these consecutive attacks, the swamp giant was unable to resist at all, and its aura had been reduced by more than half. Its injuries were quite severe. A magic staff appeared in Hathaway's hand. In the next second, a wave of energy came from the staff, and magic runes lit up one after another. Hathaway quickly chanted a low incantation, and the instant she finished, she pointed at the swamp giant not far away. Death's Finger Enhanced Spell. A black energy full of death aura flew out of her hand and hit the swamp giant in an instant. The already seriously injured swamp giant's struggling body suddenly stiffened and fell down. Its life aura quickly declined, and its originally powerful arm powerlessly drooped down. The light in its eyes quickly dimmed and disappeared. In the end, its 4-meter-tall body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Death's Finger was an instant death spell. As long as the target wasn't immune to instant death spells, it had a certain chance of directly killing the enemy. Of course, the chance of using this spell was very low, but after the target was weakened to a certain extent by various spells or serious injuries, the chance of using it would become very high. It was simply too good for an enemy that wasn't immune to instant death spells. With the death of the swamp giant leader, the morale of the other swamp giants plummeted. They panicked and wanted to run away, but they were chased down and killed by the barbarian marauders. With the swamp giant leader dead, the whole family naturally had to be organized. It didn't take much effort to kill the Hydra and the swamp giants. The battle is over. Congratulations, host, you have successfully killed the chieftain monster, Hydra. Congratulations, host, your hero Hathaway has successfully killed the chieftain monster, swamp giant chieftain. You have received 45,600 EXP, you have received items. Big Dipper Nectar X1, Magic Gem Ruby, X5, you have received Platinum Treasure Chest X2. Your army has killed the swamp giant. You have received 5,300 EXP, you have received items. Magic Steel X5. Battle of the Venomous Swamp. May year 1688 of the Huiwa calendar. A Hydra appeared in the Venomous Swamp and invaded the swamp giant's territory. You schemed to incite a battle between the Hydra and the swamp giant, and when they were both injured, you successfully killed 2 legendary monsters. Your name is widely spread in the northern wastelands. Your fame plus 20. Congratulations, host. You have killed the Hydra leader. You have received 1 legendary skill point. With the end of the battle, a series of system notifications rang in Sullen's ears. Sullen, I feel like I'm going to break through. Hathaway suddenly said. Breakthrough? You're going to break through to the legendary rank? Sullen looked at Hathaway in surprise. Hathaway nodded. Yes, I have a feeling. Sullen opened the system panel and looked for Hathaway's information. Sure enough, Hathaway's level had reached the edge of the legendary rank. Her EXP was overflowing and she could advance at any time. Hathaway didn't level up now because she felt that it wasn't safe here. She wanted to go back to the Wizard Tower to advance to the legendary rank. Thinking about it, Hathaway had received the EXP from killing the Frost Giant Chieftain. This time, with the Swamp Giant Chieftain, she had killed 2 legendary monsters. Her EXP should be enough. That's great. Let's go back now, Sulin said excitedly. Next, Sulin and the others began to quickly search for the loot, mainly the corpses of the Hydra leader and the Swamp Giant. The Hydra leader and the Swamp Giant Chieftain didn't have the habit of collecting treasures. Naturally, they didn't have a lot of wealth like the dragons. Sulin only searched briefly and left after finding nothing. The bodies of the Hydra leader and the Swamp Giant were too large. Whether it was Hathaway's storage bag or Sullen's storage space, neither could fit them. As for throwing them away, Sulin couldn't bear to do so. He could only make a few large carts to drag these things away and send them back to Northern Town to deal with them later. The precious materials were handled by Hathaway on the spot and stored in Sullen's storage bag in Sullen's storage space. After spending some time cleaning up the battlefield, Sulin and the others left the swamp. When they returned to Northern Town, the huge corpses of the Hydra leader and the Swamp Giant Chieftain caused a huge uproar. These huge monsters were extremely shocking. Even the temples and churches were surprised by Sullen's strength. The corpses of the Hydra leader and the Swamp Giant Chieftain were high-value magic materials that needed to be processed and preserved as soon as possible. These things were handed over to Alex and Karina to deal with. The first thing Hathaway did when she returned to the Wizard Tower was to go into seclusion. Since Hathaway was about to advance to Legendary, Su Lin directly closed the Wizard Tower temporarily. Apart from Alex, Chris, Karina and Grace, everyone else left for the time being. Hathaway's advancement to Legendary was somewhat different from Sullen's. Su Lin was closer to a warrior while Hathaway was a pure spellcaster. She needed more elemental energy. After she entered the seclusion room, the Wizard Tower's elemental pool adjusted 80% of the energy supply to the room. At this time, the elemental energy in the room was so dense that it almost liquefied. As time passed, the energy in the elemental pool was quickly consumed. Because of the shielding circle set up in the seclusion room, the outside world didn't know the state of the room, so Hathaway's advancement didn't spread out. After waiting for about 3 hours, the door of the seclusion room finally opened. Hathaway walked out with a face full of excitement. As soon as the door opened, Alex couldn't wait to rush over and ask, "How was it? How was it? Did you succeed?" Judging from his expression, he must have succeeded. Chris, who was at the side, said with a smile. But why did her tone sound a little sour? "Legendary wizard, huh? How do you feel?" Karina asked. Hathaway smiled and said, "Successful advancement. I feel like I've seen the world again." Although there was only one rank between a legendary wizard and a great wizard, the difference was like heaven and earth. As a matter of fact, in terms of mana, the growth of the power of the will and the accumulation of mana from a beginner wizard to a great wizard was all about the accumulation of mana. Once a wizard reached the legendary rank, their soul would undergo a sublimation, and they would begin to come in contact with the essence of the world and understand the laws. This was the fundamental difference between a legendary wizard and a great wizard. When I reached the legendary rank, my soul seemed to come in contact with the source sea. It was a very strange feeling. When you all become legendary, you will feel it too. Hathaway briefly explained the changes of becoming a legendary wizard. Chris, Karina, Alex, and Grace all looked at her with envy. They were indeed very envious. One had to know that Hathaway's rank was the lowest back then, but now she was the first to break through to the legendary rank. They couldn't help but be envious. As a succubus, it was a little difficult for Chris to advance. She still had a third of her experience bar. As a sorcerer, Karina was also lacking a lot of experience. As for Alex and Grace, they weren't much better off. "Congratulations on officially stepping on the path of a wizard," Su Lin said with a smile. For ordinary people, the legendary rank was basically the end they could only look up to. But after becoming a legendary wizard, they understood that the legendary rank was just the beginning. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.